example, or doing planting a tree, things like that. So it's something in the arena of DIY, which I've been uh, planning to do, but not finding time. Or for some reason or the other, I have some excuse for not doing that.
I think you've hit the nail on the head, actually. For some reason or another, you have an excuse. You're putting something else in the way. Because if it was really important to plant the tree, if you put it down as your priority of things to do today or this week, then it will be a priority and it will stay on the list until you do it. And then when you do it and you take it off the list, you can actually celebrate something that you wanted to do and you did. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. So I think there are a couple of factors which are responsible. Number one factor, which I feel is the procrastination. So, that is really where the problem is. And there are other secondary issues like resources and time. But I think the number one reason is procrastination.
You're probably right. You see, we put things in the way. Let's face it. Things don't get in the way. We deliberately put things in the way. We put things there so we look at them and we don't trip up, and we go around and avoid them, and that's procrastination too. So the simple fact of life is, if you have something that's really important to you, you'll do it. Doesn't matter what it is, whether it's something to do with the family, something to do with you socially or professionally, something to do with you and your business. If you've identified that it's really important to do, you will do it. And we start the week, it's Monday. Some people actually plan the week yesterday, in their quiet time, in their relaxing time. If they've got a normal 7-day week where Sunday is a day off, day of rest, they will have just been thinking there, even watching TV with a notepad and pencil and just writing a few things down, getting themselves ready for the week. That's good planning, It makes you be prepared for the following week, because when you wake up Monday morning, other things happen out of your control. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? But the key thing to this is, if you're putting something in the way from something that you want to do, but it isn't happening, it's no one else's issue apart from your own. As you said at the beginning, it was excuses. Well, we are really good at making excuses. And over time, because we make so many excuses, we get really good at making more excuses. So we could have a fantastic book on excuses that probably will be a world's bestseller. Here's all the reasons why I didn't. There you go. There's a title of a book. And the thing is, what we would love it to be is a lot of blank pages, a bio up the front and a lot of blank pages, 5,000 blank pages, because you didn't find a reason why you didn't want to do it. Procrastination. You mentioned procrastination. That's a fascinating one. So what is procrastination?
Well, I think it's the English word, and it has a very clear meaning in the dictionary, which is like, you have that in mind, but you don't getting yourself to do it. So I think it's like always postponing things for some excuse or the other. I think that is what the procrastination is.
Well, there's a great saying that I heard many years ago. Procrastination is the thief of time. And the thing is, you are the thief. You are stealing your own time. I mean, in our leadership programs, we call it behavioral waste. Procrastination, there's a fine line between people thinking they're doing something and procrastinating about it. And you'd be quite surprised that the thin line is almost like jumping off the end of a cliff. And when you realize actually that you're not thinking about it, and let's give people some tips here, okay? The difference between thinking and procrastinating is when you're thinking, you're always moving forward. You're always saying, what if? You're putting things in the way. It's always a progressive opportunity. When you procrastinate, you tend to do this a lot. Round and round and round in circles. You may still be moving up, but that's because you're thinking. But the procrastination is going round and round here, not growing. And it's the thief of time, because sometimes you can say, I can do this in 10 minutes, and it takes you 50. But what if it took you 10 minutes? How much? You'd have 40 minutes to go and think about something else.
You're making a lot of sense because as a human being, you are always thinking, and the procrastination is also a thought process. So it is actually spending your gray matter in actually planning your procrastination. So I think it's a very well put by you. It's a thief of time. You are actually spending more time and less productive time.
It's simple, actually, but only when you realize what you're doing can you get out of it. So this excuse, putting things off, the easiest way to stop putting things off is to make a list of things that you must do. Not a nice to do, things you must do. You know, that might be putting the garbage out. Now, how many parents struggle with one of the chores that they've given their teenager of once a week, put the garbage out? And you put it out on a particular time of day because the garbage guys come a little bit later in the day. Monday morning is our day for garbage. Do I put things out at Monday morning? No, I put things out on Sunday evening. Even if it's raining, I will put things out on Sunday evening because then that's a chore done. These guys may not come at 7:30. They may come at 7:10. You know, and I'll miss them if I haven't put it out the night before. These are such simple things, you know, but like anything else, if it's important, put it on a list and do it. And if it's something that's important on a regular basis, we have this thing called practice, practice, practice. So you can practice getting really good at being stupid, if you like, or you can practice getting really good at being really good. Whatever you practice, you'll get good at. So isn't it obvious to practice the good things? So therefore you need to go and find out what the good things are and practice those first. Again, this is all common sense. And we learned it very, very young in our life, but for some reason, we seem to forget it. You know, a lot of people that say, I'm going to enter that competition and never do. You know, they go and say, oh, the X Factor's on. Oh, yes, that's wonderful. I'm going to enter next year. And they never do because it's not important enough. So make it important in your life and then you will make it happen. That's the simple message for a Monday morning. So what are you going to do for the rest of the week? Make it happen?
I will make it happen, Neville. In fact, you gave us a very good idea about writing a book on excuses. In fact, that reminds me one comedian, a South African comedian. I don't want to mention his name, but he has written a book, and he has simply compiled the tweets of Trump. So it's like somebody else has written it, but he has just compiled it, and it's now a bestseller.
Well, he probably had a good laugh at all the tweets that were put out there. I mean, I see some really good people out on social media, and I tell them, you should put this in a book. And they say, but I've already published it. And I said, yeah, but you haven't published it together. You know, you've got like 50,000 followers, and maybe those 50,000 people would be interested in see it all in one place. You know, and my point to that is they're making an excuse. You know, someone's come with a suggestion to say, why don't you put it in a book? I mean, you don't have to do much, frankly, as you said. You know, some South African comedian has put all of Trump's tweets together. Well, I could do it, you know, if I was that interested.
And he has given a very interesting title to the book, which I'm not able to recall, but it's become a bestseller. But the reality of the whole situation is that the Trump has written all those tweets. He gets up at 5 a.m. in the morning, probably from the loo. He sends those tweets, and this person who's based now in US, but he is a South African origin. He has compiled it and he has written a book. It has a very catchy title, but I think the message that you are giving is find out what are the excuses. So sometimes when you sit and plan what are the excuses, you may end up compiling other people's excuses. So it's like compile a book of excuses and then publish it. It might become a bestseller.
Well, the thing is, we're all very good at excuses. So perhaps we should just go on social media and list down all the excuses. The book will be endless. There'll be variants on variants on variants on variants. And as I say, we get really good at making excuses. Some people make it a pastime. Your 14 or 15-year-old son or daughter that sits there in this COVID, lockdown arena has probably come up with every excuse under the book. Not to do things digitally, not to build relationships, not to look at their future and be responsible for their future. So, yeah, we're all good at excuses. The thing is, stop it. There's your first hour session of that psychologist that you go and see, or psychiatrist you go and see, and they turn around and say, okay, I'm going to give you a bit of advice. Stop it. It's pretty simple. For a Monday morning, stop it.
Yeah, Neval, I think it's a very good advice. I think we can start this week by stopping all the procrastination and planning our days ahead. And I'd like to thank you for giving us this tip on a Monday morning. We will catch up again tomorrow.
Pleasure. See you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show Roundtable, and where we have eminent panelists today. Let me introduce all of them to you. Ritu Gupta, who is a CEO of one of the PR agency, Four Seasons. A part of that, she's also teaching media relations and public relations to eminent university in Delhi. We have Sitesh Srivastava, who is closely associated with radio broadcasting. He has a deep interest in corporate training. So welcome both of you on Roundtable discussion today.
Thank you.
How are you, Ritu?
Absolutely fine, thank you.
How are you, Sitesh?
I'm well, Kanchan. It is always great to talk to you all the time. So I thought it's an interesting discussion that between, we always discuss. So today we have a third panel with us, Ritu. So it would be more interesting.
Today's topic is how important is hobbies in the development of children, and can these hobbies converted into bread earning uh, skill for individuals? So, what is your opinion, Ritu, on this?
I feel hobbies are very important for any child and every child to go for, because hobby develop them as a person, which is very important in today's world. And hobbies can be, you can do your hobby in group, you can do your hobby all alone also. So in both the cases, it increases your confidence, and it also allows a child to de-stress himself or herself, which is very important. Then the child learns to socialize, and it also enhances your creativity, which is very important. That any person, whether you are going to do some kind of a job, you're going to work in corporate, or going to be some kind of an entrepreneur, you need to be creative, because creativity helps you think out of the box. That's what
Yes.
I feel.
Yes, true. You have mentioned valid point, because I also feel that hobbies benefit children in many ways. It gives child an opportunity to express themselves. It allows them to discover themselves and build self-esteem. And also, I think in a process or in a way, we achieve goals like problem solving and make decision by this hobby practicing. So, what are your ideas on this subject, Sitesh?
Well, Kanchan, I think that we should all have some hobby to pursue, because that is what satisfies our heart. Everything else is used to bring food to the table. And therefore, hobby is something that makes us what we are in the core. Many times, the hobby needs to be asked or developed, that we try to do with our children, because there are so many distractions in our life today. It is important for today's children to know what they can pursue as a hobby. But at the same time, some many years back, one of my former boss used asked me this question: what is your hobby? And I told him, and this discussion was happening between the transit time at Tokyo Narita International Airport for a few hours. And I said, my hobby is writing. And he asked me, when did you write last? I said, some 1 month back. And he said, no, that's not a hobby. Hobby is that you do every day, even if it
Yeah.
is 10 minutes.
Yes, definitely. So, hobby is a very essential part of today's children's development, actually, because that also reduce risk of depression, which I think most of the children are highly exposed to, because they are at home, they are watching television, and they are doing online studies. So, I think that some kind of break, which is very, very essential for children, and I think parents should also get indulge in these kind of activity, because that they will again enhance the happiness. Somehow, over the period of time, I think parents are also just doing their professional corporate jobs rather than really getting free time. And I think hobbies can bring a self development also. But now,
Absolutely.
the question is, the big question for both of you: what are your hobbies? Ritu?
Okay. So I'll tell you, uh, my hobbies. I love reading. I love reading a lot, and I love traveling, and I love cooking. So I have of late started thinking that why not? I mean, why not open a cafe, or be a halwai, be a very modern halwai? Why not? So this is what I have of late started thinking about: get into cooking as a profession.
Yes, and what about you, Sitesh?
By hearing Ritu, now I have more inclination to visit Delhi, Uh, and apart from the Bengali market and Parathe Wali Gali, I have one more place to have food. Well, for me, the hobby always has been, since the day I realized what is the meaning of hobby, it was always something which is related to expressing myself in terms of the writing. The true, real hobby that I developed somewhere around when I was in the high school timings. And it was always remained that, and writing, and then it moved from writing to theater, to a little bit of vision, and now for many years it has started with radio, and it is continuing with radio. Kanchan, you know about it. So I think that it is important to explore something which is called hobby, and there are many more ways of doing it today. In our times, Kanchan, if you remember, pen pal was one of it. Philately was another of it, and few more. Uh, but today there are so many ways of doing it. But somehow I always feel the youngsters, the kids, the children, when I ask them what is your hobby, and they have nothing to say, or they suddenly perplexed because nobody has asked them this question. So it's important to pursue it for ourselves, and it is also important to inculcate. And the interesting part about hobby is that there is no age for it. There's no retirement from it, isn't
Yes,
it?
definitely, definitely. The hobby brings a sense of fun and freedom of life that can help minimize the impact of chronic stress. Now, the big question is again is that many parents don't encourage because there's academic pressure on children. So, and there are many schools. If you really go counting the school, there are many schools who have cut down the hobbies in terms of the painting is there, and acrylic painting, or water painting, or sometimes making paper craft, and everything is there. But I think a hobby has to be turned into a skill. Now it is an era of a skill, like you said that writing, Sitesh said that you like writing. So now when we are talking about writing hobby, is there any way in schools from very early age when children can be taught in marketing writing or in copywriting or is news writing? So that is very important aspect, because it is a hobby but it should not go waste. There is
A
a
hobby has to be turned
probability
into a
that
skill.
a child
Now
can pick
it
up
is an
that
era of a
particular
skill.
hobby and turn into a career or a breadwinner aspect of his life. What do you say,
Exactly.
Ritu?
Yes, you can, and it's very important to do what you love. So basically, most of the people, they love their hobbies. And yes, people are making their hobby their profession. And I've seen some schools in Delhi, and I think the government is also they're changing their syllabus. But I've seen in some schools in Delhi that nowadays they're teaching journalism in 9th, 10th, and 11th, 12th classes also. There is fashion designing, interior designing, and also like I don't know about in Bangalore or like you're in Hyderabad, but in Delhi we have a zero period in school where kids, they do what they like doing. You have various kind of uh, courses, you short term courses which you can take up in the school, and that is the time when you get to learn about those things, like storytelling. Then theaters are being doing are pretty famous in Delhi schools. So you tell kids about various other options and let the child choose what he or she wants to do, but you have to give them the taste of all those things, and then it's a very good option that the kid decides what he or she wants to do later on in life. And every child is not good in academics. You can't expect every child to be getting 90%, 95%. I don't know how every second child is getting 95% these days. But what about those kids who get 80%? What about those kids who get 60%? They're also pretty good people. They also have brains. It's just that they cannot mug up physics, chemistry, maths. So there has to be some option for those kids also, which many of the schools are now thinking on.
Yes, because I also in new education policy, I think government has stressed on teaching academic with creativity. That the aspect which I've seen in our children currently. In fact, in my children also going through that phase. But again, the question is that are we exposing our children at school level like a carpentry or like something animal and wildlife? Because there is a social studies as a subject where, or for say astronomy, the space we have, like children read that these are planets and these are asteroid and all routine education. But if somebody wants to learn beyond that, so then if we are doing this, that means we are making a base for our children to find out to become a veterinary technician or animal consultant, which is very much required for say, because we live among the animals, but we hardly know about the characters of the animal. So I think time has come to really generate these ideas, and children and decision makers uh, should take up this as a discussion or as some introduce it into the education curriculum. So what do you think, Sitesh, about this particular aspect?
Well, well, Kanchan, you certainly sound like an activist when you say that there needs to be more that needs to be done. Well, Ritu, this is a welcome to hear that Delhi schools have a zero period. In fact, that's a very interesting thing, and I would take this up in the next PTM, which I love to talk to the.
Yes.
In fact, my children don't like me talking to their teachers for so long. So, so I think this hobby, as per se, as we have seen in the rest of the world, from far east, in what I have seen in Japan, what I have seen in Africa, and for what we know in the Western world, our curriculum, whether it is a state board or it is a CBSE, it is still far in terms of extracurricular as compared to the international baccalaureate, which is IB. So I think when you talk, Kanchan, in terms of carpentry and all those stuff, I think that is still we have a far long way to go. I'm sure it is happening in the international schools, but if this has to enter into our mainstream hobby as a subject, and that needs to be seen getting into the government schools as well as the private schools as well as the funded schools together. At the same time, it is important that we also sensitize the not only our children but also the teachers about teaching the same subject. Why mathematics cannot be a hobby of someone? Why physics chemistry cannot be a hobby of someone, right? So it depends on the teacher, a creative teacher, to get that kind of an interest. At the same time, when it comes to DIY stuff, which is carpentry or electricians or something like that, folk art, calligraphy, all of that. So we all need to create that kind of a curriculum for the teachers training also. Our country has been more about the rote learning to create white collar or blue collar workers, and it has to change. I hope it will change with the kind of data that we have, internet, easy internet that we have, and I think only pandemic is stopping us.
Yes, actually, you mentioned maths. Actually, so it's a very good point that children can have a hobby as a math. But what we are
Yes.
studying, what we are giving our children is a NCRT curriculum for maths. Why not a Vedic math? Why not abacus? So these kind of things are missing in school curriculum. Now, when we are talking
Yes.
about everything has to be there intact in the school curriculum. Now children have, they according to their interest, they can choose what they want to choose as a hobby or maybe extension of that subject. If you recall, I don't know, there used to be SUPW period in our
Yes,
curriculum long back,
yes,
and then we were allowed,
yes,
as you mentioned, Ritu, that it should be
Yes.
zero period. So we were allowed to do things. So all like knitting, making pottery, everything used to be there, and we learn many things. Like I tell
Learned
you,
many
I
things.
learned knitting from that particular period only. So all these
Mhm.
things has to be there, and it has to be available for children to choose. So that is very very important. And though things are starting, but they are very maybe not as per the speed is very low. Actually, the few schools are opting, few schools say no, like international schools, they say no, we will be doing something which is world standard. And I think they are leaving behind something which is very crucial for Indian children's development. What your idea on this,
Kanchan,
Ritu?
I want to say something here. Yeah, I want to say, because what you say, I do completely agree with you. But the parents have to be made aware about it also, because I am middle class parents, the parents, middle class family people, they feel that their kid should be getting above 90%, should be taking up some good career, and settle down somewhere. I mean, doing something very great in life, getting good salary. This is all they dream for. But then you have to make parents aware about that. The things are changing, and post pandemic things have changed a lot. People have lost their jobs, and they have started something new. Many of the people, they have become entrepreneur. What they are doing, like I know a lady in my building now. What she does is, she's only she's created a cloud kitchen. She's lost her job, she's created a cloud kitchen, and now she's doing pretty fine. So why not? So the awareness has to be created among parents, among students also themselves, that there is a life beyond their academics life also, and then they can take it up professionally also. But then for that, you have to really, have a roadmap in your life, a proper roadmap that how you want to do it. And parents and kids and the teacher, all three are very important in it.
Yes, I also want to add one thing, because if you are not sound, uh, if you're not happy, and hobbies gives you happiness. So if you're not happy, if child is not happy, I think, I doubt that they will not be able to excel in the academics also. Now when we are discussing a hobby, there's a greater part of
Kanchan, I
skill.
really, just one thing I want to say. Yeah, since you said happy, I have met someone, a teacher who is conducting happiness classes in school. It's a
Yes,
course of happiness course, and it's
yes,
very important, happiness classes.
right,
Yeah.
right.
So
So
this is
actually,
what I want to say.
yes,
Sorry.
actually, I think we are just pursuing the same path, but little slow. Now, Sitesh, you know that skill development is coming up in India, and NCRT and our Prime Minister also stress on skill development. But then, when we talk about skill development, the crucial aspect of development comes of soft skill development. So, are we really taking this again? It's a part of hobby, because we do a lot of activities when we do software development as a practical, like time management or listen and recap.
Mhm.
So all these the activities. So are we also taking seriously soft skill hobbies along with the hard skills and academics?
So, Kanchan, all through my IT life of more than 2 decades, I have always uh, spoken about the soft skills as comparable to the hard skills. And all the time,
Mhm.
corporate life has told me that hard skills gets you the money, the soft skills gets you the happiness. And they don't understand that these are not interchangeable. They are exclusively together complementary and supplementary. And therefore, we also have an IT company, interestingly, in India called Happiest Minds, which is founded by a former Wipro chairman, Ashok Suta. And uh, it is important for to corporates to understand that a person who joins
Yeah.
the company after the college from the campus, his longevity into the company is not only dependent on the hard skills, but also on the platform of the soft skills that is given by the company to the employee. We all know Google gives 20% of its time to its engineers to pursue their own projects. And some of the greatest tools have come from those projects. In India, HCL had got this name of asking, finding out great managers amongst themselves and make them intrapreneurs. And that was a great thing to find out some great companies coming out of the HCL fold. So I think this is very important, not only in the school level, but also in the college level and in the corporate. But I think in today's, especially in the IT world where I work, I see that there's a lot of such things are happening because we invariably get to know what is happening in California.
Right.
Probably in other industries, it may come a little late. But in the middle age, when the students are in college life after the 12th, and those 4 or 5 years, those 4 and 5 years, I have realized, I see that they all are trying to get into those CAT and GMAT and SAT and TOEFL and GRE and those IITs and IIMs. Whereas the same student in other part of the world, which is the developed world, is trying to pursue something else. And this side, the student says, why I have to pursue all that, what someone else is telling me? So there has to be a lot of balance around it. I think what we need to tell ourselves as well as our youngsters, when I say youngsters, I don't not only mean our children, I also mean our college going students, that today internet is something which has given us a medium to create something. So television was called an idiot box because it was just one way. But internet is not one way, it's two way. So we should enjoy internet by entertaining ourselves into all those OTT platforms and binge watching. But how much are we creating on that? Are we creating something out of that? If we are not creating, there is a way to find out some knowledge. Let us say calligraphy. Many people don't know what calligraphy could be until unless they visit a textile museum in Ahmedabad. So I think it is important for all of us to, when we go to hiring in the colleges, I ask this question, what is your hobby? That's a very important piece of my judgment of picking up someone, because the person who comes with a hobby, he knows the love of the work that he does. And as we all know, if you love the work, you will never get tired. You will never need a holiday.
Right. Yes. So I will summarize, like Ritu has mentioned that she loves cooking, and you mentioned writing. So all these hobbies should be having a department, and the school maybe very early. Like somebody who wants to really know about astronomy or something, somebody wants to know, become a diver, he must have a knowledge of how deep he can go, the knowledge of sea, which Sitesh, we know only very limited, maybe 10% of our own seas and oceans.
But what is your hobby, Kanchan? We never asked this question.
Okay, my hobby is talking, and that's what I'm doing actually. Okay, jokes apart, I like painting, and I have excelled in painting because I do different type of paintings, like acrylic. I also do Tanjavur and some folk painting. So I've developed it over the period of time. So I enjoy it, and I really appreciate somebody who is into these kind of painting, because that is a very good painting and a very good hobby. I mean, and it gives you, it de-stress you, and lovely actually.
So you can make a caricature of my face.
Yes, I can.
Great.
I can, yes. So as usual, it's lovely to talk to you, both of you, Ritu and Sitesh. And I was summarizing that schools and parents should understand, because it's high time that they should collaborate academics and hobbies and soft skills, because that will result into overall development of a child. So what I really foresee, or I recommend, that every school should have all these hobby departments, and where children can pick, choose, and develop their hobbies along with the academics. It was so lovely talk to you, Ritu, and it was so lovely talk to you, Sitesh. We'll meet again
Thank you.
in a different interesting topic. Till then, bye bye.
Yeah, yeah. I will now go and listen to that song,
Bye-bye.
Man Ke Sache.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, bye bye.
Yeah.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. I'm privileged to have my guest, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who's a well-known human rights activist across India and also a practicing senior advocate in Ahmedabad High Court. So, without further ado, let me welcome Nagesh to Top Brass. How are you, Nagesh?
Hi CK, I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm good too. There is nothing much happening except that we're enjoying the monsoon. And also, we are on a journey of understanding the human rights. We would like to discuss, something interesting today with you. I think today the topic of discussion would be right to food. So, would you like to throw some information or light on this particular aspect from the legal standpoint?
Yes, of course, Chandrakant. See, basically, right to food is a human right, protecting the right of people to feed themselves with dignity. This means that sufficient food is available, that people have the means to access it, and that it adequately meets the individual's dietary needs. The right to food protects the right of all human beings to be free from hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition. The right to food does not imply that governments have an obligation to hand out free food to everyone who wants it, or anybody has a right to be fed. However, if people are deprived of access to food for reasons beyond their control, for example, people are in detention or at the times of war or natural disasters such as this pandemic, the right requires the government to food directly to the people. The right to food is protected under international human rights and humanitarian law and correlative state obligations as well established under international law. The right to food is recognized in Article 25 of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights and Article 11 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, as well as there are different instruments which are internationally recognized. So far as India is concerned, Article 21 of the Constitution of India guarantees a fundamental right to life and liberty. The expression life in this article has been judicially interpreted to mean a life with human dignity and not mere survival or animal existence. The state is then obligated to provide for all those minimum requirements which must be satisfied in order to enable a person to live with human dignity, such as education, healthcare, just and human conditions of work, protection against exploitation, etc. So, the right to food is inherent to a life with dignity. And Article 21 is to be read with Article 39A and 47 to understand the obligations of the government in order to ensure the effective realization of this right. Now, Article 39A of the Constitution requires the state to direct its policy towards securing that the citizens, that is, men and women, equally have the right to an adequate means to livelihood. Article 47 spells out the duty of the state to raise the level of nutrition and the standard of living of its people as primary responsibility. So the citizens have a right to be free from hunger, enshrined in Article 21, to be ensured by the fulfillment of the obligations of the government, which are set out in Article 39A and Article 47. Now, if we talk about the present lockdown, of course, the difficulties were created because of the people who are basically belong to marginalized groups such as workers who are daily wagers. Then there were migrants who were working at different places, were wanting to go home because this was the time when this is called the harvesting season for India, and therefore the migrants wanted to go home for this purpose. However, because of lack of transportation, they could not go to their respective natives. And what we observed in the entire country was that the crops were spoiled because of the non-availability of labor and workers. There were uh, there were farmers who could not sell their vegetables and crops in the open market since the markets were closed, and therefore, a lot of supply of food was affected during this lockdown. Now, to kind of deal with that, the Kerala was the first state which started free ration for about 1 month to people who are below poverty lines, and later on, that supply was also given to people from all sections of society, and food kits consisting of different items were distributed after 8th of April. The finance minister actually announced 1.7 trillion rupees relief package to take care of food security measures funded by the Prime Minister's Garib Kalyan scheme. And the help was given to the poorest people by announcing the distribution of 5 kgs of rice and wheat per person, and 1 kg of pulses to every household. So this model by the central government was followed by different states like Tamil Nadu, Punjab, Haryana, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, and similarly 5 kg of subsidized food grains of monthly ration per household was provided under the National Food Safety Act 2013 for 2/3 of the Indian population. Thereafter, the Defense Food Research Laboratory, which is based in South India, is a food research organization which is solely responsible to feed India under extreme conditions like disasters, conflicts, and space missions. So they have been working day and night to feed especially the health workers across India with nutritious meals. So these were some of the schemes that were introduced during lockdown by the government to deal with the sufferings of people, which at this time was obligated on the government to provide food as we are in the unprecedented times of COVID-19.
Uh, I also did a little bit research of my own. So I would like to just inform you about that. So when the COVID was on and the lockdown was on across the country, I think the government, uh, in order to uphold the right to food law, they did some changes. I think one of the major changes they did is remove the Mandi Act, which was imposed during the socialism era of 1970 India. So they got rid of the Mandi Act and they opened the market so that the farmer, like for example, you mentioned that the farmers were not able to sell their produce. So government ensured that farmer is free to sell his produce at whatever price he wants is suitable to whoever he wants. In fact, the India was in such a state earlier that the farmer from one farmer cannot sell his produce to another farmer. They were barred to do that. So all that is gone now. Why I'm bringing this point, because I've been contacted by a few of the middlemen. As you know, Nagesh, we are in business consulting business, and because of this removal of the Mandi Act, the people who are actually selling at the mandi, that means they were getting produce from farmers and then selling it to consumers, are suddenly feeling out of job, and they have become very, very rich. So some of these guys have contacted me by looking at my website, and they are now saying what we should do now. So, the things are totally changed. While the government is pro farmer and they are upholding, they have uphold the law of right to food. The other point I like to bring to your notice, as per my research, is that the land is limited in our country. It's a limited land. The land cannot increase. So whatever we can do scientifically, like for example you mentioned the research institute in South India, whatever we can do, we can predict the rains, we can modify genetics, we can do water harvesting in a proper way and all that. The growth, unlike other industry which can go to double or 3 times 4 times, the growth in agriculture cannot exceed beyond 3%. So suppose we make a 1 or 2% growth as compared to previous year, it is considered miracle. So we are actually grappling with this situation where one side is that markets are getting opened up and there are certain people who are getting jobless who are sort of middlemen. And other side is that the production on the agriculture side is not huge as compared to other industries. For example, if you invest in a scooter industry, you can make a projection that, hey, I'm making scooters in India and I will sell it to Taiwan. So you can immediately double or triple your projections. But in agriculture space, which is actually producing food, the maximum growth by God's grace cannot be more than 4%. So I think these are certain things that the government is grappling with. And why I'm bringing these two critical points, so that you can then talk about the food security bill that government has brought in and how humongous the task is, considering these limitations or blockades that we have.
Yes, definitely. You see, the government's endeavor in these times have been exemplary. I mean, they have tried their best to feed the needy in this unprecedented times, and it has opened up with a lot of schemes. As you said, that the certain systems have been abolished because of the fact that people were not able to get access to the produce, or the farmers were not able to sell their produce in the markets. Now, the system, which has been there since a long time, saw a change because of the fact that people were unable to have the access to these markets, and also that due to the due to the lack of harvesting of crops, because of the shortage of labor and the machineries, the actual crops were spoiled. We understand this position that the government has an excess of food grains with them. There is plenty of food grain which are stocked with the government, and therefore there is no dearth of the provision for food for people. But unfortunate part is that how does that food reaches to people who are affected? So that system needs to be improvised. That system needs to be, thought about, so that in times like this, the food what is available, which is in plenty. We have a good harvesting season last year, and even this year we could have had a good harvesting season, but for the fact that the harvesting could not take place, but for the fact the produce, vegetables, etc., could not reach the market, the supply chain got disconnected. And therefore, the government has now have to concentrate on developing a system where such blocks can be overcome.
Nagesh, I think I've heard that the government has also started the e-market. I don't know what it's. I think it's called eNAM or something, which is a portal where they can start finding the client. But I think the challenge today is that the things are happening very rapidly. While the food security bill is there, in fact, the food security bill that Indian government has started is the free rationing till November end. Like you mentioned, that 5 kg of rice per person and pulses, etc., given to 800 million people from starting from February to November. Now, feeding so many people, 800 million is equal to 2.5 times the population of the European Union. So it's a very huge,
Yes.
it's a huge program. At the same time, the farmers are facing an issue where they are suddenly exposed to this new marketplace, because earlier they knew whatever meager amount they will get because the amounts were fixed. Now the amounts are not fixed. So they have to learn to adapt to the new ways. That means finding new marketing strategies, finding new clients, how to sell. Even though ENAM is there, but they have to be taught how to use it. So I think the farmers are doing their job. I feel the government is also doing their job, but there is a need for somebody who can handhold these people and make use of these technologies. So I think that is where we are in terms of food security that we have in India.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree that, of course, the system is in place, but how to make effective use of the system is what we need to work on. Definitely, there are programs which are there in place by the government to look into the shortfalls or shortcomings we had during this pandemic, that how well we can distribute the food to large number of people. We already have a PDS system in place, but to cater to such a huge population, it's a humongous task. And how well we can do it, we need to have some time. We need to have some more technology, which is more friendly to people who are not used to it so far. And therefore, this is how we can develop the system after this experience, what we have gone through.
I think there is opportunity for people who are actually working in the as a middleman is to reinvent themselves and become trainer for the farmers and helping them sort of a sales guys to help them sell their produce in a different way. So I think the opportunities are also opening up. People have to now think very fast and smart. So I think that is where we are, even in the area of agriculture. So it is great pleasure talking to you, understanding the legal side of the whole thing, Nagesh. It is my personal pleasure learning from you.
Absolutely. It is actually mutual. So we are sharing our experience. So there's nothing what is being taught, but it's a conversation which is simplified to understand what things are and how best we can use them. So it is wonderful being with you, Chandrakant. So look forward to explore some new things tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nagesh. And tomorrow we will discuss some other aspects around the human rights. Until then,
Absolutely.
bye bye.
Bye. You take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to the Legal Matters. And friends, as you know, in this series, we discuss about the legal matters which concerns everyone. And the case which is on mind of every citizen of India, 1.4 billion people, is the Arnab Goswami case, and that has a wider effect, the judgment of Arnab Goswami, because it affects the liberty. And to discuss further, let me invite our expert from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant, for introducing me, using such kind words. Yes, we are going to discuss a very important matter regarding personal liberty and the judgment of Supreme Court yesterday delivered in Arnab Goswami matter. I'm looking forward for this discussion.
So Jeet is, for a brief introduction, because we have regular viewers, Jeet is a very senior lawyer practicing in Ahmedabad High Court, and he would like to basically give his opinion on this particular case. Uh, I don't want to repeat the case because I think everybody knows, even the kid, as we say in India, that even a kid knows about this incident where the Arnab Goswami was arrested by armed policemen carrying AK-47 and whatnot, and even the riot police by almost like 60 to 70 people, cops went to arrest him, a single man, and then he was kept in jail for a couple of days. So, without wasting my layman language, let me ask this question from our expert, Jeet. What really transpired in this case, and how this affects the liberty of every citizen of India?
Yes, Chandrakant. Personal liberty certainly is one of the basic tenets of our constitutional freedoms granted by our forefathers while drafting the Constitution. And as you are aware, 26th November was the Constitution Day, and we all celebrated this Constitution Day, the enactment of this wonderful document. It is a living document and gives rights, freedoms, liberties to all the citizens of this country, and certainly is one of the most respected documents around the world. Uh, Personal liberty absolutely is one of the most important facets, because without liberty, a man's life is of no use. Because only under liberty can an individual grow and reach his optimum level. And therefore, if liberty is denied, then his entire life and everything which is important and dear to him is denied and deprived. So without liberty, there is in fact no life. And Supreme Court, in its yesterday's judgment, has certainly uh, given that liberty to the person who was taken by police and detained for around 7 days, and has delivered a landmark judgment which has a far-reaching effect. And we are going to discuss that, and what the highlights of that judgment, if I may just point out. The Supreme Court says regarding human liberty and the role of the courts is that the human liberty is a precious constitutional value. It is also the duty of the court that criminal law does not become a weapon for selective harassment of citizens. The doors of the court cannot be closed to a citizen who is able to establish that there is some malafide, or he is being harassed by the state and its machinery. Uh, it also says that in jail and under the police stations, human dignity has no protectors, and therefore the role of the court becomes extremely important. That may be the district court, high court, and also the Supreme Court. And the purpose for giving out this judgment, the Supreme Court mentions, is that in its own words, and I quote them, that we have done so in order to reiterate principles which must govern countless other faces whose voices should not go unheard. As you are aware, Arnab Goswami certainly is a resourceful person and has all the legal team ready by his side. But not every individual has such resources that they can approach to the topmost court saying that my liberty is denied. And therefore, this judgment, laying down the principle, in fact, it reiterates all the principles of several other judgments which have been laid down till now by the Supreme Court, and says that this is the duty of the court to uphold personal liberty. And therefore, this judgment is extremely important with respect to personal liberty. I would also be talking about the facts and how how this transpired, and why the Supreme Court has granted bail to Arnab Goswami. And it is, in fact, it is a very rare case because Supreme Court usually does not interfere when matters are pending before the High Court, and when a bail application is also filed by Arnab Goswami before the district or the appropriate forum in trial. But what happened and why the Supreme Court interfered, I would just like to point out the facts. Is that on 4th of November 2020, in the morning at around 7:45 a.m., as you said, 60, 70 police and armed uh, people reached his residence, and he was arrested in connection with an FIR which was registered in the year 2018, which was under section 306, which is abatement to suicide. And what had transpired therein and at that point in time is that on 2016 December, one of the companies of Arnab Goswami, that is AGR Outliers Media, had awarded a contract for civil and interior works to another company called Concord Design Private Limited, which was substantially owned by one Anvay Nayak, who is deceased, who later on committed suicide. And on 5th of May 2018, that is after completing the entire work of interior design, his allegation was that he was not paid some amount which was due to his company by three agencies which had deployed him to carry out this interior work, wherein one of the companies AGR Outliers of Mr. Arnab Goswami, who had not paid him 83 lakhs. On 5th of May, fed up because of the problems which created on due to non-payment and because of the pressure that he was in, he and his mother committed suicide in Alibag in their farmhouse. And because of which an FIR was registered, he had also written a suicide note wherein he had named these three people, namely Arnab Goswami, another Firoz Sheikh, who had not paid him 4 crores, and third, Mr. Nitesh Sarda of SmartWorks, who had not paid him an amount of rupees 55 lakh. And due to this, he mentioned in the suicide note that he is compelled to commit suicide. So, pursuant to this FIR registered, investigation was carried out. The investigating team reached Arnab's office and also asked for all the documents which were provided by his company, wherein it came out that the company had paid the Anvay Nayak company an amount of rupees 5 crore 75 lakhs, but his claim of 80 lakhs was not settled. Substantial amount was already paid, but some amount was not paid, but that was a commercial dispute. And because of a commercial dispute, you have a remedy under law, which is you can file civil case for recovery, or you can also avail all legal remedies that are available under law. But the option of taking your own life and committing suicide is not available to anyone. And it was not such a compelling reason to take your own life because you were under pressure. And even if you've taken your life, that would not mean that that constitutes an offense against someone who has not paid you some amount. So ultimately the investigation officer reached to the conclusion that though uh, the person has taken his life, but this does not constitute an offense, and therefore he filed an A summary report before the Chief Judicial Magistrate, which means that events are true but crime is undetected. That was the report and opinion of the investigating officer after carrying out the investigation, and he submitted this report on 16th of April 2019, which came to be accepted by the court. The matter was put to rest. Subsequent to that report, The company of Arnab Goswami also wrote and communicated to the victim's wife, the Anvay Nayak's wife, saying that we want to settle this dispute and we are ready to pay you 39 lakh rupees, provided you give us an indemnity against future claims, so that you will not claim in future or you will not initiate any other action. We are ready to pay you 39 lakhs. But which the deceased wife did not accept, and matter rested there. But thereafter, what happened is a series of events in 2020, as you are aware, that on 16th of April 2020, there was a broadcast by Republic TV for an incident that took place in Palgad of lynching of two sadhus in presence of police and some forest guard personnel. And there was a huge uproar created, and the Arnab Goswami had put his opinions clear cut in the news and media, which were not suitable or were not liked by the Maharashtra government. And therefore, an FIR and several cases in different states were registered against Arnab Goswami and his TV channel, which again led to litigations which reached till the Supreme Court. And Supreme Court quashed all other FIRs except one, which was to be investigated. Thereafter, on 9th of September 2022, employees of Republic TV were arrested for some house trespass by the state government. Shiv Cable Sena, which is also a part of Shiv Sena, they issued a letter to all cable operators across Maharashtra saying that you ban the telecast of Republic TV, because they were obviously not liking what was being the opinions of Arnab Goswami as it was against the state government. Again, on 16th of September, a show cause notice was issued to Arnab Goswami for breach of privilege of the Legislative Assembly, again which he approached the Supreme Court. Then on 6th of October 2020, there were FIR which was registered at Kandivali police station in relation to TRP case. Kindly see, the dates are flowing as if there's some person who is trying to conspire to frame one person, that is Arnab Goswami. This is what has been mentioned in the judgment of the Supreme Court. Also on 15th of October 2020, local crime investigation branch, Raigad, communicated to CJM that we are going to further investigate with respect to the FIR under 306, which was registered by Anvay Nayak's wife. It is after 2.5 years of the commission of the suicide by Anvay Nayak. And after 1.5 years of closure report, which came to be accepted, suddenly out of grave, they they rise and they say we want to further investigate. Now, there's no basis for further investigation, neither there is any reason for further investigation except that they want to target one person. On 4th of pursuant to this further investigation on 1510, on 4th of November, Arnab is arrested from his residence at 7:45 a.m. He is not issued any notice or he is not called upon to give any answer as which is required under the law. And he is arrested without any substantial reason. And he's sent to judicial custody by the magistrate on production on the next date by the police. In pursuance to his illegal arrest, he files a petition before the Bombay High Court for the issuance of writ of habeas corpus and also for quashing of this further investigation and for releasing him on bail. The High Court hears the matter for 3 days, and ultimately on 9th of November, it says that he has an alternative remedy to approach the concerned court for regular bail, and therefore they are ready to hear his quashing petition, but they were not inclined to release him on bail. In pursuance to that order, the High Court gave him liberty to file regular bail before the concerned district court, and which was to be decided by the district court in 4 days. But the High Court did not grant him bail. So against which he challenged that decision before the Supreme Court. And Supreme Court heard the matter on 11th of November and released him on bail, saying that exceptional circumstances are made out which warrant us to grant personal liberty to Arnab Goswami and he should be released on bail. And yesterday, the reasons and why it has interfered were released by the Supreme Court. And this is what the Supreme Court says, that uh, this amounts to a targeting of an individual because of his opinions on his news channel. And the High Court has failed to decide even prima facie that whether any offense of abatement of suicide was made, or it appeared that there was an offense of abatement of suicide, because that was the first thing what the High Court had to do. And if it felt that there was no offense made out in the FIR, then the High Court should have exercised its power and granted bail to the accused person, and his liberty should not have been denied or deprived in this manner. And therefore, the Supreme Court passed some scathing remarks that High Court abdicated and failed to carry out its duty, did not uphold the personal liberty of the person, and therefore the Supreme Court intervened and reminded all the courts of the country by quoting Lord Denning, is a famous jurist and a judge of England court, and quoting him, they said, and I quote Lord Denning, that whenever one of the judges takes seat, there is one application which, by long tradition, has priority over all others. The council has but to say, "My lord, I have an application which concerns the liberty of the subject," and forthwith the judge will put all other matters aside and hear it. That is what the long tradition has been in England and also in India. That whenever any matter concerning liberty is there, it is only to be said that this concerns liberty, and the court has to take that matter and leave all other matters aside. So all other matters can wait. Liberty matters regarding liberty of an individual has top priority, and that has to be taken up. And this is what the Supreme Court has asked all other courts, the district court, high court, to, to take this seriously and decide all bail applications or matters pertaining to liberty urgently, expeditiously, and decide it in accordance with. These are the salient features of this judgment, and I congratulate the Supreme Court for delivering such a wonderful judgment, upholding the personal liberty of citizens, and also reminding all other courts to do the same. Certainly, it's a very, very important judgment.
Jeet, thank you very much for summarizing the entire incident and very elaborately building the ground for this discussion. As a layman, I would feel that I'm talking about a layman who's informed or who's following this news, but may not know the nuances related to legal matters. So, as a layman, the first thing that comes to mind is the uh, the suicide of the contractor itself, Mr. Nair, because it looks like that the mother was also dead before he died, and she died in the ground floor room, and he was found hanging in the first floor room. So I think the police has to first investigate whether suicide or not. What are the circumstances of these two deaths? Whether it is murder or it's a suicide, or the mother was murdered first because she was sitting on a sofa dead, strangulated. So no human can strangulate himself by sitting on the sofa. So I think that is the first thing that they need to investigate. And you know, after hearing you, I have only one expression, which is thank God our liberty is saved by Supreme Court. Because if it happens to such a popular person like Arnab Goswami, it can happen to everyone in India. So I think the matter which requires a discussion is, I think this is very well made out now that there was a duress against this person, this individual called Arnab Goswami and his business. And it was very systematically done. It almost appeared to a layman as if a mafia is at work. Because
Right.
one side you're taking him out from the picture, putting him in jail, and second side he's not getting bail, his liberty is curtailed, and the third is his colleagues are being harassed. In fact, one of his colleagues is still in the jail for last 20 days for some trivial issue. So if this continues in a country like India, which which has a constitution based on liberty and equality, I think this is very serious matter. What do you have to say about this, Jeet?
Yes, absolutely. You have discussed some very important issues. Certainly, this amounts to state access, and it is not just in this case, but yesterday another landmark judgment is also delivered in Kangna Ranaut's matter, wherein her residence was demolished by the corporation. and wherein the High Court has also held that this was malice at the state's hand. And this certainly is extremely serious issues because state is targeting people and those who are not having the same opinion as it does as the state has. This amounts to state access. It amounts to an autocratic government being run, and therefore the Supreme Court and the High Courts have to come down heavily and arrest, um, uh, uphold the liberty and privacy of individuals. Otherwise, the state is going to curtail and make every attempt. And as you said that in Arnab Goswami's case, there was a series of events, which led to the Supreme Court believe that he was being targeted. So absolutely serious. And also with regards to what you mentioned in Anvay Nayak's case, that his mother was found first dead, and on the first he was found strangulated. So, but he also wrote a suicide note wherein he mentioned this, and Anvay's wife recognized that suicide note and also recognized his signature and his handwriting. So, therefore, the murder angle, the investigating officer has to decide whether there is some angle found out or not. But possibly it doesn't appear because the investigation that was carried out ultimately led to the only conclusion that it was a suicide and there was no murder. So the only thing is whether it was an abatement to suicide, an offense which was committed by Arnab Goswami and those two other entities who did not pay the amount to the company of the deceased. This was the issue which the High Court had to decide, and the High Court failed to decide that whether the offense under 306 was because for abatement to suicide certainly is an the serious offense wherein imprisonment is up to 10 years. But there has to be a direct or indirect incitement to the commission of suicide by the deceased. So there has to be some incitement, direct or indirect. There has to be some active role of the accused in instigating or making the person do that act of committing suicide. For example, if there is an employer, there's a driver who is continuously harassed by his employer saying, "I will not pay you this amount," or "I will not." But such harassment will not constitute an offense if he ultimately commits suicide and says that my employer was harassing me. But suppose a wife is continuously harassed by husband and in-laws for a long period of time, and the harassment is of such a nature that would drive a woman to commit suicide, of the cruelties of such a nature, continuous events, and also if there are illegal demands, and if the wife ultimately commits suicide, then certainly then such instances can be said to be an abatement of suicide because there is instigation, there is cruelty, there is direct incitement that leads to a person to commit suicide. But any other trivial harassment, and if somebody takes his own life, then that would also mean that there is the pressure which the person could not take, and suicide itself means self taking his own life. So that means he has taken a decision to end his life because he doesn't see any other hope and he has failed. This issue should be taken up as a mental health issue rather than as an offense. If incitement and active instigation is there of a serious nature, continuous, and for a long period of time, then only it can be constituted as an offense of abatement to suicide. Otherwise, every person committing suicide cannot name and blame others because they could not handle the pressure that was. So this is a mental health serious issue which should be considered in that line rather than considering it as an offense. And this is a serious issue because, as you are aware, India today there are around 6 to 7 million people committing suicide every year. Certainly, mental health is a serious concern. But apart from that, in this case, in Arnab Goswami's case, the Supreme Court prima facie holds that the allegations leveled did not constitute an offense under 306, and it cannot be said that Arnab Goswami abated the suicide of Anvay Nayak.
Thank you very much for explaining this in detail because I think that is the nub of the whole incident which triggered this arrest. And you also mentioned Kangana. I think we will talk separately because I think that is even a larger subject. But as a layman, I just have one comment on that one is right from the childhood, I have seen that if you erect a illegal house in India, especially coming from Delhi, there used to be a lot of people, refugees coming from Bangladesh, setting up their villages near the Yamuna River, and they were called Juggi. And gradually they became Juggi Jopuri Colony. And in short, it was called JJ Colony. It looks very stylish.
Right,
So,
correct.
JJ Colony. I am sure none of the governments in the past, right from the 80s, 90s, and so on, they had even demolished one illegal construction like that. And it looked like a very, very aggressive stand by the Maharashtra BMC, where they gave a notice and within 1 hour they demolished the entire Bangalore or office of Kanna. I think that is the reality, and I think every citizen in India understand that it is happening under duress. But we will discuss that separately, Jeet.
Absolutely. But I would also like to say with regards to Juggi Jopris also, we can have a discussion. Because if Juggi Jopris are standing today, that is also because of the intervention of the constitutional courts like the High Court and the Supreme. They have recognized that the right to have a roof is a right to have a life. Because without roof, there is no life. And therefore, right to shelter is a part to right to life and liberty, which is guaranteed under the Constitution. And the state should endeavor to grant and to at least attempt that right every individual has of having a decent living atmosphere. Therefore, Supreme Court has in a several landmark decisions laid down this important right to be a fundamental right to shelter.
So now, coming back to Arnab Goswami's case, you see, when we deal with a government servant, whether you are in a police or administration or any other government service, you actually give an oath that you will work for the country, and it's a written. And if you're a gazetted officer, you are under oath on a gazette which is owned by President of India. So usually, what I've seen is the government officers don't do anything illegal. I mean, if they want to do something illegal, they will not. They will circumvent in such a way that the things are not on their head. Somebody else will get caught in the end because they have complete knowledge because they are all government officers. In this case, it looks like, correct me if I'm wrong, that people took it on themselves to go against Goswami and taking all the risk, and in certain cases violating the law also. So, do you think my understanding is correct, or it's just my feeling?
It appears to be targeting, and that therefore it appears to be state excess, exceeding its limits and powers, and targeting someone. So, in a way, you are absolutely right that this amounts to targeting somebody, and it is a state excess. It is abuse of the powers granted on.
So that brings to my last question, Jeet. Since people have taken the law in their own hand, is there a sort of a punishment?
Uh, well, uh, uh, if there's an abuse of the process, then certainly departmental actions can be taken against erring officers. But that is again for the government to decide that what they are, to what extent they want to do that. But certainly, if any officer exceeds its power and jurisdiction, then that would call for departmental procedure.
Okay, so I think this is a discussion about what ramification Arnav Goswami has. I'm sure he has good advice available. I'm sure he has. He's a very resourceful person, and I'm sure he will take his next action. We will come to know if we follow his case. We will come to know about it. Any last word you have on this, Steve, before we close our session today?
I think Supreme Court is absolutely a savior and has come down heavily and has upheld the liberty of individuals and its citizens. I think we must congratulate the role played by the Supreme and reminding all other courts of its duty and how it must preserve and protect the liberty of its citizens.
So thank you very much for finding time for today's session, Jeet. And we really appreciate your advice and thanks for clearing it up for the viewers of our show. And we will catch up next week, maybe discuss about some other legal matters.
Absolutely. It was my pleasure, Chandra.
Thank you and bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I welcome you all to this edition of Jeremy Plain Live. And without wasting any further moment, let me welcome Jeremy, who joins us from UK. Very good morning.
Thank you very much.
Right, it's our pleasure, Jeremy. And we have just finished our Diwali celebrations in India and the neighboring countries, and probably in UK and a lot of other countries where Indians are in large population. Um, it's a festival of light. So while we celebrate the festival of light, I think it is very important to also discuss about the next year, how the job scenario would be, because I think it's all shattered in 2020. People were doing different kind of jobs, trying to find new jobs. So I think your inputs and your valuable insights into this arena would be very valuable for us.
That's great. Happy to do so. Let's and discuss this further.
Right. So in the HR arena, the jobs people used to do, for example, there are certain jobs like sales and marketing. And because of the pandemic, people did not had opportunity to travel, meet the client, and the digital world has taken over that part. But then there are other industries which are very badly, severely affected, which are hospitality, for example, travel, tourism, and there are a few more which requires logistics operations. So net there has been a major joblessness across the world in all countries, while there are emergence of new types of jobs. So I would like to know from you is, what are the opportunities going forward now and going forward for next decade? If you can throw, based on your research, if you could throw some light on that.
Yes, yeah. So I did. You just referred to it. So I did a piece of research around the shifts and transformations of human capital, and I've been working on so-called HR 4.0 for some time now, which is the digitalization of HR and how we manage our organizations and workforces. But of course, coming into 2020, many organizations were faced with all of these transformations anyway, and the pandemic has served to accelerate those. And that's it being experienced in no greater area than the human heart of our businesses. So the three major shifts, maybe before going into actually where the future is, the three major shifts that are being accelerated, of course, is the digitalization of HR. So how do we manage more remote workforces? How do we enable them? How do we support them, collaborate, communicate, all of those kind of things? But two other major shifts are happening. The first is within the workforce. And in the research that I did, which is called Blended Workforce Revolution, and the blended workforce is defined as the mix of permanent employees, independent workers, digital workers, traditional workers, remote and centrally based workers, all of this mix coming together. We predicted at that point that by 2025, that 50% of the global workforce would be made up of independent workers. What's very interesting since then, we have gone back to the research, and in probably the end of July, early August, we realized, coming back with new data, that this is accelerated to the end of 2022. So it's a big challenge at human capital level. And the third one, of course, is being impacted by that and the pandemic at the moment, which is the shift in terms of workplace and ways of working. So will we, as I think we said last week, go back to what we used to do, or will we start to look ahead at possibilities around, actually, we may not need the bricks and mortar places, the big offices. Companies like PwC, McKinsey are already saying, and some of the big banks actually are already saying, that we're going to take out 30 to 40% of our major offices because we found new ways of working. So all of these sort of shifts are revolving around and accelerating, almost slingshotting out of the other side possibility. So yes, we have had a lot of challenge. We have had joblessness. We have had worries, not just at work, but at home. And out of that worry and out of tough times comes the need to act very quickly and to do things more creatively and to find new ways forward. And this is what we're starting to see emerging now, almost like a butterfly out of a cocoon, lots of different possibilities. And some of these trends I've been talking about are accelerating. So from a job perspective, organizations that may have been really struggling have found new ways to work, and that is protecting the employee base within them. They just may find a different mix of employees. Also, though some of those people that have lost their jobs or that had been in the past thinking, well, you know what, I think I should do something on my own, but I really don't have the courage to do it. They've been accelerated to do that right now. So we're seeing a growth in that too, which I'll come to a little bit later as well. So we're seeing lots of these things starting to rise, and that will steady over 2021, and we will see that a little bit further. But that will be, for me, the foundation, what I've talked about there, the foundation for the decade ahead, CK.
So, as per your research, the new jobs in the digital arena, or rather the jobs which existed in 2019, about 20% of them have moved to digital arena. So, what it takes to get these jobs, how to fill these positions, do you have any insight on that?
Well, it's a very good question, actually. If we look at, we're in the fourth industrial revolution right now, so-called digital age. That's biological, physical, digital, all coming together, as we've talked about before. We've seen this transformation before, and some of the things we hear through these transformations and these big changes into the next industrial revolution is that lots of jobs will be lost. People will not be in the rise of automation will take all of our jobs. Robots and AIs coming in. What are we going to do? What we forget is exactly what you just said there, is that job creation is a major output from the shift to a new industrial revolution. But when we go through change, often we're too quick to see the negative and what could happen rather than look at the possibilities. And that's what we're looking at now. The big challenge that I think coming is at human capital level. So we have potentially these new jobs, but what we also have is a talent gap. We also have a will gap. So it's the skill and the will. Some people actually may not be interested in those kind of jobs, but at the same time, those people that are, there is a skills gap that needs to be filled. So how do organizations do that? Well, the way that many are looking at the moment, which explains the rise of the independent workforce, is going to more contingent workers. And they're saying, you know what, actually, we do have these new jobs, let's say, we do have these new needs within the organization. We have needs in even our existing jobs. For example, you mentioned it right at the beginning. We need to change how we sell. We can't just, we may not be able to go and see our customers for 6 months. So we need to master the virtual sell. That is a completely new skill set for many, even traditional salespeople. They still have they can still use the skills that they know, like great questions, handling objections and presenting, but actually managing it in this format takes some nuance. And they need to kind of, if you like, create an edge around the skills that they know and create new skills. So it's not just about the new jobs, it's also about the new knowledge, skills and behaviors that we need to display for the workforce of tomorrow, today. So that's why many organizations are saying, well, we don't have to be too worried about how we fill, in inverted commas, some of these things, because we can actually think differently. And I think this is where organizational design, OD, and HR and human capital management come together and say, we have an opportunity here to relook at how our organizations are structured, how they're managed, and how we manage them. It is not true now to say that we need 100% permanent workforce within our four walls that we work in, or moving forward. We can embrace the rise of the independent workforce. We can embrace a new blended workforce. And therefore, when we're looking to fill some of these skills gaps or some of these potentially short-term roles that we need to get geared up. We can look more at creating great relationships with independent workers. But for me at the moment, that is through things like managed services. It's based on projects. What my argument is that now needs to be formalized, and we need to think about how we embrace independent workers who can really contribute to our business, so that we value them, recognize them, reward them in the right way, and make them feel like they're part of the team as much as being independent workers. So quite a lot really coming in here, but equally, to answer your question, there's so many more solutions now, I feel.
Jeremy, I think you make a very interesting proposition about building relationship with independent workers. But there is a skill gap. In fact, in past few lines, you also mentioned there is a huge skill gap that exists today, because even the experienced workers may find it challenging to shift to digital platform seamlessly, because they may have negotiation skills, but they need eye contact, they need facial reading, and the digital platform does not allow that seamlessly. So there is a huge skill gap that exists. I think the understanding of this skill gap is also fairly widely accepted. The problem is, how do we fill the skill gap? For example, IBM Watson has tied up with a government department in India, and India being a very populous country with young population, there is a department for skill development. It offers a free skill development to people who do not have a lot of funds. And 30% of the population in India fit that description. So IBM Watson has tied up with Skill Development Corporation to provide digital skills to whoever wants to get trained on the digital skills. And this is absolutely free. Absolutely free. So having said that, there are other initiatives across the world as well. Like Microsoft announced spend of $23 million in learning and development, specifically around digital arena. While all these developments are happening, I'm sure a lot of other corporations are investing in this space. There is still going to be skill gap, because by the time this workforce is ready over next 1 year or 2 years, till then, what are your advices to people to, make use of the opportunity which exists today?
Actually, there's quite a lot within that, what you're talking about here. There's quite a lot going on which impact the whole. And the way that if we go back to 2008 and we hit the global financial crisis, that was a 10-year crisis, and then there was uncertainty. We came into this new decade with a little bit more hope. We were taking a deep breath. We could get back onto track again. But then the pandemic hits, of course. But within that period, many organizations, when they're looking at transformation, when they're looking at upskilling and so on, it takes budget. The more enlightened organizations, as you're talking about, are more attuned to putting budget aside to that. But there were many organizations that didn't. Budget moves away from things like learning and development, some nice to have HR initiatives, even some nice to have marketing initiatives at time. So what happens is that the skills development that happens either is very standardized, which may not be appropriate, but it doesn't really evolve very much. So as people are coming back into spending, after the global financial crisis, for some organizations, they're 10 years out of date. But the pace of change within this digital era is so quick. And as you pointed out before, we've got all of these gaps within our organizations, not just in terms of roles, but also how we do things differently for the new era. And that came home to roost for many organizations when March hit this year, and we realized that this was not going to go away. So marketing needed to very quickly digitalize. What does it mean now getting our message out there differently? Sales, as I talked about, finance, HR, you name it, the whole thing needed to upskill themselves before they could upskill the organization. Then add that to the previous point that you said, is that, but we need people in these really key roles. How are we going to get them? And some organizations realize that actually, because the supply is so low, but the demand is so high, they're going to cost a lot of money. And we can't afford to do that. So how do we do things differently? We need to find somebody who's skilled in it, but we need to probably look at different ways of bringing it into the business. And that then explains partly how the independent workforce is growing so quickly. But the very interesting point about that, CK, is that in the last 2 years, the population, so this is according to the research, the Blended Workforce Revolution, which I launched earlier this year, which you'll be able to find on my website. I think you're going to put the link on for people to download it for free, the paper, if you're interested, is that we found that the generation making the biggest shift to independent working was Generation X. That's my generation. And your generation, yes. So we're both X's, and we've both made it to the top of the organizations that we worked with before. I was one of the senior leadership team within the global business that I was in before. But like many Gen Xers, I looked into my organization and said, you know what, I don't want to take over this business. We have not transformed quick enough. I've got a big problem if I take over this business. I'm not up for it. I can do this better from the outside. So what's even more fascinating than that is that I'm now able to have retained jobs, 2 or 3 retained jobs with different companies doing more or less the same role, helping them at a very senior level in a very niche way, potentially, whether it be around skills, around digital, around the new roles that are there, helping them refine their organizational structure. But in a moment of time that A, they can afford, and B, that we can get the best value out of. So Gen X's are making that move. So it actually compounds the issue that you're talking about in some ways, as well as providing a solution. On one level, I can actually do things differently now as an organization. I don't have to have a permanent person. I can pick an independent person. However, if I'm losing my leaders in waiting in the organization, I've got a big skills gap there. This is where a lot of the 20th century businesses who haven't got into 21st century thinking yet, as we talked about last week, are really struggling, because they're thinking in the way that they used to think about, not in the way that they need to think about now, and thinking about changing the complete structure of the organization, unleashing capabilities around the organization, but also embracing as part of their workforce people that can come in for the short term, for independent work, for project work at a very senior level, as much as very kind of, if you like, project digital IT work that they're traditionally used for. So quite a lot to think about.
Right. So it is not easier for the IT companies to transition to digital arena quite easily. But there are other works of life which will find very challenging to shift in the new world. Things like production, things like operations. What is your advice to these kind of people?
Yeah. Well, with all of this that I've said here, and the increasing digitalization, and that could be in manufacturing, in supply chain, in logistics, all of these kind of things as well, is that we're still reliant on the human touch, whether that's internally with our employees and whether that's with our customers as well. So one of the issues that seems to be arising for the organizations that are still struggling this year is that they've lost sight of the human touch, as they have desperately trying to digitalize, find new processes and ways of working, systems to support the way that they're working in the areas that you're talking about. But the danger is that they've missed the human heart of this as well. So I've just done a new piece of research. It's not released yet, so I can't go into the detail. However, the biggest emerging leadership trait for the decade ahead is human-centered leadership, closely followed by community-centered leadership. And both of these are two sides of the same coin. It's actually looking internally and externally and mobilizing our resources so that they can be part of the solution, rather than isolating these problems that you talk about in some of these really kind of more technical areas to just the leadership of the organization. This is about empowering not just our permanent employees, but it's the independent workers. It's also empowering leadership at all levels, something that we've been talking about for many, many years, so that our employees can be part of the solution rather than the implementers of the next new idea that has come up from the management or the leadership that says this is where we're going to go. So I think that is a really key component in those kind of areas there. At the same time, as not just implementing digitalization, but actually thinking about how they automate many of these processes and systems. So actually automation, this is the year of automation. Many automation companies have been the answer to many prayers in the areas that you talk about for many organizations globally. And automation, as I say, has come of age, and that will be 2021, where many other organizations are playing catch up, is where they'll focus, that and the human touch.
In fact, whatever you say is, makes a lot of sense. But there are businesses which are still not started the race. I mean, the catch up will be quite tough for them.
Yep.
Businesses like schools, media houses, advertising, which can migrate quite easily on the digital platform, but they have not done that. And then there are people who will find it very difficult to migrate, like production and operations. Jeremy, you are a truly global citizen, and you work with large corporations now, helping them in their journey migrate on the digital arena. Do you have a model which can be utilized by SMEs or startups or even large enterprises, which they can access to?
Well, yes, there are a couple actually that I have, which I feel have been models to create out of the transformational period that we're in. Not something to reinvent that's already there, but actually something that causes a rethink around this. Because you're absolutely right. I do work globally. I work with many industries, and another industry I'll throw in there, which is really suffering at the moment, is the entertainment industry. So we talked about, MICE, tourism, leisure, hospitality, but entertainment as well. So think about how we experience going to the movies. The industry growing around this. It's not just the movie theaters, it's what comes into them as the product as well, movie making, TV making, and the rapid evolution now of how movies may be released in the future to drive the kind of revenues. So those big studios that didn't have relationships with the major new streaming partners like Hulu, Netflix, Amazon Prime, all of these kind of things, are struggling to think about the kind of partnerships that can get their product to market now. They're having to rethink their whole thing because this never came into their mind. So while movies like Tenet were really the test case for could this work in a new way of experience movies at the cinema, it made around $400 million, which was probably about $1 billion less than it should have done normally. But they're calling that a success now. Whereas something like the film released on Amazon Prime a couple of weeks ago, Borat 2, has caused, from Sacha Baron Cohen, has caused an absolute sensation and is now being measured in a very different way in terms of audience uptake, viewerships, and so on for Amazon Prime, and what that actually means from a money perspective. So it's at macro level, industries are having to rethink how their relationship with their customers, with how they look at usership, revenue, how they're going to measure margin. Underpinning all of that, though, there needs to be a new approach with how we manage this changing face that I've talked about, the digitalization, the workforce, the workplace. So there is a model that I created at digital level, which is the ticking clock, which I think I may have mentioned in one of our previous discussions, which is around how to help organizations who are still struggling to rapidly digitalize so that they don't lose the human touch, but they actually can enable the most appropriate technologies. But for much of what we've been talking about today, still organizations are traditionally structured with a human capital management approach, which is from yesterday and is not appropriate for tomorrow. So I've come up with something called Gig HR, which is really a framework for today. It's not a framework, actually, it's a manifesto. It's a new manifesto for human capital management, which looks at this differently. It looks at the need of organizations with their permanent workforce, but the trend that 50% of our workforce will be made up of independent workers within 2 years. our current human capital management structure does not allow us to manage that in a way. So my approach for Gig HR is to think about, so how do we underpin this new structure with thinking about the cultural aspects that need to be in place when you're managing a permanent and an independent workforce? And then what are the rules, the tools that need to be in place, the new skills, and how do we actually engage and create those thrills for our workforce, whether permanent or employees? And then if I kind of wrap that all around something else, it's then how do we protect them in an era of rapid change, digitalization, particularly learning from this year with well-being at the center. So Gig HR recognizes that many organizations will have a very mixed workforce, or a blended workforce, as I like to call it. And this is a framework to enable that to be managed, but also challenges organizations who particularly have a 20th century model right now to transform more rapidly so that they're ready for this type of workforce tomorrow.
Yes, Jeremy, in fact, this rapid changes in our business arena and how we do basically business with each other, that has forced various governments across the world to also reformulate the policies around the digital world, how to use, and you mentioned media. So there is a new policy which is going to come up to manage the OTT platform, what they can show, what they cannot show, and so on. So I think while you are very graciously sharing your Gig HR framework, which people can download and use it if they can, but I think there is a lot of handholding required to understand the whole dynamic around it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to urge the viewers of this program that if they need to get in touch with Jeremy to take his advice, to really help you build your organization in a new format so that they are geared up to do business in 21 and beyond, please reach out to his website, which is mentioned in the messaging box down below, or you can reach out to us and we can connect with you, Jeremy and you can then take it forward from there. So I think your inputs in your work, which you're doing globally, Jeremy, is very valuable, specifically in the area of HR. And I think this is going to help us, help my company, and also the viewers of this program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, CK.
And we will catch up with you, Jeremy, next week with more compelling business proposition, business topic next week.
We will. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and I welcome you all to the Spotlight. And today we have Mike Bradley from UK, who's going to talk about some of these offerings that he has in the insurance space. And before we start discussion with Mike, I must tell all the viewers that in the current budget, our honorable finance minister tabled the budget and said that the increase of FDI, which is foreign direct investment into India, specifically in the insurance sector, is going to go up almost up to the extent of 74%. So let me invite Mike to discuss on the subject. How are you, Mike?
I'm very good, Chandra, and yourself?
Doing good.
Excellent. The only problem is I've got monsoon rains today in south of England.
Come on, Mike.
It feels like Mumbai. It feels like Mumbai in September. No, it's not quite so bad as that.
I'm sure, because monsoons usually is a byproduct of the hot Indian summer, and it's month of February, so it's just a normal rain, I guess.
Well, yes, this is it gets unpredictable this time of year over here, because you can get 2 weeks in February where the weather is stunning sunshine, and but today is definitely not. We've had 3 or 4 days of sort of wet weather down the south coast. However, it's much better than north of, shall we say, Manchester. When you get north of Manchester, they're having it cold and snowy.
Okay. So I think we are going to heat the whole environment. Let's discuss about this proposed increase of FDI in the insurance sector in India.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think FDI, not just in insurance, is interesting. It's across the board, because there's always the challenge when you're deciding to enter a market as to how you go about it. And so, there are several different models. There's an agent model where, to start with, you can have maybe an appointed salesperson on the ground somewhere, or maybe a few. Maybe you'd have somebody in Delhi, somebody in Mumbai, somebody in Bangalore, somebody in Chennai, Kerala, if you're lucky, with the nice food and the weather down there. But the challenge with that is always that it can be a bit of a tax challenge. Does the person work for you? Do they not work for you? How their tax is calculated? So the agent model isn't necessarily a good one. Particularly the larger the organization, the more tricky that can potentially become. There are, of course, organizations that can help with that, setting up in India as a land and expand. I suppose the next model is you find an existing reseller. So if you find in the tech space, you find a reseller who can sell into your particular technology or sector or business, and that can be very good. It's a great way to gain rapid growth into a market, low cost. You don't have to necessarily have an office base, but can work through partnerships. Through the reseller networks. Then I suppose there's more formal partnerships and joint ventures, where you're working maybe with a larger company, say a Tata's or a Infosys or something, and then you're putting together a 1 and 1 equals 2 relationship to go to market. Once again, fantastically efficient and effective way to go into a foreign territory. That the next one is, I guess, where the FDI situation comes in, is slightly more complicated, because then it becomes a question of, and previous to the change, I think generically it was. I think you mentioned it was like in the 20s, a 20% share or something. Insurance, I think it was 49% share. Well, if you're a large global company, there's not a lot of interest in putting a lot of money into something if you don't fully have control. And so, and in other parts of the world I've worked in as well, I know that corporates have made decisions where they've said, we are not going into this marketplace because we don't have full control. If you're spending several million rupees, several lakhs of rupees, then it really becomes tricky to decide if you're going to, is it worth your risk? Because it's all about managed risk, particularly in insurance. It's all about the risk that you're prepared to take in order to get into that marketplace. So I think it's a very good idea to attract foreign investment, is to ensure that the foreign investor keeps control of their investment. So, I think it can only be positive.
So I'm not too sure about changing the structure of the board of directors, I think we will come back on this subject and discuss this again after a few days once that is crystallized. But
Hmm.
I must tell you one piece of very important information which is related to the insurance sector in India. There are about, I mean, if you look at the general insurance, it's a big market, primarily controlled by the 3 or 4 government agencies, government-owned companies. But the life
Hmm.
insurance, which is related to people, it's a huge, it's a huge business, and
There's a lot of people in India.
absolutely. And it's crazy because what happens is that there are about 28 life insurance companies. There are Indian companies and there are foreign investment companies also. In
Yes.
partnership, they are
Hmm.
running this business. However, there is one company which is the oldest and the largest in India. It started even before the independence of India. It was there during the British Raj, and
Hmm.
that company is called Life Insurance Company of India, in short, LIC.
Right.
And this company controls 85% market share. So you can
Nice if
imagine,
you can get it.
right? The whole surprising fact is that 85% is with one company, and remaining 15% is with 27 other companies.
Right. Yep.
So when AIA, AIG, ING, MetLife, when they project their numbers with Indian number of say something like 10%, 20%, they are controlling only 2% of the Indian market. So I think with this FDI, this situation has to change. And the other news is that the LIC is also being planned to be privatized. So it will get into stock market and the shares will be
Right.
traded, which is not possible so far. So a lot of changes are happening in the insurance sector. And if the
Mhm.
budget, which is on the table right now, if approved, then this insurance sector will open up, opening a lot of foreign investors to come in and invest in this area. And why I'm talking about this to you, Mike, because in your ecosystem, there are a lot of insurance player. Maybe they want
Mhm.
to hear about this, leverage the situation, plan it. I think the opportunities are immense.
I think you're right. We've got a sister ecosystem called Insure Scale Up, and that's all about supporting the matchmaking of innovators with incumbents. Um, Obviously, your existing incumbent, if you like, the one with the lion's share of the marketplace. Uh, there's only one snag when you've got that much of the market. Is the only way is pretty much down, unless that company or unless the marketplace is expanding. And I think it probably is in India, because I could be wrong and you could correct me on this, I'm sure, is that there will be a lot of the new middle class in India who will be looking for insurance products who possibly previously they weren't. I think the middle class in India is now or going to increase to 40 million people. That's a massive market opportunity. But I also think that the interesting point there is depends how innovative your large incumbent is, because if it's what we're seeing elsewhere is that the insurance market is going through a stage of disruption, a bit like the banking sector went through 10 years ago after 2008, 2009. There are a lot now of disruptive players in the banking sector that are addressing markets, addressing customers, B2B, B2C, in ways that weren't being addressed previously. And I would perceive that the same thing could happen in the insurance market from what you're saying in India, is that there's one big player probably doing things in a fairly traditional way that has to look over its shoulder and say, well, actually, this new emerging middle class, are we going to appeal to them? Or are we going to continue doing our traditional model? We've got a market share. And as I often call it, the corporate AAA sets in. I don't know if I've mentioned that before. It's one of my favorites, but corporate AAA happens when you've got a very large company or a very large business. Doesn't have to be the major player. It's just got to be a very large organization. Corporate AAA is corporate amnesia, which is where the company is managed by spreadsheet, and it forgets, hence the amnesia, it forgets that the customer makes up the spreadsheet, which is fatal, because in a growing market, in a growing middle class market in India, if you forget that actually your traditional model isn't going to appeal to the new middle class professional people, then you're going to have a challenge, because somebody's going to come in and say, well, actually, that organization is not addressing this client base. We'll go after the new techies, and we'll go for the 10 million of the market. And before they know where they are, their market share will shrink because the market has grown and they're not addressing it. Corporate amnesia. So then the second problem, of course, is corporate asphyxiation. Corporate asphyxiation is when you've got such a large company and they meet in a board and they've got the ivory tower mentality. They've gone so high in the clouds that they no longer breathe fresh air, hence the asphyxiation. And what they actually need to do is maybe come down from the 7th floor, go into the 1st and 2nd floor, go talk to some of the staff on the customer support desk and say, what are our clients actually saying? What are they wanting? What are they moaning about? What are they happy about? And actually start addressing the client needs. And heaven forbid, they may even have to go out and talk to some customers and find out what they want. And this new middle class, what are their needs and desires, and how can this organization or a new innovator address that market better? And then, of course, the third of the corporate AAAs is corporate arrogance, which is, we've got so big, we've got such a large market share, 85%, we'll be here forever. And then, of course, the innovators start coming in and saying, yeah, we can have a piece of this. A bit like, I'm visualizing the old Pac-Man the Pac-Man electronic game that starts eating away at the market share. So, I think it's very easy to get into that mentality, and that the corporate graveyard is full of companies that suffered with corporate AAA, in my opinion.
Well, I think you're right. But let me clarify about LIC. The foreign insurance companies are not new to India. They entered in 1986. They had sufficient time to launch this big player out, but they're still the same. They're still struggling, competing against this large player, because this LIC, Life Insurance Company of India, I have dealt with them personally. They're very professional. They're thorough professional people. They have the highest claims, and they have all the IT systems. In fact, you will be surprised. I mean, if we talk about 85% market share and multiply that into number of people, they have 40 data centers, because they have so much data that one server, there is no server to manage their data. So they have
data is the new oil, of course.
Right. So they are not a easy player to deal with, even with this API increase, because they are very smart, and they are not living in ivory towers, as you mentioned. I think that is one point I just wanted to clarify. But the second thing is about the middle class. The emphasis for the Modi government is to uplift the people who are below poverty line or the lower middle class, I would say.
Yes.
The numbers are huge. They are almost like 25 to 30% in India. And if you look at 1.3 billion population, 30% of that is like 300 million people.
Yes.
So emphasis is being given to ensure these people. There are a lot of plans There is a health insurance card which is given out. There are low micro loans are given out, and then they are insured. There are pension plans which are being rolled out specifically for those people.
Yes.
And this is a new entry. This is a new entry because the upper class and the middle class.
It's a new market.
This is a new market of 300 and odd million people.
Mhm.
And government is very highly focused on bringing them. In fact, 2 years back, India ran the world biggest financial inclusion plan and opened something like 80 million accounts in banks
Mhm.
to bring these people into the mainstream, because they were not
Sure.
banked at all for last 70 years. So for the first time, they have seen banks,
Yes.
so
Yep.
this is the market. So in your ecosystem, if now there is going to be FDI, which is going to be up to 74%, and if there are people who are willing to come to this market with huge numbers, I think this is a
Yes.
time to look at.
100%. I agree with you. It's a massive opportunity, and with the change in the FDI rule, there's now an incentive for those other players who weren't in that marketplace to come in and address the new market. Because there is a good reason for them to be investing and delivering solutions that are appropriate for that growing demographic within the and obviously there's going to be lots of other spin-off opportunities around that as well, because as these people, and it's a very good idea to give people a better quality of life and deliver that, bring them into the digital fold and into the digital world, because they can access information, education, finance, health much more in a much more cost-effective way than they have done previously. And that obviously is going to improve the level of demand for education, for services, for products. Social improvement is good for in every way. So I think it's good. India has always been an interesting market because it's large. There's a lot of people. That's a massive market. Even better when that population has more spending rupees in their pocket. And the more people are lifted out of poverty and into a better quality of life, the better the demand for everybody and demand for services. So it's only going to become more attractive.
And ease of doing business has also improved quite a bit. It is not the best, but it is improved quite a bit because Indian government ran a biometrics-based KYC program. So all the Indians now have the iris and the fingerprints connected to a number, and this number is basically identified. So it's a lot easier for business people like insurance, banks to track people in case of default.
Yes.
At the same time, there are new products being rolled out based on these identifications, which are related to, farm loans, farm insurance, which is a big segment.
There's more stability for businesses, because otherwise the risk is you can't quantify the risk. But now you can actually, better identify the different demographics and the people. The better you can address their needs.
Absolutely. And for past couple of years, India, because of the sheer numbers, are the world leader in digital payments, especially in the area of micropayments. And the government is trying to see that cash flow is reduced and everything comes on the digital payment. There are a lot of incentives being announced. So I think everything is getting into more accountable area of our finances. So it will be a lot easier for people who want to invest in this market, in terms of setting up, and in terms of risk factor, which they would have thought 20 years back are not existing now.
Yeah, I think it's good for both the private sector companies, but also for the public sector, of course, because if it's much easier to track electronic payments, so it has the potential to uplift the accountable numbers, which means that there's more tax, but that also can get them reinvested back in to bring more people out of poverty. So, the route, my view is the route to stability and growth is to give people more education, more money in their pockets, and that in turn increases the need for demand, increases the need for products and services, increases revenues, profits, increases taxes. So it's a positive way forwards. And India, being the entrepreneurial nation that it is not going to miss those opportunities, I'm sure.
Absolutely. In fact, we are living in a very exciting time when we are world largest democracy. So there is a rule of law, highest digital payments. There are a lot of scope for insurance, because right now we have the general insurance, which is related to fire and theft and also life. There's a lot of room for insurance to improve. I'm not saying that it's the best, but I think there is a room for innovation, which can come from countries like UK and more advanced countries like United States.
I think innovation's a good word to talk about as well from an insurance perspective, because there are, with the new advances in the digital field, there are many more opportunities for insurance. For example, solar power, environmental damage, infrastructure controlled by IoT devices, the cybersecurity risks and rewards, the ability to take on a project but have an insurance cover to cover the risk. COVID, the ability to cover a venue with a biosecure insurance policy. All of these things are new areas that are available for insurance companies to come in and support the development of innovation and growth. So, I believe the traditional markets, yes, they're there, and traditional markets are growing, but the whole range of other areas where the opportunities are growing, the investment is coming in, but then with the investment comes the risk, and the risk needs to be covered. That's another area where there's significant disruption and opportunity. Certainly, we're seeing this through the insure scale-up area, as well as a lot of the innovators on scale-up arena are supplying technology services and tech products which actually require an insurance wrap that has not previously been addressed. So there's great opportunities. And of course, there's always a lot of opportunity between the UK and India. The living bridge is alive well, and although we can't walk across it and greet each other at the moment, it's definitely something that is happening a great deal, and we can make the most of it through collaboration tools and digital tools like Scale Up Arena, where the whole objective is to be able to connect, to communicate, to cooperate, collaborate, and come up with deals that we can close.
Certainly, Mike, and I'm sure a lot of viewers are listening when we are making these points, and both sides, UK and Indians, can leverage the strength of each other and grow together.
I think that's absolutely right, and I think there's a ginormous opportunity between the UK and India at the moment around manufacturing. I think in India is a great source of manufactured products, high quality, innovative, technology driven, and the opportunity to source products from India for the UK, but also other Western economies and advanced economies is vast.
Yes, Mike. So let me give you the split of GDP. India is now 3 trillion in terms of GDP, which is at number 5 globally. And if you look at the PPP, which is purchasing power, we are at 10.5 trillion. So that makes us number 3 in the world. And now, if you look at the GDP split, where the GDP is coming from, 16% is coming from farming, agriculture, and then about 25% is coming from the industries, which are different industries like chemical, etc. Surprisingly, manufacturing is contributing only 14%, and remaining 50% is coming from services. So you can
Right.
imagine that manufacturing can grow, and services there is a huge skilled labor here in India which can be leveraged. So it's
No,
a
I
big
think you're
services
absolutely
market.
right. Yes, yeah. Again, I think the FDI rules changing, not just in insurance but FDI generally, will also encourage a lot of international organizations to say, actually, maybe we should operate either an outsource or open our own factory for manufacturing in India. And I'm sure you've got development areas of India where there's good incentives for people to move to a particular area and establish a operation where I think there's 5 major areas that are sort of development areas. So there's lots of opportunities for that. And hopefully things like the JETCO initiative will help to expand that. The joint economic and trade agreement that we can bring together and optimize for our mutual benefits.
Yes, Mike, I think there is a lot to talk about. There are different corridors. Tesla is coming, but I think we can leave it for the next session. And today, it was pleasure discussing specifically about the FDI route, which is allowed in insurance space. And I think the opportunity is quite exciting for the UK players to look at India as a market.
Yeah, we'd be very keen to try and forge some bridges and forge some links for you if you're looking at that space and feel that there's an opportunity. I'm sure we can introduce some relevant players for you, innovators and incumbents.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure talking to you, Mike, and we'll catch up next
Always
Thursday.
a pleasure to you. And look forward to our next session.
Bye-bye.
Take care, Chandra. Have a good day.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. And let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Bone.
Good morning, CK. It's a beautiful Wednesday here, although we're about to have a thunderstorm, so it should be electrifying. And you've got some electrifying news today, haven't you?
When it comes to thunderstorms, we are in the middle of it. And for last 1 week, it's pouring non-stop, and it will continue for next, as per the predictions, next at least 6 to 7 days. So, we are enjoying it.
Absolutely, but you're in a political thunderstorm.
Of course. See, what has happened, Neville, is something which is very specific to India, but I just want to inform you about this before we start discussing, what are the repercussions of this. There is a very famous superstar in India who was just 34-year-old, quite dashing, quite smart, popular among youngsters, multifaceted personality. Is not only a superstar, he is a India topper in engineering. So he was a very brainy fellow. He invested with NASA and he bought a land on the moon. He started a lot of scholarship programs for youngsters. He wanted to, apart from being acting, because obviously he's doing acting to make money, and he was making a lot of money. He was also investing big time in artificial intelligence, and also in virtual reality and stuff like that. He was a very person who had a lot of big dreams. So this is all known because he was very popular on Twitter and social media, working with the masses. He had a mass appeal. 2 months back, we heard that he committed suicide by hanging himself from the ceiling fan.
Oh, I remember it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that well.
So initially, there was a lot of publicization by certain PR, come pseudo seculars, come political people, that he was bipolar, and therefore he was not mentally stable, and he committed suicide, and so on. So for a month, everybody believed that. In fact, I did a video along with my lawyer friend about how to prevent a suicide, because everybody believed it. When the government of that particular state is talking about, especially the police and very senior people on the police who are investigating, are saying that there is no evidence. But it turns out that after almost like a month or 30 or 35 days, the certain other facts started tumbling out. Things like his diary, in which he's talking about his future plans. It turns out the doctor who declared him bipolar was a fake. So a lot of these things started coming out, and for some reason his body picture was made viral. And then a lot of people started analyzing the body and the ligature mark, and what are the injuries and all that. And it turns out that a lot of people, specialists, not only from India, but even outside India, even from United States, non-Indians, they started analyzing these pictures, and they started saying, it doesn't look like a suicide at all. The injury mark is not of a hanging, it's of a strangulation. And after that, and a lot of Indian experts, forensic experts who are probably retired or in different police forces across different states, started voicing their concern. So ideally, the state government should have ordered a separate inquiry, because, as a citizen, I feel that the state government or any government in India is elected by people. So their job is to represent people. And if people themselves are questioning the state government investigation, the police investigation, so what is the responsibility of the state government? They should look like as if they are representing people in the assembly. So they should order for an independent inquiry. So there are ways to do it. There is a centralized agencies. There are not one, there are multiple central agencies in India which can be summoned for conducting a independent inquiry. So this way, state government would look good. Say, and they can always give speeches in multiple platforms. Hey, you didn't believe us? At least believe the central agencies, because we called them. But on the contrary, what happened? They blocked all central agencies. They tried to block the media, and they blocked investigation done by other states into this state as well. And finally, this whole murky business reached the Supreme Court. And today, after 2 months of long legal battle, and why I'm saying that it's a legal battle, it's not people versus the government, it's the governments of two states fighting with each other. Because this person who died belonged to another state.
Okay.
And he had a lot of fan following in that state. So the government of that particular state came under a lot of pressure of people. So they actually approached the court, the highest court of India. And now from today, the central agencies have been summoned by the court, and they will do the investigation. So it's a big deal.
Wow.
It is a big.
It's a huge deal, and a huge deal. All starting from something that clearly someone wanted to cover up. Let's face it. From what you're saying to me, and you're in the know, this is a massive, massive cover-up.
Well, I have not given you any names. I have not told you even the state names. I have not given you. I know. In fact, it is coming in the media. All the names are being pronounced. But between you and me, I am not giving any names. I'm just giving you an incident so that we can, understand this in depth. And probably with your wisdom, you can say, uh, in an election, in an elected government or in a democracy, what is the responsibility of elected government? Probably you can throw some light on that.
Well, it goes further than an elected government or democracy. It goes into one of the most highly respected values that we have in society, and that's one of trust. When we elect anybody, whether it's in an organisation or it's in a community as a local representative, we're putting trust in that individual. We've made that mental assessment of trust. This is a person I can trust. Well, if they're a person you can't trust, you'd never give them your vote, would you? You'd never say, I'm going to vote for this person, but I don't trust them. You just wouldn't vote. Simple as that. That's not a wasted vote. That's just the fact that you don't believe in them. And the point is, it goes to our inner core of our belief system. So let's just make this very simple. You have a close friend, and that close friend has been a close friend for some time. You trust that friend with everything they're doing. And then that friend goes and does something that they don't tell you about, but you find out about it through someone else. And it's pretty bad. It's so bad, it's going to question everything about your friendship. Do I trust this person with anything going forward? I mean, it doesn't matter what it is, but it's bad. Just like this event is pretty bad. Saying that someone's committed suicide, advising everyone that, that's what happens to these famous people. They live on highs and they live on lows. I mean, we see it around the world. I mean, actors in particular are prone to this type of arena because they do have massive highs. But when nothing is going for them, there's no adrenaline rush. You can only imagine the lows that they go to. And some people do go into depression. They start heavily drinking, they go into drugs. And all of this discussion is going on around the fact that someone quite famous, quite young, long future ahead of them, has committed suicide. I didn't know this person, really. I read it in the newspaper and I saw it on the international media. And I remember it was on BBC News. I mean, this was big news. And now you're finding out that it's not true. This whole person's life has been castigated by a lie. And that lie is now unfolding. So it's hitting everyone, not just Indians, but it would hit me too. I would turn around and say, do I really trust these people who are making decisions? What other decisions have they made recently that I now bring into question? And it's this whole one issue of trust. Sorry, I'm not interrupting you. What you were going to say?
No, I was just saying that, this is not the first issue in last 8 months. This is second cover-up the state government has done. There was a lynching incident which has been covered up, and even that has gone to the highest court of India, which is Supreme Court, and it is awaiting judgment. So this is second one in very close proximity in terms of this few months. So I think.
But it would. I mean, it would bring into. I mean, even a good friend of yourself, you would bring into question your own judgment. Because we do judge people. Let's face it. But if you've got a really good friend of ours, and you then find out that really good friend has done something that actually is immoral, illegal, whatever, and it brings into question all of the other decisions you've made, not they've made, but you've made. And obviously, the more popular the individual, the more people are going to feel it. And the last thing you want is literally, this is what social unrest is all about. It's the effect of one thing happening that has a massive impact across the community. We've seen it in America with Black Lives Matter, that brought to the forefront by what appears to be the innocent killing of an individual by the police. And it brings into question then everything else that these people are doing. So we just need to take a step back here and think about this one value that we have. Values are very personal, but communities have a value, and it's this value called trust. So it's been undermined, and the point is, you can lose it, and if you don't do certain things, you'll never recover it. We all make mistakes, but like anything else, if you make one lie and another lie to cover up that lie, and then another lie to cover up that lie, and then another lie to cover up the consequences of that lie, all of a sudden you've lost reality. Your life is just a perception. You're constantly living this lie. So I think we can learn lots of lessons from this.
So on this subject alone, I would like to say that, I feel that the state government is foolish, because in today's environment, all these evidences which are coming out, because you have cremated the body, you have destroyed the evidence, and you have declared the person deceased as a suicidal case. You did not even file a police complaint because it's an accidental death. But, he had a lot of neighbors, and he had a lot of friends. So the incident has been captured by mobile from different angles when the body has been taken out and all that. So all that is coming out. So what on earth the state government was thinking that they can hide it? Because even if you cremate the body thinking that the evidence is destroyed, but it really doesn't, because there is Wi-Fi data. You can, in today's world, even if multiple people enter this guy's house, their mobile will be tracked, their Wi-Fi will be tracked. So if you want to do investigation, you can always catch the criminal. And if you just catch one fish, all the fishes will be caught. It's a matter of time.
Once you catch one fish, you catch the whole school. Yeah, the thing is, there is, unlike 20, 30 years ago, pre-internet, pre-smartphones, everyone being a journalist. We're all journalists. Everyone, if you see a tussle in the street, people don't call the emergency number anymore. They get their mobile phone out and start videoing it and stream it live. And this is the reality that we're working within, and that's not to say, you need to be really careful about what you do. Be who you are. That's who you need to be. And if that is merit-worthy on the internet, then people will do it. You tend to find that the things that go viral on the internet are mostly the bad things. Sometimes we see some good Samaritan stuff that goes viral, but that's just the nature of human beings. I'd like to see more of the good stuff going viral.
No, but one thing I like to say that, they try to destroy the evidence by even destroying the CCTV camera footage. But the next building had the CCTV camera. They never thought about it. So how many things you can cover up?
But that's my whole point is you start to tell a little lie that grows into a bigger and a bigger and a bigger one. And then actually you lose sight of which one you're working with. If you always tell the truth, you've never told a lie, Your brain actually is only if you've forgotten things, you've actually physically forgotten it. You've not decided to put it in the back of your mind and lie about it. You've just forgotten it. So it's a message to us all, really, here, you know. And I'm not saying, you know, everyone tells little white lies. They do, you know. It's just a human nature. But this one has got massive repercussions. And the bigger the issue, the worse the consequence, as we all know. It's common sense, really. But again, going back to these elected officials, how deep is the cancer?
Oh, it's very deep. I don't
Well,
want.
exactly. You know, that's the problem. You know, it's just the question that we all start to ask: how deep is it? And the interesting thing is, that's one local government. Are the other local governments watching? Are they thinking about, oh yes, we've got to be really careful here, or actually saying we're never going to do that? You know, and they've all got policies. You know, they've got fantastic policies of being honest, truthful. You know, don't lie, seek the truth, because they're in public office. You know, and we trust people in public office, no matter two ways about it. Even in the most corrupt of arenas around the world, we've got a modicum of trust around certain leaderships. But when you're trying to promote trust, because undoubtedly they will have a value statement somewhere within the organization.
Of course, I mean, it takes long time to build a trust, maybe a couple of decades sometimes, but it takes just one incident to destroy the whole thing. So I think it's a learning for all of us. We have to learn from this incident, especially people who are involved. I don't think with what face they will go back to public asking for votes. I think that is where the whole question lies. And, you know, public servants should never lose trust of people.
It's a difficult arena. I mean, I would never run for public office anywhere. We've all got skeletons in our cupboards, and that's not the reason I wouldn't run for public office. The reason I wouldn't run for public office is, if I were to do it, it would have to be 100%. I couldn't. I mean, even in the UK, you can be a member of parliament, you know, a local politician, and you can have another job. My view is, if someone's paying for my commitment in this arena, they're paying for me, period. And I take a sabbatical from everything I'm doing. And if that sabbatical is 1 year, 3 years, 4 years, or 5 years, then it's a sabbatical. But I have to be committed to that one thing. As you've heard me often say, commitment is an on-off switch. It's not a dimmer. So if you're an entrepreneur, for instance, you're living and breathing being an entrepreneur. That doesn't mean to say you have to be committed to one company, okay? But that's not in the public arena. You can have multiple companies, but each of those companies know the level of commitment you can give. So you might say, well, I've got 5 days a week. That means I can support 10 companies. So that's morning, afternoon, etc., etc. If that's the way you do it, that's fine. But in public office, you're a public servant. And a public servant is just that, a public servant. We all can take a massive lesson from this, from a very sad and unhappy event that I'm glad that his family and friends are getting closure, because I bet they didn't believe it in initially, but all the evidence was stacked up against them.
Yeah, so the family approached, they never believed in the suicide theory. So they approached the legal system, and based on their effort, you know, we are seeing that the central agency is getting involved. So I think the investigation will now start. It is not, I mean, nothing has happened in the last 2 months. So,
Well, the good thing is the justice system is intact. It may have had a bit of a wobble for a couple of months, one hell of a wobble, but the justice system is intact. So that's what our belief can still be in that system. We can still trust in something that's above everybody else, which is great. So there's a real positive to come out of this. And hopefully we can all learn the lessons.
I think there is a huge lesson for people who are in senior positions or having public life. I really thank you for giving us this advice today. I would like to end this discussion by stating Martin Luther King, who said, and I quote, that if there is an injustice in a small area, that shouts out at all the justice in other areas. So I think this is exactly what has happened here in this case.
Yep. And of course, he said that last century, over 40 years ago. In fact, it's probably nearer 60 years ago.
Right.
When are we going to learn the lesson?
I think it's high time we should learn the lesson.
It's high time we should learn the lesson. Before social media teaches us.
Right.
Anyway, thank you for this discussion this morning. It's a sad event, fundamentally, but the right outcome is going to be had.
Yes, Neville, thank you very much, and we'll catch up again tomorrow.
Cheerio, CK. Have a good day, everybody.
Bye-bye. Hello everybody, this is your friend Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And I'm also joined by my friend and my mentor from UK, Mr. Neville Gant. Neville, welcome to Top Brass.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It's the start of a new week, so it's a new opportunity to get out there and make a change. So what are you going to change this week, CK?
Neville, actually, I have been reading your book and I spent some time over the weekend about your book, which is called Can You Handle the Truth? And I have started reading the chapter 2, which is about self-reflection and growth. So just wanted to know your thoughts and what was running in your mind when you started writing this particular chapter, specifically because this book has been written for the leaders and the CXOs. So would you like to throw some light on this one?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we needed to look at a chapter that was very much looking at ourselves, looking in the mirror, because most of these, CXOs, the C-suite arena, the senior leadership teams are so involved in what they do, working in the business and on the business, they've got no time for personal reflection. And so we're constantly doing SWOT analysis within the business. We're doing gap analysis within the business. We're trying to look at growing the business, and it's all about the business, the business, the business. But of course, sometimes we just forget, actually, the business is about what I'm doing, what we're doing as a team. So the motivation for that particular chapter, and you'll see by the questions at the end of that chapter, is to just take a little look at yourself. Now, we ask, as you've pointed out in the past, CK, when you get to the end of every chapter, these questions we ask are not easy questions. We really do want you to delve into answering those questions honestly. And again, no one's looking. You know, the only person that's looking is you, because you're reading the book. So you could share it with your colleagues by all means, but in the first instance, nobody else is looking over your shoulder. But I bet what's going on in your mind are three different people. You know, there's a won't do, oh yeah, we didn't do that before, did we? And a can't do, well, we couldn't do that because we didn't have the money. And a can do person is desperately fighting the other two to come to the surface, because you know, and everyone else knows, unless you've got a positive can-do attitude, you won't grow. And it really is as simple as that. So it is all about just taking a bit of time out for yourself, looking at your personality, your responsibility, your accountability in the business. And we tend not to do it. So going to the questions at the back of that particular chapter, they're not easy, are they? Let's face it.
Neville, I have just started reading the book, this chapter 2, and I was very curious to ask you this because the title of chapter 2 is self-reflection. And I was thinking over the weekend I think the most difficult task is self-reflection. So that is why today is Monday, and I've been thinking all over the weekend that what do you mean by self-reflection? Because I've not been able to figure out, because it opens up a new box, and when you go inside that box, it opens another two boxes. So it's I think one of the most difficult tasks for a leader to do a self-reflection.
It is probably the most difficult task, but we have to do it. So for instance, if you're going to grow, are you prepared to do something different? And that is a question for you. So if you're going to grow, are you prepared to do something different?
Yes, certainly. For growth, I'm prepared to do something different from my routine. And if it brings positive result, why not?
And the interesting thing is, believe it or not, when I ask that question, and we ask it actually, we ask it a lot of golfers, because a lot of golfers will go to a coach and they want to improve their game. And one question we ask them, well, to improve your game, are you prepared to change something? And they say, well, why should I change? Well, if you're not prepared to change something, you're not going to grow, So if you don't change something, you'll just do what you did yesterday. And they sort of scratch their head and they say, oh yeah, I'd not thought of that before. Now that sounds incredible. Yeah. The depths of things, and when you're really struggling to grow the organization, the last thing you think of is, I need to do something different. You just think, I need to do the same better or smarter, as the phrase goes. But the reality of life is, even if you do it better and smarter, your growth won't be that much improved. You need to do something different. And this is when the fear factor starts to come in. And that chapter really is about handling your fears. Get to know yourself so that you can realize that actually you're pretty resilient. You're quite inspirational. You're fairly empathetic. empathic, rather. So you are a leader that people want to work with. And then you start actually saying, yeah, I'm not that bad, actually. I've got a few holes, so let me start to plug the holes. And that's why we do a gap analysis. Now, some of those holes are huge, frankly. Some of them are not very big at all. But the interesting thing is, if we start to plug the big holes, you get a better result than plugging the little ones. Because the big holes are the ones that's holding you back. So one of those holes could be you judge people very quickly. But if you continue to judge people very quickly, you're not necessarily getting the best out of them. And you're not getting the best out of yourself because there's a lack of judgment by coming to a snap decision. You know, that person may just be having a bad day. So this self-reflection actually really does help you grow your business because you start to see other people in a slightly different light. But as I say, the proof of the pudding is answering the questions at the back of the chapter. So I look forward to you getting to that point so that you can go and answer those questions. And your toes will start curling up, but that's fine because no one's watching.
Yes, I will reach that point as well, Neville. I think the first dilemma that is running in my mind is that all my seniors have told me that you have to build on your past, and it's very difficult for people to let go your past and build something new. And in fact, I've been doing on the contrary. I've been, not sticking to my past, but building a future which is different from the past. But that is a dilemma. I think when we do a self-reflection, the thing comes to the mind is that, hey, maybe I should have stuck to what I was doing for last 20 years, and that would have given me incremental growth. But what I did not continue that. I started something new, and that is taking time. So I think these are all part of self-reflection, goal setting, and listening to elders. I think it's a very, very difficult. When I reach the end of the chapter and I'm able to answer your question, I think all of these things are running in my mind just at the first page itself.
No, that's great. I mean, but the thing is, like anything else, it's your time. It's not can we handle the truth, it's can you handle the truth. And I'm asking that to myself, so I'm going through all the questions we got at the end of every chapter. Am I doing this the right way? Can I do it better? Is there a more optimum way? Do I need more help from other people? Can we get more out of our team? Can we get more for less? Notice all of these are questions. None of them are statements. No one's perfect in this world. Believe you me, if I were to start to write down all of my imperfections, it would be quite a long list. But are they relevant in a context where I need to grow? The majority of the time is no, they're not. Because they're just niggly little pains. But I've worked on them over the years and got better at it. So I'm a far better listener today than I was 20 years ago, than I was 30 years ago. When I think of back into going to the first day of my degree when I was 18, I thought I knew everything. I was brilliant. I was top of the class. I did this. I got into a great university. And then you start again and you realize, actually, no, you don't know everything. You know very little, and that's the whole point of going to university. So in a nanosecond, you get an alignment and you say, the reason I'm here is to grow. And that's the point. That's the whole point. And in life, we grow on a daily basis. Sometimes we go backwards. But that might be just reflection. So it's okay to go backwards. And as you say, stick to what you know. I mean, the stick to your knitting phrase that we use in the UK, that works for a while. But when it doesn't work, that's when you need to be aware that you need to be changing. But ideally, you've changed before that. So you're Proactive. We use these words all the time. To be proactive. What does that really mean? Am I proactive? Can I prove to myself I'm being proactive? Does my team know that I'm being proactive? Do they tell me I'm being proactive? You know, do I get feedback regularly? Are they scared of me? You know, do they only speak when they're spoken to or asked to contribute? You start to break some of those things down. These are very, very simple questions, but tough, real tough questions to answer. And then you find out whether you can grow, whether you've got the right ingredients to grow. So, yeah, it's a tough chapter. I look forward to hearing in private, perhaps, you telling me some of the answers to the questions.
Yes, whether in private or on the show, let me reach the end of the chapter. But I think it's a very interesting, intriguing conversation that we are having. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm now addressing the viewers. If you are a coach or a CXO or a leader, this is a book for you. It is an eye opener. You can write to me and we will share a free copy with you. Neville, as usual, it was a pleasure talking to you. We'll catch up again tomorrow on some other interesting subject.
Always a pleasure, CK. Enjoy the day, everybody, because once the day's over, it's not repeated.
Certainly. So, see you. Tata for today.
Cheerio.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brands. And let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Gant. Neville, how was the morning today in London?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And it is typical summer. It's pouring down. It's stair rods. You can hear it all the windows. But let's not dampen our spirits because today's Wednesday, so it's Snotty Wednesday. So what are we going to tell our young people today?
It is Sauti Wednesday, and Mr. Neville is back in his flamingo shirt, so that is a welcoming sign. So I think the topic of discussion is we are moving beyond the presentability, how to set up your technical stuff like camera, light, how to look good, how to speak. I think the topic now for today is how do you create engagement with the client, with the viewers? Because if you're talking in a physical world, you are actually seeing, hundreds of people in front of you. You know what they're thinking. You have the ability to change your pitch to attract as many people as you want. But when you're talking on a video, you don't see the other side. And yet you have to appeal to the people who are not even visible to you. And how do you create that stickiness? How do you induce that glue in your content, in your video? That is something that we would like to take your inputs on. And I think that is a very critical subject today. So Neville, what is your opinion?
Well, I love the way you explain it, CK. That stickiness, that little bit of glue, the thing that really brings people into the screen so that you're waiting their every word. And you're absolutely right. Speaking into a screen is not easy. Not easy at all. You're not having this one-to-one conversation. I mean, we're lucky because I can see your smiley face. So I can see whether you're listening, you're interesting, whether I need to change the tone down or put the tone up. But we can't do that in literally a 90-second interview because that's what we've got. So the tricks of the trade are be engaging. That very first time that someone sees you in your video is going to be the time that they're going to start to judge you. And I'm not talking about judging you in a negative way, okay? This is judging in a positive way. So feel good about it. Feel excited about it. Because if you get into your interview, your 90 seconds, no, 90 seconds, it's a minute and a half. You'd be amazed how fast a minute and a half will go. We've been talking for longer than a minute and a half, and it's just flown by. And it always does flow by because we need to be engaging. We need to get to the point. So this is pressure, okay? Now, you can look at this video time and time again, and I will still say this is pressure because in 90 seconds, you've got to get over your message. It's a brilliant example for if you're going to be going into the entrepreneurship to get your message over in a very short period of time. So you need to be presentable. As CK's already mentioned, my flamingo shirt. Make a statement, you know? I'm wearing this today because I'm actually about to go and play golf, although, frankly, in the weather that we've got out there, I'm not too sure that the flamingos will be very happy about getting wet. But the point is, make a statement. We've talked about the technical bits, look into the camera. It's the most difficult thing in the world to do, look into the camera. Firstly, finding out where it is, because it's not down here and it's not over here, it's up there. But if you're using an iPhone, guess what? It's in the top right-hand corner. If you're using a Dell machine these days, it's in the bottom left-hand corner. So, you know, you need to be looking down there because that's where the camera is. So be presentable. Be in that arena where people can understand what you're saying and how you're saying it. And notice, I don't know whether you noticed, my background changed.
I did.
Amazing, isn't it? Yeah, you did, you know? But that's what's going to happen, you know? Was it done automatic? Was it done deliberately? Only you're going to guess about that one, okay? But this was for impact. This is the impact you have in a short video. It's 90 seconds. I mean, CK, 90 seconds. It's just goes in an instant, doesn't it? I mean, how many conversations do you have that last hours and hours and hours that could be summarized in 90 seconds? Yeah, I can see you smiling because you're thinking about it.
Well, I think the first 90 seconds is what matters, and you're going to make or break in the first 90 seconds. Even though after your first 90 seconds have gone, you can actually continue talking for an hour. But I think the impression is made in the first few minutes of your conversation. So I think one of the tricks that is important for a video is, do a very good research on the subject on which you're talking. Because if you're just talking too many words with very little meaning, I think you're going to put off your viewers and they will just move on. They will not watch the videos. In fact, many times if you see the videos, you don't want to stick around more than 10 seconds. So that you don't want to happen to your video. So make sure that you have a well-researched subject. You have subject matter expertise so that you can use certain keywords to attract these people as a glue. Because, if you're talking about certain keywords and then that, this person has done some research and there is something for me to take. So they will stick around in your video, they will watch it and therefore. And second thing is, you have to convey your messages in the minimum words because nobody has patience to listen to your long essays. You have to use the minimum words to convey the right message. So I think you have to form your sentences, making sure that you use the English properly. And English is a very flexible language. You can convey the same thing in 10 sentences, or you can convey the same thing in half the sentence. So make sure that you convey quickly, so that since you have 90 seconds, you convey maximum. And the listeners are also getting in their ears the keywords, and that will create the stickiness. So what do you think, Neville?
It's absolutely brilliant, because you're explaining things that you listen for. You know, you do a lot of interviewing, you do a lot of commenting, you do a lot of meetings with other people, and it is all of those things. It's that stickiness, it's the keywords that you're looking for. It's that motion. And as you've noticed, I changed my background 2 or 3 times. I wonder how many people noticed it. But if you're in this video arena, remember, you don't know who's watching. You are on parade throughout that 90 seconds. So let's give you some very simple, we're just going to give you one tip, because like anything else, if I give you a whole list of things, it will be overwhelming and you won't do any of them. So we're just going to give you one tip. And this tip I learned from a really good friend of mine that was a BBC reporter. He spent probably 10 years of his life reading the news. Now, if you look at these people reading the news, they're very engaging. They look at the screen. If you go to where they read the news, they're not in this huge chasm of a cave with lots of screens and lots of people rushing around. They tend to be in a corner cupboard, stuck away in the middle of nowhere, with all these gadgets around them. They can hardly move. You know, they're so rigid that they daren't move because they can't get out a camera shot. Okay? These are the people actually you can learn a tremendous amount from. And Clive said to me, almost the first time I met him, and I said, Clive, I really like the way you present. And he said, it comes from practice. So we're going to give you 2 tips today. Number 1, it comes from practice. So you need to practice, and more practice. But the other thing is, and I didn't know this until he said it to me, they talk about the elevator pitch in some of these meeting groups. One particular one is BNI. It's a worldwide network. They talk about the elevator pitch, and it's a 30-second or a minute or 5 minutes. You've got a pitch that lasts for 30 seconds or a minute or 5 minutes. And the interesting thing is, Clive said, what you need to do is to break down your pitch into segments. And you said it, CK, the keywords. So just like when you're writing a long report, you pick out the headings for the long report. And then you fill out that long report. And then what you need to do is to create the executive summary. And that's the 90-second interview that we're asking you to do. That 90-second pitch, that executive summary. You're just going to pick out a few key areas that you're going to talk about in 90 seconds. So if we split what he would do, he would split 90 seconds down into 15-second segments. So for the mathematicians out there, I don't need to tell you how many segments there are of 15 seconds in 90 seconds. For the non-mathematicians, I'll make it easy for you. There are 6. So what you need to do is to break it down into 6 segments. The really important segments are the first and the last. Because the first one is, how engaging are you? Are you presentable? Are you going to talk about something that I'm interested in? And the last one is that leaving the impression. What are you going to leave them with? But that doesn't mean to say that the 4 segments in the middle are not equally important. They are important, but if you've made a noise at the beginning and you're going to leave them with a noise at the end, you need to make sure that the noise is consistent. So rather than noise, it needs to be music. And it's not music from an orchestra that's tuning up. you know. I'm sure many of you have heard an orchestra, you know, there's like 30 or 40 piece orchestra and they're tuning up and they're doing it individually, but they're not playing together. And they're all going, and they're all doing it at different noises and different sounds. And it sounds noisy. But when they make music, when the conductor gets there and goes tap, 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 and everyone is ready to go, and when he waves his wand, the first time the baton goes, bingo, they're in position and they're off and running. Now, whether that's a musical orchestra of 400 pieces, or whether it's a duet, you know, or a single soloist, they're making music. And that's what you need to be doing in this 90 seconds. A short intro, building up so that people are more interested as they go through, and bang, hit them at the end so that you leave them with an impression. And that's as simple as it is.
It's very simple. In fact, it's a great advice, Neville, that you're asking us to do, is to break down our 90 seconds into 50 seconds pitch. So you can have different segments of your 90-second program. And I think this is so true because you mentioned songs. I think it's similar. You know, we're talking about making a video, but I think it also applies to the songs. So if you listen to a song and if it is not appealing to you in first 50 seconds, you're going to change the channel. So first 50 seconds has to be very, very engaging, and next 50 seconds will be determined by the performance of your first 50 seconds. So I think you have to plan your pitch in such a way, well-researched subject, even if you're talking about some current affairs or some technology or home care, it has to be engaging, it has to appeal to the people, and it should be very original. It should not be run-of-the-mill stuff where thousands and thousands of videos are floating around on the net. It has to be unique, and that will create stickiness and that will drive traffic to your video. So thank you very much, Neville, for giving us this advice, and I'm sure the SOTI Award contestants would take these tips and incorporate in their videos. So as usual, it was a pleasure talking to you. We'll catch up again tomorrow.
Always fun, CK, always fun. Don't forget, guys, 90 seconds is all about practice, practice, and more practice. Enjoy your stickiness. I love it.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville. Welcome to Top Brass.
Good morning, CK. Hope you're well.
Yes, very good today. I just want to inform you that 2 days back we had the New Year celebrations in India, although we were under lockdown.
Great.
But as you know, India has many cultures, many religion, and many dialects, and hence New Year falls for everyone, but they celebrate in a different way. But I think one thing in common across all rituals in India, that is there is an annual cleaning that we do because we have to celebrate New Year. So we just call it spring cleaning, and we have just all of us, north, south, east, west, all people have celebrated the New Year. They call it different names. Some call it Baisakhi, some call it Vishu, some call it something else. There are some 10 to 12 different names for this event. But before that, we actually prepare gods to come to our home, and hence we welcome them and we clean our surroundings. We clean, our houses. We decorate them, and we welcome the gods. So this is something that we just finished 2 days back.
Brilliant. So this is an annual practiced event then. Every year you do the same thing, and I bet each year you improve on the last year, and you say, what did we do last year? Can we improve on it this year? Can we make a bit more noise? So it conjures up that great phrase that I use is practice makes permanent, but it's the right practice that makes perfect. And so we've been practicing, as you said, every new year. So in the last 2 or 3 days, you've been spring cleaning. Well, now, actually, how about spring cleaning your business? How about decluttering what's going on between these things here? I'll have to pull them out these days because they're getting a bit, stuck behind. But decluttering what's going on here, getting rid of the old practices that you've done that have not been that good, and putting in some new practices that are a little bit better. So to do that, I mean, any business can do this. And of course, what you do is you start with yourself. So you write down everything you're currently doing, the practices you're doing. You might call it routine that we talked about yesterday, but just write them down and then objectively look at them and saying, is that the best thing to do? Is that the right thing to do? Is that helping me manage my business better? And then you can start looking more directly at your business. And I don't know about you, but what I find a lot is that people they've got a solution for something. And then they go and tell everybody what their solution is. And of course, sometimes it might just hit a nerve with someone out there that's got a problem that sounds like it'll be solved by this solution. And that's when you can have a conversation. But of course, if you've thrown it out there as a solution, but no one's picking it up as that's really my problem, you could shout forever. You can climb to the top of those beautiful buildings in the background there, and you can get a horn out and say, I've got this perfect solution. Anyone want this solution? It doesn't work that way. It might work that way in a street selling opportunity, fresh apples, fresh oranges, because people go to the market. They're all in that marketplace. But when you're a business, it's not going to work. Even in social media, it's not going to work. Just keep bashing away. I've got this solution. I've got this solution. Do you find that a lot? A lot of people just shouting and figuratively, I mean, they're putting out some fantastic documents, spending fortunes on pop-ups and things like this, big wonderful boxes, and and then they label things like this, and they say, oh, there's a solution for you. Here's a tablet. Take this. Do you find that a lot in small businesses in particular?
Yes, Neville, in fact, I would like to share something which I've been grappling with for the past 2 days. A lot of people are sending these sugar-coated messages. So I'll just put it in a very layman's term. I'm not going to use the language that you're using. I'm just saying it as it is. So these are sugar-coated messages they are sending. And as if this is something great they're doing, And so some messages I ignore, and some messages I really feel and tell them, look, please change your strategy. What you were doing 3 years back is not relevant anymore. And surprising thing is they continue to do that. And now I started telling them, hey, go and tell your bosses, this is not going to work out for you. So I just finished telling 2 different people from different parts of the world, hey, please look at it, relook at your strategy. This is not going to work. Thank you so much. So otherwise, I generally keep quiet. But to answer your question, definitely people have so much confusion, have very little imagination.
And you mentioned all these wonderful words: confusion, little imagination, little creativity. Actually, they've got lots of imagination, lots of creativity, because they're coming up with these wonderful things, and these great boxes that say exactly what it does on the tin. But the issue is, it's a solution, and everyone appears to be saying, "This is what I can do for you." But we need to
work out whether that's working. If it's working, fine. Okay, you may be in a marketplace. You know, if I go to a local farmer's market, I've gone to the market to buy things. So I expect to see local farm produce. I don't expect to see Mont Blanc pens, as we've talked about before. You know, I'm going to buy fruit and vegetables, and I expect them to be fresh. I expect them to look good. So I'm a buyer. I've gone to the marketplace. SMEs haven't really got that opportunity these days, especially they think they have because they're in this digital world. But of course, you end up being a me too all the time, practicing what everyone else is doing and thinking it's the right thing to do. Well, actually, the likelihood is it's not the right thing to do. But only you're going to know this. So, but my advice to you today is we're on the letter P. So, practice makes permanent. The right practice makes perfect. So let's look at the right practice. Solve a problem. What is your problem? If I were to turn around to you, CK, and say, what's the biggest problem in your business? Now, that might sound like a great question, but it's such a big question. You know, if I know you, this is where you know your customer base, you can ask a more specific question. Because if someone answers a specific question, yes or no, the yeses, you can follow up with another one. The no's, you can say, that's absolutely great. You don't need this thing that's out there. So you get a second opportunity to go back and say, you don't need this. And then someone might say, well, what do you mean I don't need this? Well, you've just said, I don't have this problem. So if you're very specific with the problem, then you can get some really good quality answers. Is this making sense? I mean, this is not rocket science, and it's sort of a business 101 arena, but does it make sense? If someone were to come to you and say, CK, do you have this specific problem? Is bandwidth your problem? And the answer is, if it is your problem, then you can have a discussion. If it isn't your problem, then perhaps what I've got isn't for you. So you're being very specific here.
Yes, yes. You know, for instance, I get these emails and certain messages on my profile saying that, hey, do you need leads? Right? Now, who doesn't require leads?
Exactly. Yes, of course I need leads. You know, give me more leads. You know, I can handle more leads, not a problem.
Yeah, but I think these people who are sending such messages should also know that the person who's getting these the recipient, like a person like me, I'm in this business for zillion years. I know how leads are generated, what effort goes into it, and then in the end, what is the result we get? So if you put in XYZ efforts, you get ABC results. So it's a very mathematical situation. So when you say, hey, do you need leads? So my next question, definitely it's opening up a question and answer session and say, what kind of leads, right? Instead of saying, hey, do you need leads? They can be more specific to basically engage with me. They can say, hey, do you need leads from banks for banking solution? So it's very specific. Then I know exactly I can engage with this person. Maybe I don't have that requirement, but I can ask him, hey, do you have leads in ERP as well? You know, so that is a leading question, which people don't do. They're still seeing, you know, I'm very surprised with the professionals of today. I'm getting those messages which people were sending 10 years back. And I am thinking, what kind of professional these are? They are not learning at all. They're just blindly, hey, this guy so-and-so, send him this fabricated message. Hey, do you need leads? Hey, do you need that? I don't think that is going to work anymore.
Well, the interesting thing is, it probably does work with because the market is growing all the time. we're in the corona arena. People are dying, people are being born. More people are dying, sadly, because of corona. So we've been very focused on this corona issue. So that's the problem. But like anything else, if you focus on that particular problem, at least you get an opportunity to have a good discussion and a good answer. So as new businesses come in all the time, that person, because I get this all the time on LinkedIn, do you want LinkedIn to work for you? Well, yes, I'm on LinkedIn. In some respects, for an established professional, it gets annoying. All of this continual noise, really, it starts to get annoying. So you're immediately ruling out an established professional. Someone new on there, they're going to say, oh yeah, please, you can help me. And then you find out you've got to pay $397 just to say, yes. And it happens all the time. But if you can, this is where the practice makes permanent. That practice can just continue. And it will work for some people because new businesses are coming in all the time. But in this arena, do you want to be seen as someone who knows what they're really doing and generating 80% of the business from a good client base? Or do you want to be increasing the client base, but nothing specific over time and just getting new clients and losing them as fast as you've gained them? So this is a question of longevity too. What type of business are you in? And I say we're in spring cleaning time. This is about looking at what your business does, why you do it, where you do it, who you do it with. But if you focus on the problem, what problem do people have out there that I can be very specific at solving? And once you do that, you actually start to get a name in a particular arena. So you stop being a me too. You actually start getting someone says, oh, you've got this problem. Well, I've just solved this problem. Let me introduce you. And all of a sudden, your clients are introducing clients to you because they're their friends. So this getting out of the Me Too era and arena is really important, especially for small businesses, because you need to identify exactly what you do, where you do it. And then all of your marketing can be very, very focused. So if you're a banking specialist, don't think, well, I can get a market in this other arena or chemicals, or yes, of course you can. But if you're a banking specialist, be a banking specialist and focus on the problems that you know are there. And then it makes life a lot easier for you because you've done that spring cleaning. You've decluttered. You're not thinking about new markets because those new markets might be difficult to enter into because you've not got that experience. And yes, you may well have the solution, but move into that market at the right time. Get a name for yourself out there. Brand yourself in the right arena. And if you're constantly fixing a problem for somebody, they will tell you how good you are. And that's when you get some really good feedback. Does this make a bit of sense? Hopefully.
Oh yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think I expect my audience and my viewers who are watching this to really engage with us to learn more, because I don't think this is a subject, this subject is nobody's teaching, not even in the classroom. And people who are young professionals will learn under mentorship. So the mentors are doing wrong things, not all of them, but some of them are doing wrong things. So your learning itself will get affected. So I think to engage with Neville, I think please do send in your messages. We will help you how to realign, how to re-strategize your efforts, because I think Neville has used very good word called P2. I would use a more cliche kind of a language and say that you don't want to be jack of all trade. but you can be master of few, not one or two, but at least one or few. So I think that is more important. You have to get aligned with the strategy, what is happening. You can't be throwing yourself open for everybody hitting on you. So I think that is what very important.
And this is the real opportunity, because you've gone through that spring clean at home. So don't be concerned about, oh, I got it wrong last time, oh, this and because that's self-interest. You're being introspective too much. Be very objective. Take a step back from the table and look at it from a distance, and it looks, actually, you can see the full extent of the table. Then you can actually work out exactly where you want to be, what you want your business to do. It may not be something you can do overnight either. Remember your spring cleaning, it takes a year to do the next one. So this could take a little bit of time, but going back to the phrase of the day, any practice makes permanent, but the right practice makes perfect. And we all want to, perfection is a very difficult thing to even explain, but we're all striving to be better. And if we just take out some of the bad practices we do and put in one good practice, perhaps be a little bit more focused. In other words, focus on the problem, not continually telling people how good you are, then that might be the little ripple that makes a big difference to your business. And it's small things that are gonna work well, because the small things make up to much bigger things. As I say, this is not rocket science. And a lot of people are saying it, but very few people are doing it.
Right.
And the other thing is, get hold of a mentor. There are thousands of them out there. You don't even have to know them. Just follow them. Go onto LinkedIn, find out the big names out there. Look at what they're saying. Look at how they're doing things. You don't have to have a personal relationship with a mentor to do what the mentor's doing. You can copy them, in your particular arena. But remember, it's your action that's going to do it. It may not work for you. So what you've got to be doing is practicing, see what happens. If that doesn't work, okay, well, ditch it. Do something else. Do something else. Then all of a sudden, something will work better. But I've found over my career, advising small businesses and advising large corporates, is when you focus on the problem, even if it's not your client's problem and it's your problem, you solve it. And it's as simple as that. But you do need that, as I've got in the background here all the time, you do need that can-do attitude all the time. Now, don't beat yourself up, because what you did yesterday can always be improved upon. And if it can't, great. At least you've got a really good benchmark to go and do something else to add, so you do improve upon in a slightly different direction.
So, what you mentioned today is very, 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 very critical. And I cannot emphasize more on this for everyone, whether you're a young professional or seasoned professional. I think you have to do your strength and weaknesses analysis and come out with what you want to do for short term, long term, 3 years, 4 years. I think that plan has to be there for any entrepreneur. I think very important. You put it very nicely in very few words. And I really appreciate it. I think it means a lot to me as a professional, what you just said today.
Oh, thank you. Well, hopefully, the message is getting out there. And the other thing is, give us some feedback. Let's deal with your problems, because they may be big in your mind, but they're only big because you've never actually solved them. But once you do solve them, once we unlock that problem, actually, it may be all of a sudden that you've taken off one pair of glasses and you put another pair of glasses on, and suddenly you're hugely aware of what's going on out there. And then that gives you the laser focus. I mean, I know that sounds a a little bit paradoxical, but the more aware you become, the more focused you can become on improving your business and improving yourself. And now's the time to do it. You know, still under lockdown, day 22 now. Is that right?
22, yeah.
And the rest of the world is under some form of lockdown as well. So take the advantage now, do the right things today, and tomorrow's going to be much better. Always a pleasure speaking with you, CK. Tomorrow's day 23, and the letter Q. That's going to be an interesting one.
That's going to be difficult. It looks like Q is difficult. Not too many things exist which starts with Q. We'll see tomorrow.
Who knows? We'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
High five.
Hi.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass DQ. And the DQ stands for Digital Quotient. And in this series, our objective is to increase the DQ for every citizen of the world. The objective really is very clearly defined. It's basically increasing the ability to understand the digital world in a much better way, and this is the first chapter of that series. There are 24 more to go. This chapter is focused on digital identity. So let's discuss about the digital identity and how it affects. So as you see, the identity of a human being is really the his face and his name and his signatures. So that is how the identity of a person is captured. But when it comes to digital arena, then how do you make sure that the same identity of a person which is in physical world is captured into the digital world? So this is really the definition of digital identity, which is exact replication of the person's physical identity or organization's physical identity, application's physical identity, or a device like a mobile phone or a tab, etc. So I think it's important to understand what is digital identity and how it is correlated to my physical identity. So as we are moving forward into the 21st century, I think there will be a time when the digital identity will exactly match your physical identity. That means whatever you do on the digital media will be tracked directly to your name and to yourself, and the time is very near. So I think it's important for everyone to understand how to create your digital identity and how to match it with physical identity. So in this session we will discuss what is your digital identity. So as you know that when we say that when we log in into internet, that becomes my digital identity. So what you would use to log in is basically a username and a password. So using that you will log in into variety of applications like email or a Facebook or Amazon. And this is a trend everywhere, whether you are in Malaysia, US, Europe, or in India. You have to have your username and password defined to get started and to start using the internet. And many people will think, hey, that becomes my digital identity. That means my username is my digital identity. And that is not the case at all. See, what happens is after you log in into system, you may use the system in variety of ways. You may use, if you are a businessman, you may use to see your stocks. If you are a student, you may see it to study online or to check your scores. If you are a casual user, you may want to share your pictures, you may contact your friends via Facebook. If you have an opinion about some subjects, you may tweet using the Twitter platform. If you want to explore business opportunities on the web, you may log in into LinkedIn and try to see who can be your business partner, check the opportunities, job opportunities or business opportunities. So, so these are the things that you normally would do. And lately, a lot of e-commerce has also come up in a big way, where you go to online portals and buy things of certain types. So some people may buy gadgets more, some people may buy dress material more than other things. Some material will like, some people will like to check out what is available today, which is or the prices are moving up and down of different commodities. Many people like to just survey the market, so do window shopping using Amazon, see what is latest coming into the market. So you see, the impact of digital world is so profound today that you not only log in to check your emails, you log in to read news, you log in to buy your things, you log in to get your groceries, you log in to see what are the opportunities for you, you share your pictures and different events about your personal life in Facebook. And if you have an opinion, you also express your opinion using Twitter. Apart from that, there are other areas like hospitals. Nobody is keeping any record in a physical format. All the history of a patient goes into some sort of a system. It is immediately digitized, kept it as a record. So you see, if you summarize all this, your identity today is made of various aspects. It's not only dependent on the username that you have chosen. It is actually your behavior on the internet. It is tracked and segmentize you in a particular bucket. So what happens is, if somebody is looking for a certain segment of people, you will come into that list. Say some business is looking for trying to sell insurance, and they want to basically reach out to people who are in the age group of 25 to 35, and they had certain behavior. And if you happen to show that behavior on the internet, automatically you become their target audience. So the behavior plays a major role. How you basically use the system plays a major role in determining your identity today. Going forward, it will be even more smarter to track you down. So it's not only your username, it is how you basically use various systems on the internet, and that becomes part of our identity. For example, if you're doing a review of legal systems, so the chances are either you require some help, so lawyers can proactively reach out to you, or you are generally concerned about legal system, you want to give an opinion. So the legal fraternity would be informed that so and so person is trying to make inquiry in the legal system. So you see, it doesn't matter what name you have. You can name yourself Casanova, but it won't matter, because your identity is a combination of various factors today, and everyone in the world must know how their identity is being maintained or being viewed on the internet. So it's important. So I think we have understood what is the digital identity, and we have to see that our identity is not misused. Uh, Things like your personal physical appearance has identification mark. If you fill out any application today for any admission, they will ask your identification mark. So you would say, hey, I have a mole on my forehead, or I have uh, 11 fingers. So everyone has some identity. I have a scar on my left hand, right cheek, etc. Everyone would be having an identity, and so your face becomes your biggest identity. So there was a time when the finger scanning used to be considered as a foolproof identification And about 10-15 years back, there was a huge ho-halla about biometrics and all that. Now, even the biometrics can be fooled. People have realized that it's the finger scanning data which is kept in certain database, and that can be hacked. Then your identity can be lost. So industry has moved along. They are not dependent on uh, the finger scanning as a password. So the emergence of finger scanning basically happened because it was easy to have a finger scan as your password, because your finger scan is very unique. In fact, there is no other person in the world which will have your kind of a finger. So logically it was felt that finger scanning is the best method, and that way you don't have to remember your password, and you carry your finger always with you. So all you have to do, give your username, scan your finger, and that's it. You are in the system, you are in the internet. But then it also had a lot of pitfalls, and because of that, now the emerging trend is the face recognition, because your face is your exact replication of your physical personification. So capture the face into the system in such a way that it exactly matches your digital identity. So world is moving towards that, and now this technology is so advanced that even if you wear a mask on your face, you can still be identified. So for example, if you walk into a bank, there is a CCTV camera capturing your image, and that image will, even though you have put a mask on your face, can identify you as XYZ. So this technology has evolved to so much, very rapidly evolved into this arena, and that is why it has become very, very powerful, and it's much closer now to replicate your personal identification with your digital identification. So I think even though you have multiple passwords in the system, say for example Facebook you have one password and LinkedIn you have another, and you may think that, hey, I'm trying to protect myself by having different passwords and different usernames, but that won't help you, because your identification is captured by the face. And this technology is now available across multiple platforms. In fact, the mobile players have come up in a big way. All the mobile handsets, devices have the face recognition, so you don't have to press a finger, you just look at the mobile and it opens up. So this is where the world is moving. So that is why it is very important to know to capture your personal identification into digital world. And how do you do that? And also protect it, because once you have come closer, uh, you have to make sure that your digital identity is not misused. So because there are various threats which are available today, and which can there are some people who are out there to steal your identity. So that, for example, I would say that if you some people give their date of birth, and they manage their passwords using their date of birth. So it's very simple for any hacker, a smart hacker, who can, if your date of birth is known to him, he can crack your password. So the things like that, even though when you're capturing yourself into digital world, you have to ensure that how you're using the system, that is going to reveal you in the digital world. And if you're also giving information like your date of birth, etc., that can be misused against you. So how do you prevent all that is the question. So we will tackle some of these things. See, the whole thing is that if somebody is trying to steal data of say 1 million people, the easiest way to do it is use unprotected Wi-Fi systems. Say Wi-Fi in a lounge or a coffee shop or an airport or in railway station, which are not very well protected Wi-Fi. Why the hackers who are trying to steal your identity will use this method? Number one, it is easy to hack in because it's not protected. Number two, they can easily hide themselves. See, it is like this: somebody is trying to steal your identity and steal your data. They will like to first conceal themselves because they are obviously committing a crime. So they don't want themselves to be exposed while they can see all your data. So I think this is the easiest method by which they can reach out to you. So make sure that even though somebody says that hey, use a free Wi-Fi in the lounge, don't get tempted and get connected to a free Wi-Fi system in a lounge. Similarly, when you see unprotected web page, don't click on that, don't go to that page itself, because what happens is, for the same reason that people who are trying to use unprotected web pages, they will very easily conceal their own identity. And when you are browsing something which is not protected, in the backend they will have some sort of a software running which will capture all your data, your pictures, your documents on your PC without even you knowing about it. So make sure that don't look at the web pages which do not show the lock sign on the left hand side top in your browser. So these are very very important keys. I think everyone should uh, make sure that they don't look, have caution not to look at the unprotected websites. At the same time, a lot of phishing activity happens. So what is phishing? It's basically some a bad person sends you an email posing as your banker, for example. So you get an email from your banker saying, hey, why don't you click on this web page to revalidate your credit card or revalidate this XYZ things that the bank wants. So make sure before you start clicking at that email, because the email will capture the logo of your bank very nicely, but when you look at the website carefully, there will be one or two spellings here and there, some spelling mistakes. So before you start clicking on these phishing emails or any email from a bank, make sure that you read the web link carefully, very very carefully. The chances are most of the bankers don't send you any email. They will not send you any link to click. Rather, they will ask you to visit their website and then use their banking system. They will not send you an email. So the things are small things like this. If you take care, the chances are that you will be safer, and your identity will be safe as well. The best method to protect your identity is to use a strong password. So what is a strong password? Strong password is not your date of birth and if your name is Alan 223355, not like that. So it's very easy to crack. What you have to do is basically uh, give special characters at special, use alphanumeric, sometimes capital letters and sometimes small letters, and also use special characters which are very difficult to crack or very difficult to imagine, because the special characters like star, hash, they do not correlate to anything in your personal life. So it's very difficult for anyone, even your known people, to crack your password. So make sure that your passwords are very very strong. Use special characters, use combination of capital letters and small letters. At the same time, change your password frequently. Even though you are using a very strong password methodology, but still it is advisable to change your passwords frequently. Make sure that you have the two-factor authentications enabled across all platforms. So if you follow this strong password, chances are the systems will be much more secure for you and people will not be able to hack into your personal data. And the last is privacy policies. So when you want to share some picture with your friends, but you don't want to share that picture with public, all that is determined by the privacy policies of your social media accounts. So the privacy policies of the social media accounts are regularly updated by the social media players. So you have to make sure that these policies are reviewed by you regularly. If there is a change, usually the social media players will tell you about it, that this change is happening, and make sure that you read all these policies carefully and enable those features which are meaningful for you or which you want. Make sure that certain pictures of your family gathering you don't want to share with a lot of people, so make sure that you define your privacy policies, your privacy levels in your social media accounts, to make sure that your identity is not thrown open for anyone uh, to know about. So these are certain things that um, if you follow and do these things, you will be much more literate in terms of understanding your digital identity, and there is no point in assuming anything that, hey, if I have my password secure, I have a strong password. Your behavior itself will reveal a lot of things about you. So make sure that you have the right behavior when you're using the digital systems. Also make sure that you change your password, and very important, make sure that you use a face recognition technology wherever is possible, so that you use the best of the breed which is available to protect yourself. So with this I will end the session today. Dear friends, write to me, give your comments about this. Anything else you want me to include in the next session, we can do that. I can take up the questions raised by you in the next session. But until then, I like to say goodbye and I wait to hear from you. Bye bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. In today's session of Top Brass, we have a very distinguished personality joining us from Texas today, and she is the chief penguin of IBM. Her name is Melissa. Melissa, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you.
So, Melissa, I think you work with a lot of entrepreneurs globally, and you also work with a lot of youth programs across the world in many countries. And I think today we wanted to pick your brains about digital skills, because you work with all types of people, young, privileged, underprivileged, entrepreneurs, even web technology companies in many countries. So, what is the major skills that is required for all the people going forward from here?
So I have a framework that is my favorite framework, and I actually pulled it up on my phone here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just show you what I'm looking at. Can you see that? Can you see that? All right, cool. Maybe you can't see exactly what's on there, but I use something that, and I'm going to walk you through it. So if you see me looking down a bit, if you see me kind of grabbing my phone, I'm not texting at the same time. I think the reason why I have this out in front of me is because it's my favorite framework. Now, where did I get this framework? How did this come about? My PhD research is on the digital inclusion of underrepresented and underserved communities. And I focus on a gamut of skills that people need in order to make meaningful use of the internet. So that's generating outcomes, whether that's economic outcomes, educational outcomes, or that's just a matter of being safe online, right? And I spent several years researching all of the frameworks that exist on the planet, and which kind of leads into one of the positions that I have in the world, which is with the IEEE. And so I'm the chair of the Digital Skills Working Group, or the Digital Intelligence Working Group within IEEE. the largest engineering organization on the planet, 400,000 members worldwide. And throughout this literature review for both my academic career as well as my chair position within the IEEE, I identified what I consider to be my most favorite framework. I don't own the framework. I didn't create the framework. I really kind of looked across the world and identified what I would consider and what IEEE is in the process of doing is what I would consider a standard definition of what it means to be digitally intelligent. So we've heard of emotional intelligence, right? Daniel Goleman's research that looks at, how do you manage yourself? How do you manage your relationships? How do you identify, emotional factors in others? We look at intelligence and we track these things, right? We have a definition for what it means. We measure it, we calculate it. And if you think about literacy, we have a definition for what that means, right? We track it, we measure it. We know in India, for example, the percentage of people who are literate. And forgive me, I can't remember the number. That said, we all know it exists. We report out on it from a World Bank perspective, from the UN, countries, villages, schools, and people, right? But think about it. If digital literacy is the new literacy, we should have a framework and a definition. I'm not sure if anyone knows this, but we do not. Even the UN doesn't have a standard definition of what it means to be digitally intelligent. They have put out, meaning UNESCO put out a report some time ago with a number of different frameworks. It didn't include my framework. So what I did, well, the framework that I identified. And so what I did is I wrote a piece for the UN High-Level Panel for Digital Cooperation, which is headed up by Jack Ma and Melinda Gates, with advisory support and leadership from Vint Cerf, the father of the internet, chief internet strategist at Google. And I wrote this piece. You can find it online through the coalition or through the, again, the UN High-Level Panel for Digital Cooperation. You can find that by Googling that plus my name and it'll come up. And I pointed out how the world needs to rally around a framework of what this means. And by the way, here is another framework that wasn't considered in some of the pieces. And I've heard some rumblings that perhaps it's either already been released or will be released, including this additional framework. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to walk you through the framework. Again, this is a framework that was created by the DQ Institute, which is based out of Singapore. They, along with me in my advisory position within the IEEE, the OECD, and the World Economic Forum have come together to create what's called the Coalition for Digital Intelligence, thus adopting this framework. So I'm going to start off by saying there are a lot of what I would consider competencies, and see this as a wheel of competencies. You're going to dial things up and dial things down depending upon your interest level, depending upon your career, depending upon your academic journey. But it all has, something to kind of rally around in terms of technical competencies, cognitive competencies, metacognitive, and socio-emotional competencies. And there are essentially 3 levels of it. So you consider yourself as, let's say, knowledge that surrounds itself around skills, attitudes, and values. So the first one is digital rights. And digital rights, if you think about this is your rights to be able to participate in the digital economy. Your intellectual property rights. So if you create something, do you own that? And what do you know about ownership when it comes to creating technical solutions or creating, technical works of art, if you will. And the other piece is privacy. How do you understand and manage your privacy? Who has access to your data when you post it online? Those are the 3 aspects of what I would consider, and what the DQ Institute considers, as well as the Coalition for Digital Intelligence considers, digital rights. Now, what's interesting is people often use digital intelligence, digital literacy, and digital skills interchangeably. This model actually looks at digital literacy as a separate component within that wheel of competencies when we're talking about digital intelligence. And one of the things includes data and AI literacy. Now, we know that not everybody is going to be a data scientist. Not everybody is going to jump in the world of AI. That said, you might just be aware of what that competency entails, but you might not actually be a practitioner, and you might not also be empowering others and teaching other people your skills. So as you think about these different big buckets, and then the 3 items that make up these big buckets, you might be aware that this exists, you might have learned it, you might be a practitioner and teaching others. So that's what I mean by you're dialing these skills up and down. So again, under digital literacy, data and AI literacy, the next one would be content creation and computational literacy. Now, when I say computational literacy, what I mean by that is, can you code? Do you understand the introductory building blocks of what it means to code? Have you written a line of code like Hello World, which is only what I've written? Or are you building applications? Are you creating content? Are you building, websites or mobile applications or IoT devices? And are you empowering others to do so after you've learned? So again, that looks at that wheel of competencies. The last component of digital literacy is media and information literacy. So basically what I'm saying here is that being able to recognize media misinformation and disinformation is a component of being digitally literate. So when you get onto Facebook or whatever social platform you fancy, or you get an email, or you get a text, or whatever it is that comes, in a news article, do you understand and know how to evaluate that article or that piece or that post from your friend to know, is it reputable? Do the sources make sense? Is there something funny about it that, maybe just someone else's opinion? We've heard about, different, farms, if you will, digital farms, existing in certain parts of the world where they're trying to sway you to vote one way or another, or they're trying to sway you from one candidate or another. How is it that you can critically evaluate that article and know, is this real or is this fake? An easy way to do that is you see that article, you go out and you go to Google, you go to Bing, you go to whatever, and you search for that particular topic. And you look and see, is this the only place that it was written? How reputable is that piece? Does it look a little outlandish and crazy? Are there a lot of grammar errors or spelling mistakes? Does the language that you speak, does it sound like you would normally write? These are some of the things that I look for when I determine, is this a valid source or not? In the age of where we get a lot of information from YouTube and a lot of information from bloggers, remember, a lot of that stuff is self-created. How reputable is that material as we go to vote in elections? And that's, extremely important, obviously, right now, as my country, the United States, goes into its elections. A lot of controversy, a lot of divide. How do you make sure that you are being a good corporate citizen by critically evaluating what's in front of you and being a responsible citizen by knowing what you should share, what you should not share, and also helping your friends, your family, and everyone around you understand how to determine whether something is real and fake. And I'll tell you, with the rise of deep fakes, so things that look really real, where it looks like, President Obama, President Trump, Hillary Clinton, whomever else, it looks like their lips are moving exactly. Did you know that you can actually create videos where you can splice things together, make it look like that person is saying it, their mouth may be moving exactly the way you expect it to move, yet it is a deep fake? Or someone has created an AI solution that makes it look like it's a real person, a real kid who's been impacted by something. This is really important when we think about terrorist activities or nefarious characters. So we've went through 2 of them. The third one is digital communication, public and mass communication. So again, I think that one's highly related to media misinformation and disinformation. How do you know where to get, your information and evaluate it clearly and comprehensively? how do you communicate and collaborate with others as we're all working from home or studying from home or not being able to access the coffee shop or the restaurant, and we've alternated, we've transitioned our lives from one thing to another. How are we using social media? How are we using messaging? How are we using online collaboration tools to communicate and collaborate with others? I use a lot of different things in my daily life. I use Trello, for example, to keep track of timelines and my project management activities. I have colleagues that use Mural to do online whiteboarding. We have Slack for instant communication. We have WhatsApp to communicate with our friends. I use it a lot for work. We use a lot of different tools in addition to just thinking about social media and email. There are a lot of very interesting things. We're using a Zoom platform right now. So how can you, connect with others who are in other parts of the world or maybe next door, but we can't get over there to see them for a variety of issues that we're all facing with COVID-19. The last piece of digital communication is digital footprint management. How are you managing your footprint online? So if you get online and you post something, where is it going? Where is that post that you made? Is someone taking a screenshot and posting it over somewhere? Do you care about that? Are you, managing your privacy settings on Facebook? For me, I alternate my privacy settings when I'm talking about digital skills or entrepreneurship or training opportunities or tech for good, a job opportunity. I make it public. If I'm posting something that is maybe me and my kids, I might make that private. I might not want everybody to see that. That said, all of my followers can see it. All my followers can screenshot it, and they can do whatever they want to with it, and I may not even know. Recently, someone created a Instagram profile that looked just like my name and stole my pictures. I didn't notice it until someone was next to me and I was typing in my Instagram account so that they could connect with me. So I had their phone. And I saw that there was another M Sassafras. That's my Instagram handle. And it was M Sassafras with an underscore after it. And it was my picture, the same picture that I had in my Instagram. So I clicked on it and I saw all my pictures. So essentially what someone had done was clone my account by taking the pictures and creating an alternative account. So my digital literacy, my digital skills, my digital intelligence told me I need to report that. And I need to talk to my friends to report that. So my friends reported it, I reported it, and I submitted something to Instagram. Within X amount of days, that profile was taken down. But what's interesting is that account blocked me, so I didn't know it existed. I only found out because I had my friend's phone. And I wouldn't have found it if I hadn't had my friend's phone looking for it. That's scary, right? Because how many times are we going into someone else's phone and looking for ourselves and our social media platform? Or figuring out where someone has put some of your pictures. This can often be very scary for young women who have been impacted by someone who might have used artificial intelligence to put their face onto someone else's face. So imagine your face onto someone else's face, doing something precarious or doing something risque that might not have been something that you did, and posted on some site that you might not, find palatable or acceptable for your norms and values. How do you find that? You might never find it. All right. Now we're going to talk about digital emotional intelligence. This is just like emotional intelligence. So just like Daniel Goleman's research. If you haven't read any books by Daniel Goleman, I would recommend it. I love his books. He's got a whole packet on relationship management, etc. Go ahead.
Before we move to the digital intelligence, I like to say that I fully agree with you the points that you made. In fact, especially in the democratic world, from where you and I belong, there are a lot of narrative creation happens, especially around the elections. And in a country like India, the elections are happening every 2 months, and every election is fought like a general election. So if there is a state election, which is a smaller part of India, the impact of that election will have on the next election, which is going to happen after 6 months. And as you know, a country like India has 1.3 billion people, so you can't have one election because there are so many people voting, and the systems availability, machinery, and all that is not possible. So a lot of narrative creation happens throughout the year, and I think you mentioned very valid point in the end that there is a lot of risk, and you need to know exactly what you're doing on the social media platform. So I just want to ask you, is there a program that is promoted by your team or one of your companies where people can get enrolled and get literate around these aspects?
Media, so I would tell you a couple things. I would go to the dqinstitute.org is what I would recommend. I have seen a lot of, programs that exist that look into different aspects of these. I'm actually building a platform right now. It's not launched yet. It'll be ready. I think based on where I am probably next year, that looks at all of these different competencies and allows you in a gamified fashion to play around with these things and earn badges, be able to share your badges in social media, interact with mentors and peers and others. But if you look at this, there's not one single platform that exists on the planet that allows you to learn in a gamified fashion and earn badges. There are a lot of them out there that take on different components of these. So I think I'd have to look at this and tell you, for this, look at that platform. For this, look at that platform. I saw something on media literacy the other day that I was meaning to go through, a brand new one, and I haven't done it yet. So I would have to look at kind of my notes and tell you, hey, these are the ones, but, perhaps we could write a blog about some of the, deep dives into these, and instead of talk about the framework, or maybe have a special session on media literacy and talk about which platform would be appropriate for, the Indian population, because I think some of these things are very location specific. What a, person, what a farmer in Kenya or a rural farmer in, India might need to know might be a little bit different than, a young girl in, rural Arkansas or a city. But let's table that one and let's call that one another session, and we'll do a deep dive into media literacy if that works for you.
Sure.
Okay, cool.
You were talking about the intelligence aspect of the digital arena.
Yeah, so this is very similar to regular emotional intelligence. It's got 3 components. It's relationship management. So how do you manage your relationships online? Do you ghost people? Do you respond? Do you fire off too many things to them? Do you spam a lot? How do you manage your relationships online? How do you create something that feels like it's in real life? Do you bring your true self? Because a lot of people don't. Do you create this persona online that's not really you? And is that how you manage your relationships? And do people feel like you're the same person online as you are offline? Not everybody is. Some people create alternative personas. How aware are you of others? How do you push your ideas onto others? Or how do you respond to their ideas? Are you respectful of their ideas? Are they respectful of yours? Do you have empathy? Are you a troll? How do you respond to trolls? These are important things too. As a young person, are you getting cyberbullied? How do you respond to that? What do you do? How do you report it? Where do you go to report it? If you see something quite dangerous online, something potentially violent, a crime, what do you do about that? How do you manage your feelings? And who do you talk to? There are often circumstances that we've seen when a shooting has taken place in the United States or somewhere else, that someone might post an exact video. Maybe that person who committed that crime posts it and shares it. How does that impact people? How does that impact yourself? Should you be sharing some of the things that you share? I've seen, videos of people that might share things that are, extremely disturbing. Do you, indulge in that content? The next piece really goes into security. And that's, how do you manage your own personal security? Your passwords, your password management. Do you tell people where you are at every single moment? You know, I know there are certain places that I might travel to where I don't check in until after I've left. And I do that for my own personal safety. I may do that in many places where I might have left that location an hour ago and I check in as if I'm still there, because I really enjoy, you know, publicizing that I was in this place. I did eat there. I did vacation there. You know, I did spend time there with my friends. You know, everyone has their own, again, their own comfort level. They dial it down, they dial it up. You know, think about who all can see where you are, and do you want them to know? I had a situation where I went to a particular city in a particular country to run a coding camp. And it was publicized. It was clear I was there. This made me think about how I manage my own personal safety, because I had an individual who had seen me online, wanted to meet me for alternative purposes than coming and taking part in the coding camp. And so this individual signed up as a photographer and volunteered his skills. And the club, the team that was running this coding camp was like, oh wow, yeah, we need a photographer. It looked legit, it looked fine. In reality, they're trying to get close to me and proclaim his love for me. I'd never met him, I'd never seen him, but he thought he knew me because he saw me on social media and felt like he knew me, even though we'd never interacted before. So think about these things when you're sharing where you're going, who you're with, what you're working on. I, again, dial it up and dial it down depending upon the circumstances and where I am. But that situation made me think about it. Network security management. So, there are many different aspects of that. Are you enabling people to gain access to your network at work? How do you keep your work email, your work logins? We saw what happened with a Twitter incident where nefarious characters gained access to different people's social media profiles and posted different things about Bitcoin. How do these, even the most competent people, often get accidentally involved by clicking on a link? How do you make sure that you are looking at that link, hovering over where it came from, and making sure, did that really come from Apple? Did that really come from my bank? If I get a text, if I get an email that is something about a password issue or a missed payment or validate my credit card, I always go directly to that site and log in to see, is there an issue? Most of the time there's not, and most of the time it's a phishing expedition to see, are you going to respond, and are you going to give away your passwords? Are you going to enable someone to gain access to your bank account, your credit card, your personal details, your personally identifiable information, the stuff that people will need in order to take advantage of you, take your money. There are all kinds of nefarious characters out there. Lastly, organizational cybersecurity management. Again, that's probably more about what I said in terms of network security management.
So let me share some experience from my side. What I've noticed is that such nefarious activities have increased, or rather gone up, after the lockdown, because a lot of people are trying to get access to your personal information. And in fact, a lot of telecom operators and also the bank, a lot of other public agencies are, at least in India, I've seen that every second or third day there is an alert that, hey, don't give your KYC, don't share your information. And I think you're making a very valid point. If there is an email sent to me saying that, hey, validate this credit card or something else, I actually look at the website. Like you said, you have to be very cautious. So I actually look at the website, and many times I've seen that there'll be just one additional spelling in it. So for example,
that's exactly right. They're very clever. It may look the same. Look for spelling errors. Look to see if it makes sense. You'll discover that there is a lot of, and many of us get them every day. I get them all the time. I don't 9 times out of 10 I don't even look it up, and I don't do anything, and I figure, hey, if my credit card doesn't work, I'm going to go somewhere and it's not going to work, and then I'm going to discover it, because I know my bank is not going to contact me that way. I set up 2-factor authentication. So whenever you log in from a new device, you have to not just put your password, but you have to authenticate or validate that request, through a phone call, through text, through an email, so that you know that it's coming and you know that it's you. Now, we've talked about security. We've talked about being a builder, a creator. We've talked about media misinformation and disinformation. What's interesting is we're going to move on to digital safety. And for me, I kind of look at digital safety and security as one thing. I kind of lump it all in there. And again, we look at behavior, we look at, content, what are you sharing in content that goes out? So am I going to post my social security number, which is something we use to identify ourselves in the US? I'm not. Some people have their birth dates posted everywhere. I don't. I don't have my birthday posted, which means I don't get all those exciting, birthday messages on Facebook, because nobody knows that it's my birthday. So I'm not going to get all those, but that's okay. I don't care. And how am I managing, my community? So is there someone who really doesn't want you to tag them in a particular place? And you know that it's you. Maybe your friend is a victim of domestic violence. All those, but maybe that person doesn't want anyone to know that they're there, because maybe as a victim of domestic violence, that person might know, wow, so and so is here, and now I'm going to go there, and I have the ability to perform violence against that person. So again, I think it's not just about what do you feel comfortable with, but how do others feel as well? And how can you be empathetic to the feelings and thoughts and perceptions of others? I'm going to move on now to digital use. And that's, how are you using it how are you using tech and access to the internet from a civic perspective? When it comes to tech for good or social good or being active in the political process. Now, there's a fine line between civic use, encouraging people to vote and that sort of thing, and shoving your idea down somebody's throat. Because when you think about what your political beliefs are, or your religious beliefs, or whether you eat meat, don't eat meat, whatever your beliefs are, and whatever your value system is, if you are a vegetarian, do you want to see someone telling you how much you should eat meat and how awesome meat is, and a picture of a slaughterhouse? You do not want to see that, right? Especially if that is something that religiously is very core to your value system. The same principle applies to politics. How do you make sure that you are open and honest and transparent, but you're not putting people in an uncomfortable situation and making them feel as if you're not listening to their perspectives. I have a lot of friends who post a lot of very, very political things, very charged things, and that's their way, and I respect that. And a lot of people, I do continue to keep them on my social media feed, even if their opinions differ than mine, because I think it is interesting also, even if those beliefs differ from mine, from my morals, from my values. There's a fine line. If someone is sharing child pornography, for example, that's very different. I'm going to report that. If someone is going to post harming an animal, I'm going to report that. Same thing with a human or whatever. If there's very abusive behavior, I'm going to report that. That said, it is nice to understand where do other people come from and respect and be empathetic with their point of view, even if you don't agree to it. And just remember, you can always unfollow someone. If you don't like what they're saying and you don't want to deal with, talking to them about it, you can always unfollow. You don't even need to tell them. You can unfriend if you want. But I also know many people don't feel comfortable unfriending someone because they're afraid that person's going to get mad and notice, and then they're going to have to deal with it and have a conversation. This is where the unfollow comes into play. Yeah, I don't want to deal with it. I don't want to talk to you. I still want you in my circle, but I don't want to see your stuff. Naturally, that doesn't exist in Twitter, but there are ways that we can manage these things. If you don't feel comfortable having the conversation with that person who continues to post things that might differ from your personal beliefs.
Recently, I had an experience which I want to share with you. On the LinkedIn, I have many followers personally as a professional, and I don't even know how many people are there in my network. I mean, to be very frank with you, and as you rightly said, you think twice before you unfollow somebody. And there is one person, when we launched our Top Brass Speaker of the Year award, there's one person for no reason started, and that person is a lady. I don't remember who that person is, basically. Maybe I met her many years back, maybe professionally, but she started abusing me on the awards that, you are doing this, X, Y, Z. And I said, look, I don't want to talk to you. I didn't even block her or unfollow her. But surprisingly, I got an email from LinkedIn saying that, hey, we have noticed some abusive behavior. Would you like to unfollow that person? I was like very.
That's really nice. I didn't know that they did that, and that I think that's I think that's great, because I think there's a lot of controversy right now around how our social media platforms using our data. And how are they abusing our data? How are they managing trolls or abusive behavior? How are they monitoring it? How are they managing it? How are they shutting it down? Whether that's, someone who's continuing to verbally assault you, or someone who is, trying to use fake news, because this is where fake news comes into play too, is trying to rile you up and get you excited about your candidate so that you'll respond and share and have a lot of uninformed dialogue. I believe personally that social media platforms need to play a greater role in having responsibility over their content. There are significant amounts of child pornography that happen in social media, in certain circles. Oftentimes, you look at COVID-19, a lot of misinformation around, if you do this, you're going to be cured. And I've read a lot of different articles about, people who have been convinced of certain things through social media, didn't respond to, someone who might have, someone impacted by COVID-19 or another ailment, and not taking the proper precautions that are guided by medical professionals, and thinking, oh, my friend showed me this, or I got this from this website, and thinking that it was valid by not looking at it appropriately. The next thing I think that's important is both healthy and balanced use of technology. So are you creating, and do you have addictive behaviors? Do you manage your screen time? How much time do you spend online? It can be I know I spend a lot of time on social media. A lot of it's just reading and taking in information and learning, also collaborating. That said, are people really thinking about how much time should my kid spend today? Is my kid playing online games all the time? And it's not just kids, gambling, for example, or pornography, or whatever the case might be. Are there excessive behaviors that either young people or whomever are, taking on, that's harming them or others? And then, that obviously plays a role when it comes to emotional intelligence. How is that impacting you emotionally, socially, mentally, intellectually? The last thing, which I don't think we covered, because I think we started out with digital rights, so this is the last competency in the wheel, and that's digital identity. And that's, are you using technology to drive change in the world? And that could be emotion, or that could be social good. That could be, empowering others to learn to code. It could be climate action. It could be any cause. It could be solving the UN Sustainable Development Goals. They're just talking about them. Are you influencing others to make the world a better place and change? Now remember, similarly, Are you using social media or are you using technology to make the world a worse place? Is that change bad? Now, all of us, I think, have different opinions on whether social media is good or bad. But just like anything, you can create positive change or negative change. What are you doing to use the technology in front of you to make meaningful change and meaningful outcome? How are you co-creating with others? How are you collaborating with others to create change that brings a large group of people, or just your family, or just your community, into the realm of change? And hopefully it's positive change versus negative change, because nobody likes a troll farm. Maybe the troll does. I don't know why. Maybe they're making money off of clicks. There's a lot of different reasons why people do the things that they do online.
So
I'm going to leave this with, and one more thing, I'm going to leave this with: be a good citizen. Have digital citizenship that enables you to be a lifelong learner, be a positive influence on others, create positive change, and solve the world's wickedest problems.
I think these are very relevant points that you have told us today, and I think it is something which requires a lot of deep study. And as you mentioned some time back, is that what is your identity on the social platform? So I think it's a big problem. What I've heard in India, it's also a big problem because there are a lot of trolls and a lot of fake news websites, and there are certain websites which are not even operating from the Indian soil. So there is nothing much the legal system can do.
I think every country has this issue. I read not too long ago that, during the last election in the U.S., they identified, many of the locations of these troll farms, being well outside of the United States, and that there are certain villages in certain parts of the world where they may make thousands and thousands of dollars off of this, and they don't care about the impact that X candidate or Y candidate has in that local community. But let me tell you, you as an individual, you should care.
Certainly. In fact, there is a lot of demand from Indian citizens that to link the social media with the social security number. So we also have a social security number which is based on biometrics. So the fingers and the retina scans, and it has one number which is connected to all the citizens. So there is a lot of demand which is coming up lately now, that all the Facebook accounts, Instagram has to have your number attached to it. So I think it's fair. It is not yet enabled, but I think it's...
That's interesting. I wasn't aware of that. I'm familiar with the kind of identifiers in India, and a lot of the digital transformation that's happening in India when it comes to the government and the role that technology plays in kind of advancing society. But I wasn't aware of the tie between that and social media. It's an interesting topic. I think it'll be very interesting to see how social media giants or platforms respond to that. Obviously, if they're going to operate in the country and there's a regulatory requirement in place, you either follow the regulatory requirement or you don't do market in that, or you don't do business in that particular country. And with such a large population in India, it was 1.2 billion, right?
1.3, more than 1.3 now.
So crazy. It's impossible for many of these media giants, social media giants, to say that, never mind, we're not going to do business there. You have a powerhouse of population and people to drive change.
Yeah, the Snapchat moved out because they didn't want to follow the regulations here. But Facebook is here. I think the Facebook footprint is biggest.
I think India just I think TikTok's gone, right? TikTok's gone in India, or no?
TikTok is gone. India banned nearly 250 Chinese applications, including TikTok, PUBG, WeChat.
Oh yeah, PUBG was the other one. PUBG is so addictive. I have my ex-boyfriend is addicted to PUBG.
Okay, I've never played it because I don't have time.
It's not my thing. It's like fighting and shooting, and I downloaded it on my phone and I tried it, but it's just not my thing. But he's addicted. Yep, he used to stay up all night sometimes and play PUBG. So I don't, like, me as someone who also talks about digital literacy, I have people around me who are not interested in becoming, media literate, if you will. They're not interested in managing their screen time. So it's really hard, I think, as an individual, even someone who's in the know, to know, wow, how is it that I understand, what the good and bad or the do's and don'ts are, yet I cannot impact the person sitting right next to me.
So I think we had a very interesting discussion today, Melissa, and I personally feel after talking to you that there is a huge requirement. There is an opportunity for people who wants to train others to also train about digital literacy. I think it is a huge subject. We can't cover it in 30 minutes, but I think it's a huge.
We can't. I've done a week-long session covering each gamut of the wheel of competencies, so yeah, it's a thing. And don't get worried. You can take on any aspect of this that you want. If I had to kind of pick a few, I would say, IBM has a really great one called Let's Talk Safe Tech. That for me is a great one to just generally think about, and it's a quick training. It's something that actually teachers can take and use to share their skills forward. It's got like a workshop kind of thing. I really like that, and that would be kind of one of the places I would start. I think media misinformation is another one, and I'm kind of evaluating right now which platforms I think are the best for media literacy or media misinformation and disinformation when it comes, because I like doing things that is more gamified. It's a workshop. We all get tired of just watching videos and reading content. We get tired of it, right? When we want to learn something new. As much as we're doing this talk today, we all have fatigue. We're all tired. We want to have something that might take our minds off things a little bit and gamify it a little bit and make it feel like we're playing, the Nintendo Switch, for example, or whatever.
Certainly, Melissa, I think it was a very nice conversation I had with you. And with my viewers, I will get hold of your model and I'll share it along with this video. And thank you so much for joining us today. And
thank you.
You have a nice day ahead.
Thank you. Bye, everyone. Have a great day. See you.
Thank you, Melissa. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And today is Janmashtami. So I wanted to wish all Indians and global Indians a very happy Janmashtami. And with this small wish, let me also invite my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Gone.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And happy birthday. It's a long history, as they say, but definitely worth a celebration today.
Yeah, it is. It is Lord Krishna's birthday. So there are a lot of celebrations. So, Indians are celebrating, but today is Sorty Wednesday. So we should move on and we should talk about Sorty Wednesday.
Another and how's your awareness going today? Do you notice anything?
Absolutely. You're back in your flamingo shirt.
Well, it's Sotty Wednesday, so I thought we would reinforce our message to people out there. You need to stand out, and more importantly,
being Soti Wednesday, you need to be consistent. So, hence the flamingo shirt. This flamingo shirt has had more of an airing because of Soti Wednesday than any other time this shirt has had. Normally, I use it when I go on holiday. I'm sitting around the pool or on the beach. So, now you can see. At least I'm consistent in that arena. But I'm consistent with Soti Wednesday. So stick out. Here's the message. First message for the day. Make sure you're sticking out from the crowd.
Absolutely, and I think that's a very important tip that you are giving to our contestants, Neville. Basically, being constant and consistent is important. Many people, many smart people, or people who are already running their channel, they give number to their videos, and their videos are very well researched. So that's why they're able to give numbers. So they will have episode 1, 2, 3, 500, and so on. So any viewer who are watching their videos, they know exactly that, just like a book, which video to watch for what information. And you can stack them all in playlists. And the second thing is, if you are maintaining variety on your channel, you can have multiple playlists. It cannot be a hodgepodge of jumping from one subject to other. It could be very, very counterproductive for your channel if you don't maintain them in a proper sequence.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you mentioned one word in there that we do skip over a lot, actually. This little word called research. Research your topic, because if you don't really understand your topic, how are you going to express yourself in front of that camera? So the more research you do, the interesting thing is, the less you know, because there's always more research and all of a sudden you find something over here that's really interesting. The point is, you can overplay this and you can forever be in research. But the thing is, get the headlines and then just slightly go underneath the surface, because that's all you need to do in what we're doing here. We're not asking you to be a subject expert on, traveling to Mars or how do you do a moon landing. We don't expect you to be that industry expert with a PhD and a second PhD in astrophysics or whatever. We just need you to be entertaining and engaging. And that's all we're looking for here. Just a little bit of entertainment, a little bit of insight, but engage us. Because if you don't engage us, actually, we'll just switch off. Do you know, actually, there's lots of research, CK, out there of how quickly people turn off when they see a video, or they turn off when they see a bit of information that isn't quite what they were thinking it was going to be. How quick do you think that is?
Well, I know of this research, and it is about maximum 15 seconds.
Absolute maximum 15 seconds, and it's like, and we don't really need to know the research, because just imagine you walk into a room of people you don't know. That's what these people are doing. They're walking into an online platform that they've maybe stumbled across. You might have sent them there. Your friend may have sent them there. And all of a sudden, they're making a very quick judgment call. We are so fast to make a judgment on things that are there. That's why a smile at the beginning is engaging. It brings people in, and it gets these little grey cells moving in the right direction. What you want is a little kick of adrenaline. Oh, I'm interested. Wonder what this person's going to say. You need to get them curious. And easily you can lose them, because in the first 5, 10, 15 seconds, you just drift off and you don't say something that could be engaging. One of the things I've seen quite regularly, mostly because of this pandemic, and a lot of people are going digitally. I hear a lot, someone says, there are 3 things that you really need to know. And you think, oh yeah, they're going to tell me 3 things that are important. So immediately they're very engaging. Number 1, and they'll give you number 1. You think, oh yeah, that's quite good. And B, and you think, B, where's number 2? because they mentioned number one, they've now brought B in. Well, what's B? Because they've forgotten they've said number one, and they may have said A. Now, if they'd have said A, then B would have been a logical following. But they said one. And that's the whole point. We immediately position people to be thinking ahead for us, because you've told them, I'm going to give you three things. Number one, B. And immediately you switch off, and because you haven't switched off, your head's going somewhere else, and you've actually missed number two. And you think, oh, well, forget it. Off. And you've lost the audience, despite the fact you did everything up front and you captured them immediately. Take a look on the web, take a look on YouTube. You'll be quite surprised how many people do it. And the other thing is, just one other thing is, when they set their YouTube going, and we do it sometimes, when you set that record button going, they're looking down like this. So the first second, maybe 2 seconds, all you see is my bald head. Well, that's not very entertaining, is it? It's not exciting. It's not engaging. So look into the camera. How many times have we said this? Simple stuff. Look into the camera. Smile. Draw people into your wonderful, happy face. Then you've created that bridge. Does that make sense?
In fact, I would like to add something to this when we're talking about this subject. Many videos, there'll be a lot of music playing for like 1 minute. When people don't have patience, when they visit your channel, they don't want to hear some music which you have copied from somewhere, and then there'll be, So these are some very bad habits, and I think you should get rid of all this. Straight, come to the point. Bring value early on in your video. Make sure that your video is made on a plan, so you have a script in front of you. Like Neville is saying, that you start with numbering with 1, 2, 3, but then in between you forgot about it, and then you change it to ABC. That leaves a very bad impression. It says that your script is not there, or maybe you're thinking out of the hat. Maybe whatever you're saying is not true. Maybe people don't have trust on you. So I think there are a lot of repercussions. So make sure that when you make the video, you have a script. And when you make a script, obviously it will be researched. And as Neville was saying, the amount of research you do is never sufficient. But make sure that you have enough research for that duration of the video. So plan, if it is a 10 minutes video, make a research which works for 10 minutes. It's just like when you prepare for a trigonometry exam. So make sure that you prepare for trigonometry, don't prepare for calculus. So it's like that.
That's very true. I'm sure. Well, I can remember one occasion I did turn up for one exam thinking it was something else. Fortunately, I was well prepared anyway, because it had switched. I thought it was 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, and they were different exams. They were different exams, but I'd switched them. But fortunately, there was only going to be lunch in the middle. So, but yes, you mentioned one thing, that little word that comes up, maybe. You see, people really do start to fill in the gaps. They use their imagination, because although the majority of people are not in this can-do attitude, they may be have a can-do attitude when they're looking at your video. And if they are, they're thinking, they're listening, they're being entertained, they're being engaged. They want you to entertain them and engage them. So they're almost willing you on. So don't lose them. Don't let them use their imagination to go somewhere else when you're giving them 90 seconds of absolute poetry. I mean, that's really what it should be. And remember, going back to the first examples we gave you, 5-6 weeks ago now, split the 90 seconds down into little bite-sized chunks and get that flow moving. Because if you get the flow right, guess what? You're a storyteller. And that's what this is all about. It's about telling a short story, little engagement, bit of entertainment, maybe a little bit of education if that person had never heard this before. What you want to do is leave them hanging, leave them unfulfilled, leave them wanting more. Every good actor on the stage leaves them wanting more, and they give their applause at the end of the performance because they say, yes, we want more. On the next, what do they say? What do they say at the end of it? Encore, encore. They want more. Okay, you've got 90 seconds. Get them into that encore mode.
Absolutely.
Once you start doing it, once you start doing it, it's easy.
It is. In fact, you have summarized beautifully, and I think one of the word that you mentioned is applause. So in this arena of video making, the applause is subscribers. So what you get is applause, and you increase your network. So thank you very much, Naval, for giving this very, very important tip today to the contestants of SOTI Awards. We'll catch up again tomorrow on some other subject.
Have a good one. Happy birthday. See you tomorrow, CK.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and I graciously invite you to Jeremy Blaine Live. And in today's session, we will talk about the mastering sales in the digital era. And for this discussion, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Jeremy Blaine.
Thank you very much, CK. Great to be back.
It's great to see you, and you're back in your castle, Jeremy.
I am back in my castle. I know that you'd be very upset if I wasn't back in my castle. So yes, I'm back here.
Great. So Jeremy, I think the discussion is about basically the paradigm shift in the business, where the businesses are struggling in terms of finding new clients. And I think there's a lot to do with how they approach the market in terms of their lead generation exercise, their different marketing campaigns, how they engage with the client. So there are a lot of new aspects of generating business which are undergoing tremendous changes. So I think I would like to know from you where we are today in 2020 and what is the business has to do to stay relevant with regard to finding new clients.
Yeah, it's a good question to ask, because before we even hit this year that we've talked about during some of our sessions, is that many organizations, as we know, were struggling with so-called digital transformation, transforming their organizations for the more digital era. We're working more remotely. We were working more remotely. We were doing things in different ways. From a point of view of marketing and sales, we were doing marketing in a different way, digital marketing, more direct and targeted marketing. And then from a selling point of view, We were having to do a lot more, be more analytical, embrace data, also be expert networkers, because that was also how we would grow our business through prospecting as much as with existing customers. So where we are now in this year that has accelerated a lot of these trends is that many sales organizations have been left behind a little bit, because sales is one of those areas within business that hasn't, in my experience, transformed so much. Now, I work obviously, and I have a consulting stroke training business, and I have been in learning and development for many years now. And I do criticize my own industry about this, because what I see out there for sales training, let's say, and sales coaching are the same things that we've been doing for years and years and years, just repackaged and repackaged for now. What we haven't done is make that jump and evolve it forward. In fact, that's something that myself, I really made a strong decision to do and to challenge myself. So what it actually has done, it gives me two things to show you, really. The past now and the future now. And I say now in there because it's happening. So the past now is traditional selling, but it's still in place with many organizations. It's still products and solutions focused. We have sales professionals. It's very driven by the human touch and face-to-face touch, which has been challenged this year. We know our competitors. We're driven by KPIs. We have traditional skills that we are still trained in, which are still valid, of course, by the way: questioning skills, presentation, value proposition, objection handling. But if we fast forward to the more enlightened organizations who are future now, they see selling differently. They've moved from solution selling to customer and consumer journeys, understanding at each point in the customer where they can impact positively to add even better value for them. So this is creating great experiences, engaging the overall organization, not just our buyer or the people that we're used to seeing. Being digitally enabled, using technology to help us, being data experts, data-driven decision-making, helping our customers understanding through data what the strategy might be moving forward, etc. And understanding that we live in hyper-competitive times. So we know some of our competitors, but we don't know the competitors who will come tomorrow. So we need to be agile, ready to act. So in terms of our own skills, we need to be far more connected to the underbelly of the industry. We need to be great on LinkedIn. We need to be at industry events. This year, we need to do it online. We need to reach out, and we need to be industry spokespeople. So we need to not only be experts in our products and services, but also in our industry, and create a voice for ourselves. So it's actually creating a very different brand. The mindset is moving from target mindset, I must hit my targets, to growth mindset, which is, what do I need to do to hit my results now, but how do we grow in the long term as well? And how do I use digital to enable all of that for collaboration, communication, customer mobilization, customer engagement, and doing this all together? So these are the things that are happening now, and many organizations are still in the past now, whereas the more enlightened and potentially more successful ones are future now.
So Jeremy, I think the biggest challenge any sales guy will face, whether you are a CEO or you are a sales manager, is basically making the customer remember you. And one of the key aspect of that is you don't want to look like a Me Too player when you meet the customer. And when everybody is getting on to the digital platform, somehow there is a new skill required to get into that or get out of Me Too syndrome. What do you suggest to our viewers how they should leverage the digital platform to not be part of a Me Too ocean and get out of from Me Too?
Well, it's really interesting question, that, because the Me Too versus the competitive advantage was always about the product, the service, the solution. What has emerged this year through this intense period of remote working, remote selling, is that relationships are trumping traditional solutions, services, and so on. So creating very strong human touch relationships, albeit remotely, like we're talking here, helping the customer through this very challenging period as much as working ourselves is actually giving the very best salespeople out there competitive advantage. So in the digital era, the human touch becomes more important than it ever was. In fact, you know that you can do more digitally, so you can be more connected. So we're seeing much more less of the formal selling. So my hour meeting at a client, much more of the short 15-minute, 20-minute meetings with one agenda point, but also the informal communication via platforms like WhatsApp, for example, whereby we're exchanging much more than we used to do and keeping in touch, very much also from the human side of things. Empathy is being demonstrated, an understanding of where we all are in the situation. But the very best salespeople out there, if you consider them, there is a growing gap between them and those salespeople who are still more traditional, who are still saying in their minds, no, you can't do selling without having a very strong human touch and being face to face. This is a myth. You can actually have an even closer relationship. So there's a sense of readiness and a sense of mindset within sales professionals to switch to think, how do I become better? Because actually it's upskilling myself in areas that I haven't been able to work with before, working remotely, the technology, being digitally enabled, being great networkers, all of these things. What's interesting, a piece of data has come out from Spotio that talks about in the B2B and B2C spaces, buyers who are now buying through trusted referrals to people or companies has increased from 60% to 92% in this era in terms of remote working. So it goes to prove what I'm saying is that the human touch is trumping the traditional services and solutions that we have. Of course, we have to get that right, but actually being able to do digital and create great relationships remotely like this is great, because they'll pick up referrals like that, and over 50% are actively following them up. So that's a prize worth having by getting this right.
So I think in nutshell, what you're saying is that you have to up your skill of networking, because now you're not physically visible to the client. You have to do digitally. I think that is one tip, very important tip. And people who are watching this program, they have to get that essence of what Jeremy is saying. That means you have to do networking, and the challenges are that you need to pick up digital skills to be able to become a good marketeer, a good salesperson, or a good network person.
In fact, CK, I mean, I have to use you as an example here, don't I, really? Because you're doing exactly what I'm talking about here. So you have your own products and services, but you're doing so much more than that for the industry. If I look at your the videos that you publish, the live videos that you publish every day, every week, you're adding so much value around topics in terms of life, business, work, personal, the human touch. And it's giving you, it's increasing your brand, not just in terms of what you used to do in products and services, but actually there's so much more that you offer out there as value add. So therefore, you've got people who are far more now willing to have a conversation with you about your business services, because you're actually doing so much more for the community, for the business industry that you're in, and outside it, of course, but also that demonstrating that strong human touch and bringing people in from all over the world. So it's, you know, and we met by doing exactly what we talked about, this networking. It's network to get work, right? So this is what we were doing. And I think you and your company is a fantastic example of this.
So, Jeremy, thank you so much for recognizing. I think we are doing our bit, but I think that brings me to the third question, which is very relevant. You see, when we go out and meet the client, we are always judging whether he is the person to target or follow up in future. That means whether he has the money, authority, or need. So every sales guy is looking for these three qualities in the client also. When the client is looking at a salesperson, the salesperson is also making a judgment. So I think in the digital arena, the qualification or the client qualification is becoming a big challenge. Would you like to give some ideas how
a qualification can be done using digital platform.
Yeah, well, this goes back to my original point, is that sales has not evolved fast enough. So the way for me to describe the challenge that you talk about is the ability to up our game as a sales professional or as a sales rep. So if I go back 10 years, what key account management was yesterday is being a sales professional today. So it's actually, you're having to move from so the thing is that traditionally, when we look at how salespeople have been recruited, and I remember because I was a salesperson, I started my career in Procter and Gamble, and I was recruited into Procter and Gamble, and it was based largely on personality. I had an outgoing personality. I got really excited and passionate about stuff, and this was a really key trait of a salesperson, and it still is. We have to be able to do that, and we have to be able to create good relationships. However, I remember then my analytical skills weren't so good, but that was fine because I was going into sales. Right now, you need great analytical skills and more strategic skills. So the very best salespeople out there who are looking to develop themselves need to understand that in order, let's say, for example, to absolutely penetrate a customer or a prospect in the best way, they need to be prepared to do some research. So they can go onto LinkedIn, they can look at industry papers, they can look at company reports, get in there, look at who the key players are, and start to think about how they grow their network within their company by, first of all, who they know, and then moving forward in terms of not just going directly to call a person, but doing exactly what we said before. Start raising their profile in the industry as an industry spokesperson, so that they can then start to share things. So they can start to tag people in posts, let's say, for on LinkedIn, that they know are key decision makers in their prospects or targeted customers or people that they haven't known. Reach out and say, hello, I work with your company. It's really great. It's an honor to meet you. I'd love to connect. And here's something that I published about the challenges in our industry that I think you might find interesting. So it's starting with the informal and moving up. So it takes far deeper, greater skills as just being a sales rep, in the old language that we used to do. This is about now being a sales professional, and it's what we used to call being a much more experienced key account manager or strategic salesperson. So we need to up our game, or else we're going to fail, CK.
In fact, Jeremy, I like to quote your last session, and you very explicitly quoted about having the new skills. And what I see is that many of these standard established leaders are finding it very tough to network in this arena because they had already established name in the physical world, and to replicate that in the digital arena, they have to do the whole thing all over again, and they are finding it very tough to do it, and they are still living in the past and behaving very high-handed in a very high-handed manner while tackling with people digitally because they are not used to it. So I think it's very clear that people have to get used to digital empathy, as you mentioned in the beginning of our show today. The fourth question really for me is where they can get acquire these skills, because nobody's teaching skills. I think that is the biggest question we have.
Yeah, I'm teaching those skills, CK. That was a very nice segue into that. Thank you very much. Because I like I said at the beginning, I think it's our duty as learning professionals to challenge ourselves, learn ourselves, and provide those new skill sets on top of the existing skill sets, which is still important because you still need to know how to ask great questions, create great relationships, but you need to do it in the virtual world better, and you need to do it differently. So I spent a lot of time doing that. However, if I look at what's happening more generally out there, then nearly 40% of high growth companies from a sales perspective, they're starting to pivot their sales skills and using inside sales technologies. So in old language, that was call centers. So they were using the skills to boost their selling techniques of how call centers did it. So the call centers know they potentially got 5 to 7 minutes to sell something to a call, maximum, absolute maximum. They've got to create a great first impression. They've got to do this, and they've got to do it repeatedly, time and time again. And they've got to get used to hearing the word no. and they've got to get used to kind of getting up again and going. So what many traditional sales organizations and newer sales organizations are adopting are these skills from inside sales. So those connection skills, and then they're bringing into that, in fact, they're bringing into the new skill sets. And of the new skill sets, 80% of organizations are believing that data analytics expertise is the route to Salesforce competitive advantage. So they're spending a lot of time creating a lot of training around agile working and agile methodologies, data interpretation and analysis, and then therefore to provide insights, and then training on how they actually present that data to a client. So for example, a agile technique like data visualization. So trying to use the least words possible and trying to use pictures to kind of paint the story and tell the story for a client. And storytelling is really at the heart of this, using visuals to help drive a narrative through it. So these are upgraded skills from where we are. And on the job, when you think about kind of management support as well, over 60% of organizations report creative new practices to engage the customers through joint selling online. So for example, here we can do a lot more. I can bring people in to let's see if this was a selling call, I could bring a special guest in to a prospect, say, here, I instead of providing a customer testimonial on a reference, I've got someone who's just going to come in for 5 minutes, tell you about the experience and answer any of your questions, live. Now it's kind of guest practices live, isn't it? I can do joint selling with my manager. I can do far more by coming onto, let's say, a Zoom call like this, one day before a really important meeting and practicing the meeting with my colleagues or my people. And I can record them and view them and start to look at how I interact in the virtual world. Do I provide great eye contact, for example? Do I look into the camera, into your eyes, or am I looking at what I'm presenting on my screen down here? Which is really key for sales. You've got to keep that eye contact and got to keep your body language very positive. So smile, open your eyes quite wide and, be very open. Use body language, although I'm using too much right now, I know. So don't use too much, but use some of it. And you can start to create these brand new skills and understand also the changes that you need to have. Your meeting now might be 15 minutes. So have 1 or maximum 2 agenda items with the customer. Pre-prepare them, talk about upfront what the outcome is, so you can get down to it when you're on the call. But one thing that has emerged from 2 or 3 of the customers I've worked with this year, when I've talked to them about what's really worked, they've said spending 5 minutes, even though we've just got 15 to 30 minutes on the meeting, spending 5 minutes just talking at a human level and connecting around how people are feeling and talking about demonstrating a bit of empathy and talking about how we are, has made a very, very big difference to engaging and mobilizing customers to be orientated around your products and services and being ready to listen to what you have to say. So a few tips there, I think, CK.
These tips are very valuable. I think people who are struggling and try to start their journey in the digital world, I think they can take the cue from here, which is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm sure there are a lot of things which you can bring on the table. And there are a lot of things in digital empathy which people need to really learn. Sit in front of a guru like you and learn, pick up those traits which are very important. And I would like to say one more thing before you speak. One is that people used to meet 100 clients in a year before the digital age happened. And now this factor has you simply multiply this by 1,000. So now people have to realize the power of digital platform. They have ability to address 10,000 clients in a year now. So I think the strategy itself has to completely, it's a new strategy. You have to work on a new strategy to be able to talk to 10,000 clients as if you're talking to them face to face. Isn't it?
You're right. You're absolutely right. And we've gone from here in traditional selling, let's just say just at sales rep, sales professional level, to what a sales rep, sales professional needs to now is up here. You know, the skill gap from where we were to where we need to be now, just to compete on a normal selling and general selling, is really quite big. So these skills that you talk about, we can engage far more. We can engage at industry level. We can use technology. We can leverage data. We can do so much more, but it takes a modified and upgraded skill set to be a super salesperson in 2020s.
So, Jeremy, I think we had a very fruitful discussion today. There is, tremendous amount of learning from you. There is a lot to it, and people who want to reach out to you, they can reach out to you directly, or they can drop an email. The email will be shared at the end of the video, and we will connect you with the people. So, with this, I'd like to thank you for finding time and joining our show. We will catch up next Tuesday.
Thank you very much, CK, and thank you everyone for listening.
Have a nice day, and bye-bye for today.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technology, and today I would like to discuss with you the issue around the vaccination. There is a whole lot of politics which is coming up in the news. Whenever we switch on the TV, there is always some issue. People are saying that, hey, this vaccine is not ready, the data is not available, and so on and so forth. So let's discuss about what is going on, and I just wanted to make few logical points in our discussion today, and that will clear the air little bit. I'm not saying that I am the expert and authority in this area, but I will just make some logical points. The first thing is that we must have faith in our scientists. I think we have the best people available and who are doing research in this area. So we must have 100% faith in what our scientists and doctors are doing, and when they are telling us that, hey, the vaccine is ready, we should simply have trust in them and go with a positive mind and take the vaccination. So let's talk about what are the different types of vaccination which are being proposed right now. The first type is the types of what the Oxford has proposed, and it's sort of a wonder method of producing a vaccination, and that is very effective for coronavirus. What these guys have done is they have taken sort of a flu which infects the chimpanzees, and this flu does not infect the humans. There's enough data available to prove that the flu which infects the chimpanzee does not affect the humans. So they have taken that, and they have put a crown, a spike of the coronavirus on top of it, which is not the entire virus, it's just the protein of the coronavirus. So when this flu is injected in a normal human being, the antibodies of the human body thinks that there is a additional uh, ailment or disease or external agency which is in the body, and because there is a small spike in the virus, and the other virus, which is the chimpanzee virus, flu virus, is not effective. There are the human body is able to fight that already. So there is an additional protein spike which is attached to the body of this chimpanzee flu virus, and then injected into human body. The human body then start developing the antibodies for this new protein, and that is how they prepare their defenses against the corona. So when the coronavirus approaches the body, then the human body will have the adequate defenses to fight that, and that is how the theory of the vaccination, which is proposed by Oxford and under license being produced by AstraZeneca. So in India, this drug is also known as Covishield, which is approved by the Indian government, and that will be available from June 14. I think that's the date the Indian authorities have said. January 14th onwards, the drug will be available.
So that is the very novel kind of uh, vaccination which is available, and it's basically very brainy stuff these professors and scientists in Oxford have done. And that is how their efficacy, they are saying themselves, that is like 70% or upwards of 70%, which is quite high. The second method of vaccination is the old method, old, tested, tried method. All the vaccinations are developed so far, which we get right from our birth till 12 years of our age and beyond also, is developed using this method, which is take the disease uh, virus itself and inactivate it, basically destroy the virus, kill it, and you have the dead bodies of the virus now available with you. You inject that into the body, and we know that the dead virus is not going to activate itself again. We already know that. That is how the vaccination works. So inject the body parts of the dead virus into the healthy human being, and then the antibodies which are present in the human body will then start fighting the dead virus, and they learn how to kill the virus, and so on. So this type of vaccination usually comes in one or two different doses, or three at the most. So there will be a first dose where the dead viruses are injected into the body. Then there will be a date given exactly after like a week or so. The semi-conscious viruses are injected, and then in the third, the actual disease is injected. But by the time the immunity builds up, so there is a series of injections which are given, one or two or three, and this is a method of the second level of protection. And this is the second type of vaccination which is also available, and there are different names for it. There is a Chinese, and there is also the Indian medicine which is also available, which is also called Covaxin. That comes into the second category of the old tried tested method. And the third method is, which is still under development because the trials have not completed, is the most innovative and most high tech method of protecting yourself from coronavirus, which is you take the actual DNA of the virus. Don't take the virus, but take the DNA of the virus, and then influence that to create a similar RNA. And I think some of the students of biology and people who know a little bit about their school biology will know that the RNA is actually a supporting nucleic acid for DNA to make its copy. So RNA is a supporting layer of the DNA. So then what happens is you just take the DNA of coronavirus and induce an RNA, and then use that RNA to inject in your skin, and just under the skin. So as we know that there are a lot of fluids also in the body. It's not only the blood, but there are a lot of fluids also between our skin and between different organs. So when the RNA goes, which has the knowledge of the coronavirus RNA, then the body start basically preparing themselves. And there is a very lengthy process. I'm oversimplifying it, but there is a very lengthy process, and I don't want to bore you. But the whole point is that the RNA is injected just in the skin. So it's a very simple vaccination which goes. It's not even a proper injection. It's just a small, prick through which the vaccination can be given, and the antibodies are then produced in the body, and then the body is immune to coronavirus attacks. Now this is the best method of protection, because the antibodies are present also in all the fluids in your body, and not only in the blood but also in the fluid. So I think that's the best method, but that is not yet available. It is under the probably there are few companies which are doing that, the third trial, and the data will be available. I think the date which looks like right now sometime in June. So I think all these different options are available today. UK has already started vaccination. India is going to start on January 14th, and India is also preparing big time, because there are the target which has been set is 300 million people needs to be vaccinated. So
with this kind of heavy targets with limited resources, the question is why we need to have multiple different types of vaccination. For a simple reason that when we have to vaccinate the entire mankind, which is 7 billion people, the supply chain is not geared up to produce so many vaccinations of one type. So if we say that, hey, if the type 1 is the best medicine, why don't we just give one only to everyone? The reason being that it needs to be produced, it needs to be packaged, it needs to be transited, transported, stored, and we don't have that kind of supply chain to support all this. That is why we need to join our hands together and all different kinds of vaccination to be available. That is the reason why different vaccinations are being approved by various governments, so that something should be available when the people come for vaccination. It should be available, whether type A, type B, or type C. So that is the reason. So I think this is why we need to have first complete faith in what people have done, what scientists and doctors have done to produce the vaccination. They have done a lot of thinking, and they have done a lot of reasoning. They have done a lot of testing, and that brings to my third point today. People say that, hey, it takes about 10 years to really test the vaccination out in the field, and corona vaccination is coming out just in less than a year. So the reason for that, or reasoning that which I can come up with, is that there has been a lot of learning, there has been a lot of automation, there has been a lot of computerization, simulation, which are possible today. And the knowledge about the coronavirus up to the molecular level, we know exactly. We know exactly what molecules the coronavirus is made of, and how it is affecting the people. We also know everything about the human body, how each human body of different types is taking different vaccination, how it is fighting the diseases. So there is a lot of knowledge which was not available prior. So when the vaccination for chickenpox and such ailments were being developed, the technology was not so advanced. But today we had the right skills, we had the right knowledge, and we also have done a lot of simulation. So whatever we could do, we had to do in 10 years, that has been shrunken down, and it has been done very rapidly. So there has been rapid testing methodology. So the scientists have not overlooked any criteria of vaccination. It's just that because there is more efficiency now, the vaccinations have been rolled out, researched, and tested, and then given out to the public. So I think that is a real reason. I thought I will bring these few points out in the public, because there has been a lot of debate, and there are some political parties saying that, hey, don't go for vaccination, which I feel is totally absurd, because it is not the politics which is bringing the coronavirus vaccine. It is the scientists who are bringing it, and there is a proper methodology behind all this. And why we need multiple vaccination? Because the availability. So as time passes, I think there will be more and more availability. I think when the vaccination starts, all of us should go and take that vaccination. It is for our own good. And if we don't take vaccination, then we are at very, very high risk of getting the coronavirus disease if we have not got it so far. So it is important for all of us to understand why and how and what should be our next step. And that is why I thought I'll bring this to your notice. Friends, I'll end my discussion today, and I look forward to getting your comments. I will put your comments in my next video. Until then, I like to say goodbye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa.
And as you know, he has a deep interest in corporate training. In fact, he has done so many training for professionals and marketing people in his career. So welcome to the show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan, for your kind words. It's nice to be with you on this platform. And I must say that I look forward for the interesting threads of conversation. And I hope we are able to help some of the people, some of the students, some of the career-minded youngsters out there who are seeing these videos.
It is our pleasure to have you on our show, and it's quite interesting to talk to you regarding various subjects which related to corporate trainings, hard skills and soft skills. So as you know that we have been doing change management, and then the parameters we have discussed about how the change management can be attained productively. Now, you see, nowadays, all these scenes, the life is going into extraordinary phases because they are social distancing, people are not going to office, they are working from home. So one of the major part of change management is taking decisions. Now, what happens if you take now, it's very easy to really ask people to go from the organization and at the moment, but then hire is again is kind of a challenge for many, many companies. So what has changed? What has changed in this period, and how you look at this time?
So, Kanchan, this pandemic, which is once in a lifetime or once in a century kind of a situation we have seen in this world has seen, probably the last such situation would have been around Second World War between 1939 and 1945. So almost, 75, 80 years, once in a century things are there. And therefore, everybody from the educators, from the corporates, for the youngsters who are passing out graduates this year, you see all big guys are trying to say nice words to the graduating class, and saying that, hold on, we are there, things will be okay. And so everyone has to not just think, people have to rethink the way the work has to be delivered, the work has to be assigned, the work distribution has to happen. And this particular change is what I call paradigm change, which happens very, very few times in our 40 years, 50 years or 60 years of a career. And therefore, everyone has to be geared up for this new way of life. It's a new lifestyle. It's a new way of living. Whether it is change management, I mean, I have been told, and we discussed this, one thing we cannot stop is the technological change in this world. And that is what is happening. So let us use this time to inculcate and bring the best of the breed of technologies amongst us. And remember that technology itself cannot do anything until and unless we are passionate to use the technology with the right kind of content and the message.
Yes, very valid point. And because to use the technology to come on the online platform, you have to do little preparation, because there's an audio, there's a video, you have to be good communicator, you have to be good listener. So all these aspects play a major role in online kind of communication and platform, where in fact you want to teach anything. So again, teacher and student coordination has to be perfect. And for that, I think you have to kind of practice, you should have experience, right?
Yeah, and I was just, I think a couple of weeks back, I was really surprised when I just looked up the synonym and the meaning of the word virtual. And I figured out that one of the synonym was real. And I was thinking, how come virtual becomes real? We always used to say real is real, virtual is not real. But now I just Googled it out and I saw one of the synonym of virtual as real. And now that keeps me thinking, if virtual is real, Kanchan, then what is real? What is real? Can the real stand up?
Okay, so what the conclusion you came up to after really going through this search?
I figured out and I analyzed this, that in this online world, we have to do something where this online virtual world blends with the real physical world. And that will be the winning strategy for both platforms, the online as well as the offline, as well as the physical being that we are. And this is the time where the technologies, the new technologies, whether it is artificial intelligence or machine learning or big data and all of these things, predictive design, all of this has to merge the physical and the virtual world, because now virtual is real.
Yes, definitely. Yes.
Yeah.
So actually now, as we were discussing, that these are extraordinary times, and how critical thinking becomes more important in this kind of situation, or it is more important now, or it was earlier, it was more important. So how you balance this kind of argument?
So, Kanchan, critical thinking was always part of our corporate landscape, as we have discussed in mission critical projects, mission critical engagements. Critical thinking was always a part of it. But now critical thinking has come out of that and it has come into our homes, because we are at homes. The critical thinkers are at home. So therefore the critical thinking has to become a part of our daily life. But if we leave for a moment the mission critical projects for the moment, we are listening to so much of the fake news. We are listening to deep fake news. We are not able to make out what is the correct news versus what is the fake news. And whole day we just keep on doing what? We are forwarding. We are forwarding, but what are we forwarding? We don't really know. And therefore, even it comes down to that level where before forwarding any message, we have to do a critical thinking that it might affect someone. It is not just a creative thinking. The technology doesn't mean that we can just go on and use it for the sake of using it rather than applying the critical thinking, because a single message today can wreak havoc on somebody's life. We agree to this, right?
Yes.
And
yes.
This is not happening only at the personal level. It is also happening at the political and the national levels, where the elections are being rigged because of such messages. All the platforms, Facebook, Zoom, or Skype, everywhere, right? So critical thinking is something like a staple diet today. And that is staple diet we cannot avoid, and we shouldn't be avoiding it. Because if we don't practice this today, I'm telling you, Kanchan, we have not learned anything out of this pandemic.
Right. So as we discussed that critical thinking, in critical thinking, the decision making lies on the person, and I think people should come out of their regular mental resource and look forward and find out if they have some problem, to find out, look ahead and see what is the problem and how to tackle that.
Exactly. So the message is very loud and clear. Please reach out. If you are unable to think in a critical fashion, please reach out. There is help available, and that help is available not only for the distressed people. It is available for everyone, because everyone is sitting in behind those four walls, and they are thinking what to do. Where is it? Where is that silent horror enemy called COVID-19? But this is the time of really, and I keep telling people and my family and friends that please look at the recovery rates. Everyone is seeing the infection rates, everyone seeing the death rates, everyone seeing the data is being unreported, but nobody is applying a mind into the critical piece of information which says recovery rate. If we look at the recovery rate, we feel good, and we feel there is a hope, and we fight for it. We are ready for it.
So we had been discussing the change management, and in this we have already discussed about the creative thinking, and one point which you have mentioned is positive thinking. That is also a part of critical thinking, because if you are not positive, then you will not be able to take good decision. And of course, decision making, you should have the ability to really decide the correct path, the correct measure. You should have that kind of ability. And like always, it is pleasure to talk to you. So we end this episode now, and we'll see you tomorrow once again.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a lovely day. And I will just leave you with this thought that even the word positive has become dangerous word these days.
Okay.
So I am trying to not use the word positive, and I am using let us all be neutral in this world and have the status quo wherever we are.
Okay. So you take care, and we'll meet.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach, and welcome to the nation. And most of the Indians who got up today, they must have heard about this news about the dry run being conducted by India. So I think there are a couple of things that we need to discuss today. Number one, we just finished the festival, the magic of Christmas. I'm sure it will bring good luck for everyone, all citizens of the world. And we have just woken up after a long holiday, and we've celebrated the Christmas. And today we have all heard the news about four states of India coming together, and they are going to start the dry run for giving vaccination. Now, why this dry run is so much publicized and so much talked about? And let me clarify, there are these four states which are coming up, which includes large states like Punjab and also a new state like Andhra. They are actually coming forward and starting the vaccination centers, and basically there will be a doctor, there will be observation room, and there will be a lot of facilities for the COVID patients when they are basically visiting these centers. The facilities which will be available, and since COVID is a new type of disease, and the vaccination is also completely new type of vaccination, and that is why there are special vaccination centers are required. And the government of the four states are now doing the dry run. So why this dry run is so important? Out of these four states, they will be actually conducting dry runs in two districts each. So that means there are 8 districts going on the dry run, and they will evolve a method of providing vaccination to the COVID patients. Now, when we say dry run, there is no actual vaccination which is going to be used during these dry runs. It will be used as a model for learning, which can be replicated across the country once the vaccination starts in month of January. So, dry run will actually give you of what happens in case of emergency. It is sort of a training program, and I think it is very, very essential before we start a vaccination.
it should not happen that, hey, I've got the vaccination and then there is some complications. So the vaccination center does not have any facility to handle the complication. So by far, all the vaccination providers world over are giving the list of side effects you may have. For example, there are people who are coming out making their videos. Even the uh, very senior people, they are saying that the side effect of the COVID medicine is similar to what you will get while getting the influenza vaccination. So it is very similar. But in case there is an emergency, the vaccination after the vaccination, then the patient will be kept in observation for some time. And then if there are some symptoms, those emergencies have to be handled properly. So it shouldn't happen that you go to a vaccination center, vaccination is given, the patient comes home, and then he start developing those symptoms, and then he again rush back to the hospital. So that is why the dry run is very, very important. I think it's a very good move by the government of India and the state governments of these 4 states who are coming out with these, who are volunteering in creating these processes. So today is the launch of the dry run exercise. I think this will continue for some time, and once this dry run is perfected, it will become like a book, and this whole thing will be replicated across the country in all the vaccination centers, which will be set up in month of January before the vaccination drive actually starts. So that is why the preparation of providing vaccination is so important, and the government of India is doing everything by the book to make sure that the citizens of India do not undergo a major problem after getting the vaccination. Now, number two is there are multiple vaccinations which vaccination companies, medical pharmaceutical companies, who have approached the government of India for approval. Now, when we say there is an approval, it is not something which can be approved just like any other license. The approval for any vaccination is a very long drawn process. It involves a lot of data being submitted by these pharmaceutical companies, primarily with regard to testing. See, when they develop the vaccination, they have to provide they do testing of their vaccination, how it kills the virus, how it cures the patient, and in the process what happens. So there is a whole lot of documentation which is kept by these vaccine pharmaceutical companies. Those needs to be submitted along with the approval exercise. So we know that from the media only, we have heard that there are few companies who have approached the Indian government, and Indian government have asked them to provide more data. So some of them are the Oxford vaccine, which might be the first one to be given approval. There is one from the Indian Serum Institute that is called Covaxin, which is also undergoing the approval process. Then there is Pfizer one, which is also being considered. So there will be multiple vaccinations possible, um, and all of these vaccinations will have different side effects, different process. For instance, Pfizer one has to be kept in minus 78 degrees. Anything higher temperature will spoil the vaccination. So the operational hazard or operational nightmare to keep that vaccine while giving it to the patient is humongous. It's an operational nightmare. So the vaccination center must have facility to have Pfizer one if they are giving Pfizer one as a vaccination. So I think this dry run is a precursor to what is going to come, and especially in a country like India where there are, the population of 1.3 billion would require vaccination, at least 50% of the population, and that too it's a humongous task. So that means there will be a supply chain behind these vaccination centers, and how the vaccination medicine will reach the centers, and how it will be stored, how it will be administered, and then after the administration of different vaccines, what are their respective side effects. The observation room will then give input to the people who are actually providing these vaccination to the patient. The whole lot of exercise needs to be given to the health workers
so that they can take the right decision in case someone develops a side effect. So this is why this news is so important, and I wanted to discuss this not in too much of detail, but these vaccination center dry run is so important. And India is a very aggressive country. They don't want to leave anything unturned, anything unchecked. So they are making sure in next 20 to 30 days, when the actual vaccination drive starts, they want to be prepared. So all the medical staff is fully trained, fully aware of the situation, and they are also geared up to not only get the vaccine and store them, also after administration, in case there are patients who are showing side effects, how do we take care of those anomalies in this. So by and large, most of these vaccination pharmaceutical companies are saying that the side effects are not very severe, but then you never know. In a case of vaccination, it could start from a nausea feeling to mild fever to swelling, and it can be even more severe in certain cases. So that is why the vaccination center should be equipped to handle all these emergencies, just in case if it happens. So far, it is a very rare occurrence, but then no harm in preparing your medical staff, doctors, and nurses to handle the situation. I think this is so important, and that is why dry run is very, very important. Once these eight districts which will undergo the dry run, then probably there will be more rounds of dry run. As we usually talk in our program, that a good practice makes a perfect. So once the vaccination drive starts actually in month of January, the process of administering the vaccination on the patient will be smoothly taken care of, and that is why this is so important. So I'm very, very happy that the Indian government has started this dry run and preparing their medical staff with actually carrying out the vaccination drive, which is again a very huge task in a country like India. So with this, I'll end my discussion today and look forward to getting your comments. Do provide your comments, and we will cover your comments in the next episode of Akulmach Nation. Until then, bye bye.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will talk about coronavirus. And today I would like to talk about how do you prevent all these virus outbreaks in the first place itself. And if you go back in history, you would know that the migration of humanity from jungle dwellers, forest dwellers, cavemen happened to a civilized world because of cultivation. And when humans move out of the caves and started cultivating their crop, they also started living along with the animals. So those animals we call them domesticated. But before we domesticated these animals, they were living in the wild. So what we did as humans, we got these animals, we breeded them, and we have all these different animals today that are known as domestic animal. But what for? Why we are domesticating these animals? For the benefit, for our own benefit, for different consumption purposes. Now we all know that like we have diseases, all animals may have also diseases. In fact, as a matter of fact, they have all the diseases. So when you are living with the animals, that opened up the Pandora's box, and all the diseases which infects animals started infecting us as humans. So the biggest example is chickenpox. Why we call this disease as chickenpox? Because obviously it originated from chickens. So there are diseases like mad cow, bird flu, now the coronavirus, which some says that it has come from eating different kind of reptiles and different kind of animals which people in China were consuming, and I'm not sure whether how far it is true, but if it is not cooked properly, also some of the diseases, viruses remain in your food, and if you consume, it will infect you. So I think this is the background of my conversation today, and what I feel that you know, some of these things which are coming out is because of the lifestyle issue. I think the Indian civilization realized this eons back, and they became vegetarian. And almost 50 to 60% of the Indians are vegetarian, and some of them are vegan also. So I think that is the prevention that we are talking about. What I want to basically say, some of the people, some of my viewers may not like what I'm saying, but it's okay. I will have to speak, and I will wait for your comments to say whether I'm making logical sense or not. But I think if you start eating animals, there is a big chance that the animal, if it is infected, you will also get those diseases. So I think the best way to not get into all these different kinds of diseases which are erupting in last decade or so, things like mad cow, bird flu, swine flu, now coronavirus, the simple solution is stop eating animals, start eating vegetarian food, and that could solve some of these big issue. And you don't have to also kill animals for your consumption, and you can prevent diseases to become an outbreak like this has happened. It's such a serious situation which is now the world is facing. You can say that it is happening out of China, but the world is a vastly connected place. It's a global village, as we say it. So if it erupts in one corner of the earth, the chances are it will spread into the entire globe. So I think we need to be cautious about it. I mean, let's go back in history and see what has happened to the uh, bubonic plague. It affected the entire earth. Spanish flu, it affected the entire earth, and so on. So there are so many millions of people died during Spanish flu, which we have sort of forgotten. So, I think the solution is prevention, and if you stop eating non-vegetarian food, I think half of these issues which are related to such outbreaks can be resolved. So I just wanted to make these points today. I will speak to you again tomorrow as usual. Till then, bye bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And as you know, in this segment, we discuss about human rights. And to discuss this, we have our friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who is a very senior practicing lawyer in Ahmedabad High Court, and also a very well-known human rights activist across India. So, without further ado, let me welcome Nagesh to Top Brass.
Hi, Chandrakant. Hope you're doing fine. And thank you very much for inviting me over.
Absolutely, we are fine, and with your wisdom and your knowledge, we are actually embarking on understanding the human rights. And today, we would like to discuss a very important right, which is related to right against exploitation. So, what is your opinion on this one?
Yes, CK, right against exploitation is very important for everyone to understand, because this right prohibits all forms of forced labor, child labor, and trafficking of human beings. It also prohibits human trafficking, which means buying and selling of men, women, and children for immoral purposes. It prohibits forced labor or beggar in any form, prohibits child labor, That means no one can employ children under the age of 40. So the right against exploitation is enshrined in Indian Constitution, which guarantees dignity of the individual. So it prohibits the exploitation or misuse of service by force or inducement in different ways. That is, prohibits human trafficking. It criminalizes buying and selling of human beings like a commodity. The right against exploitation is enshrined in Article 23 and 24 of the Indian Constitution. These are very important fundamental rights, and they are guaranteed to every citizen against the kind of forced labor. Article 23, if I may speak, is prohibition of traffic in human beings and forced labor and other similar activities. That is, any violation of this provision will be considered as an offense, and the person acting in contravention of the law will be penalized. Now, one of the features of Article 23 is that it is a right against exploitation and is a fundamental right under the Constitution of India. It protects both the citizens and non-citizens against exploitation. If somebody who has come to India for travel or is staying in India, so he is also protected under this article against any kind of exploitation. It further protects individuals against state as well as private citizens. So, if a person is exploited by the government or any private citizen, this law can be invoked and there will be protection granted to that person. Now, this article imposes a positive obligation on the state, that means government, state as well as central government, to abolish immoral practices of exploitation like human trafficking and other forms of forced labor. Now, what are the practices prohibited under this article? One is begging, that is, it is a form of forced labor, which means involuntary work without any remuneration. The person here is compelled to work against his will without being paid for it. Next is bonded labor or debt bondage, which is prohibited because it is a form of forced labor as per this article. This is a practice under which a person is forced to work to pay off his debt. Then, of course, human trafficking, which means selling and buying of women and children, and includes immoral trafficking of women and children. Slavery is also prohibited, though it is not expressly mentioned under Article 23. So the Parliament has also passed certain laws, one being Suppression of Immoral Traffic in Women and Girls Act 1956, which punishes human trafficking. Then there is an exception to this article, which is under Article 23(2), the state is or the government is allowed to impose compulsory services for public purpose like national defense, removal of illiteracy, and other public utility services like electricity, water, air, and rail services, provided that in making in such service compulsory for public purpose, the government cannot make discrimination on the basis of religion, race, caste, or class, or any of them. There are some landmark judgments of the Supreme Court. One is People's Union for Democratic Rights versus Union of India, in which, while invoking Article 23, the Supreme Court held that physical or legal force cannot be used to compel a person to work against his will on less than a minimum wage. Then another case, namely Sanjeet Roy versus State of Rajasthan, it was held that payment of wages lower than minimum wage to a person employed in famine relief work is violative under Article 23. Then in Dina versus Union of India, the laborers taken from the prisons without paying remuneration was considered as forced labor, and it was held by the Supreme Court that prisoners are also entitled for payment of reasonable wages for the work being taken from them. Now, the other article that is very important against exploitation is Article 24. Uh, this article prohibits the employment of children below 14 years of age in hazardous work. The article is to be read with Article 39E and F. It ensures safety and healthy life of children, and it also imposes a duty on the government to ensure that children are not abused and forced to work in harmful places because of the financial problems. The judgments, landmark judgments under this article are People's Union for Democratic Rights versus Union of India, wherein children below age of 14 years who were employed in the construction work of Asia project in Delhi were held to be not legal, and they could not have been employed by even the government for this Asia project. That was the decision given by the Supreme Court. In another case, the children who were engaged in cracker factories, the Supreme Court held that it was a kind of hazardous work and laid down guidelines so that the social, economic, and the humanitarian rights of the children are protected, and they are prohibited from illegally working in public and private sector. There are various legislation for protection of child rights. There are conventions where India is signatory, that one being UN Convention on the Rights of Child. The various laws in India are Employment of Children Act 1938, which prohibits the employment of children below the age of 14. Then there is an act called the Child Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act 1986. It prohibits the engagement of children in certain employments and regulates the condition of employments of children where they are not prohibited to work. Then there is Mines Act 1952. It mentions that a person working in the mine should not be less than 18 years, thus prohibiting employment of children in mines. The Factories Act 1948, it prohibits the employment of children below 14 years in factories. This act also prescribes certain restrictions and proper procedure for employing children above the age of 14. Then there is Plantation Labor Act 1959. The act fixes the minimum age of employment as 12 years, who can be employed in plantation as laborers. It further lays down provision for periodical fitness and checkup for children above 12 years who are employed. Then there is Motor Transport Workers Act 1961, which prohibits the employment of children under the age of 15 years. Apprentice Act 1961 prohibits the children below 14 years to undergo apprenticeship training. Then BD and Cigar Workers Condition of Employment Act prohibits children below 14 years of age in any industrial premises manufacturing BDs and cigars. Then there are various commissions and NGOs working towards rights to children. One commission being a National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, which is an Indian government commission established in 2007 under the Commission for Protection of Child Rights Act 2005. The objective of this commission is to ensure all the laws, policies, programs, and administrative mechanisms are conducted in accordance with the provision of child rights enshrined under the Indian Constitution and UN Convention on the Rights of Children. So these are the important rights which are available to children, men and women against exploitation under the Indian Constitution.
Well, Nagesh, I think you have spoken for quite some time, and you gave a lot of cases as a reference in your conversation. But I think the whole point is that exploitation of any kind is absolutely against the humankind, and children below 14 years cannot be allowed to get any sort of employment, either paid or unpaid, in any industry across the length and breadth of India. And if you're adult, then you cannot exploit anybody's situation. And when you take services, you got to pay for these services. So these are certain things. I'm just summarizing what you just told me today. So Nagesh, I think I have one very important question to ask. If something of this sort is happening, then what a person who's not literate, he should do to avoid any exploitation to him or her?
Yes, CK, first of all, you see, the condition in our country is such that people are not aware of their rights. People are not aware as to what are the remedies available to them. Now, there is very much laws in place wherein there is prohibition prescribed, and also the remedies are there under such laws. Under the Constitution, there is a provision for legal remedies wherein any person can approach the High Court and the Supreme Court under Article 32 and Article 226 of the Constitution of India whenever there is an infringement of his rights and also the right to exploitation. Now, in the laws, some of which I mentioned here, also provides remedies to the people who are employed in the mines, in the factories, or in any other employment space. So the rights are very much available. When you say that people who are illiterate, first of all, you see, if anybody works in any environment, he must be aware of that environment. And it is very essential to be connected to people who are working, along with him, so that, when you talk about things, when you share your problems, I guess, through exchange of word, as today we are exchanging our experiences and knowledge, likewise, those person can be made aware of. Now, there are various NGOs which are also working towards this right to against exploitation, and there are people who are going into the workplaces in different work environments and bringing awareness in people who are illiterate. There are a lot of methods, a lot of media which is involved wherein the awareness is being spread. So I believe that it's a gradual process. People would gradually learn about their rights as well as their obligations once they are informed by some people who are aware and who have the knowledge of their rights and obligations.
I think what you're saying is very, very important and very critical, specifically when it comes to younger children who are getting exploited, and more so when they are orphaned, when they don't have elders with them. And unfortunately, there are certain parts of India where there are certain street children who are born on the street. They can be exploited. So it is good to know that there are NGOs who are taking, uh, interest in making sure that human right values are maintained, and they are fighting for these children. Because if you're adult, you can be given knowledge, you can be given orientation, you can be given some experience, and you can do a little bit of hand holding. I think the real problem is if there are orphan children who can be exploited in whatever way, either trafficking or some sort of work which is not allowed. So I think my only learning for today is that I think you form a very important part of our discussions. Our viewers are liking it, specifically when it comes to anything related to children. People are definitely liking it and giving their comments. So I think today's episode is very important. I think as a citizen, whoever is watching this program should have the knowledge of what Nagesh has told us today. There are laws and bylaws in this country. We should not allow any exploitation around us. When we see as citizens, responsible citizens, any sort of exploitation happening with men, women, or children, we should always oppose it and we should always report to authorities. So with this, I will end my program today, Nagesh. Thank you very much for coming online with us, and it was a great learning today.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure sharing my little knowledge and experience with you, Chandrakant. Thank you once again. It was pleasure.
So we'll catch up once again next week on some other aspect of human rights. Until then, you have a nice weekend.
Thank you. Bye-bye. You take care.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we have a very special program. This is called CEO Roundtable, where we have the CEOs as a panelist, and we discuss about issues which are related to business and things like that. So today we are honored to have two CEOs as panelists. One is joining us from UK, London. He is the chairman of Mindfit Limited, Mr. Naval Gant. Naval, welcome to the roundtable.
Good morning, TK. Good morning, everybody, and looking forward to a very healthy discussion.
Certainly, Naval, we are also looking forward to a very healthy discussion. So our second guest and second panelist is Ms. Kanchan Verma, who is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies, and we are honored to have Kanchan on the roundtable. Welcome to the roundtable, Kanchan.
Thank you, CK, and hi, Neville. We look forward for a healthy and progressive discussion today.
Certainly will be.
So today's roundtable is about the human resources, and human resources is a very vast subject. So in limited time and limited duration, we would like to tackle one bit at a time. And today's discussion would be mostly around the teamwork. So as you know, it's a big challenge. People get hired in different companies. They get formed into different teams, and they get assigned different projects, and they have to execute, multiple things as teams. But this is a very novel thought. When we talk about this, it looks like a very novel thought that everything is working like a clog in the machine. but it's seldom like that. So the first question that I would like to ask the panelists today is, what do the employees say about the teamwork in any organization, and does the reality align to the actual website of the company? So let me elaborate this question. You know, the organization says that, hey, you guys have to work as a team, but the website of the company does not project that image. It gives a totally different image. So is there a correlation between actual teamwork happening in the organization and the company which is projecting themselves? So Neville, would you like to take that question first?
Well, it's always an interesting question of what we say in public on the website and what happens behind closed doors in the organisation. And I actually find it's typically the other way round. We're very supportive of things on the website, and we use all of the right buzzwords, let's say. We're a progressive company. We believe in our employees. We inspire them. We encourage them. We engage them. And then the reality of life is, when you talk to the employees, it's nothing of the sort. They're told what to do, and they just have to get on with it. So they function. So, but it's rare that we actually see the website reflecting the reality in the organization. So I think that's one thing about teamwork, that or this particular arena, in that if you're a potential recruit and you look at the website, because you don't know anyone typically in that organization, you're going to be looking at what they say about their company. And of course, when you then have done all the research, as you would do as a good interviewee, you've looked at the company, you've researched what they do, you've seen what their newspaper ads have said in the past, and then you go in for interview and you ask those questions. And that's when HR are put on the spot, because now they have to, if they're being honest, they have to reflect what's happening in the organization. And the majority of people, I find, don't even know what's written on the website. So here's an interesting one. When someone does write things on the website, do you know, as an employee or someone in HR, do you know what's there? But I think there's a disconnect. So that's my general feeling. It's very, very rare that there's a dynamic connection between what people say on their website and what actually happens. But Kanchan, maybe you've got a different view of this, or maybe it's a similar view.
Well, I will agree with your views, because I think that website is merely information. First, an information is given to the public, and when we recruit employees, so they have fine dreams, and they go through the website, and then they come for an interview, and when they are inducted in the company, the whole story is different, because then they have to go with the core values and the concept of the company. They have to train themselves, and they have to train their working style in the company, and they have to achieve what is being given on the plate, and they have to be productive. So the teamwork starts when they join the company, and it's sometimes it is kind of forced teamwork. Is not very happily go merry kind of situation. But then if you are not working as a team in a company, so then that will be not good in a productive terms, and as well as in the progress of an employee as well as the company. So I fully agree the point which you have made, that a website doesn't reflect what is going internally in the organization.
Well, what I have seen is that people don't tend to believe the website where they have applied for a new job. There is a new portal called Glassdoor. So I'm not sure whether the Glassdoor is popular in UK, Naval, but it's very, very popular here, where it's an open platform where the current employees of the company can talk anything about their current employer. So any new recruit who's trying to get into a company, I think they don't look at the website of the company to understand what these companies are selling, but they rather go on the Glassdoor and see the actual reviews of the working employees. So that is what is happening today. So it would have been better if the company has a little bit transparency in their operations, and then the Glassdoor type of websites will be out of business. Don't you think so?
Yeah, we have Glassdoor over here as well. I must admit, I've looked at it in the past, and it tends to be disgruntled employees that have been let go for one reason or another. It's an interesting approach to TripAdvisor's approach with regards to hotel and holiday stays, but the thing is, we're moving into the arena where in the digital world it is so transparent, and people can see that what you say in public, it better be pretty close to what happens in private. Otherwise, you will lose credibility. And organizations can't afford to do that these days. So hopefully we'll see a narrowing of the gap between what organizations say on their website and the reality inside. But you never know.
Yeah.
We better move to that next question. Otherwise we'll be on websites forever.
Certainly, I think the conclusion from both panelists is that there has to be reality check for the companies, and they have to bring transparency to their working as well as what they do should be projected on the website. So that brings us to the next question, which is related to the selection process. So Neville, I would like to ask you, when you hire people in your company, do you follow certain selection method? And if you do follow, does it really useful?
It was interesting. I don't think the companies I worked for were typical in this arena. The departments were responsible for their own hires. So if you had a vacancy in your team, you were responsible for basically replacing that individual. Obviously, a lot of help from HR, but we had a fairly small HR function. And so consequently, it was more about the operational effectiveness. And did we have a process? Well, I had a process. I don't think we had a rigid process that was adopted throughout the organization. And it was the days before Google, so it was last century. So when I had a proper job, it was probably last century than this century. I'm as a consultant these days. And I would we would put an ad into the particular arena that we were looking for, and we would trawl through people we knew, and we would get their CVs, have a quick look at their CVs, and just literally identify 3 or 4 people that we thought were worthy of interview. And then the interview process was pretty straightforward. People have got to the interview because of the quality of the CV. Working in the oil industry, you tended to know who these people were as well, because it was a big joint venture type of arena. So it was almost alien to many other industries. So the first 5 or 10 minutes was asking about the CV, just proving the person's actually who they are, what they've said they are. And then we were delving into attitude, their behaviors, what they did under pressure. In many respects, nothing that you could get from a CV, and everything that you would get from an interview. And these interviews would only last, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. They wouldn't need to be that long. There was no rigid an hour, hour and a half, and you pass the person on to the next person, to the next person, to the next person. But the ultimate one was, can that person fit in with the team? So the last interview, which typically was the second interview, would be meet the team and let the team literally pick you. If you're the one,
You know, you've normally identified one of two, or maybe it's one of three, and then it's meet the team. And it's meet the team typically in a social arena, so that your guard is down and you're relaxed and you see the real person. So I don't think that's very typical of what would go on in many companies, but it worked. So I do know in recruitment these days, my son's in recruitment, and he went through a very similar process when he was recruited into recruitment. So I thought it was quite interesting, and he literally was passed from one person to the next. So there was a consensus of opinion. It was almost like a war of attrition. So it was a full day interview. And at the end of it, they met the whole team together in a social environment. That's hard work, you know. I mean, you try and be interviewed for 8 hours constantly, you know, asking very similar questions put by slightly different people, so that everyone's forming a consensus. Because today, when you recruit somebody, it's an expensive exercise if you get it wrong. You know, just imagine all of the development you're going to be putting into that person over the next 5 or 6 months, all of the knowledge you're going to be giving them about the organization. And then all of a sudden they say, no, this isn't for me. I'm going somewhere else. So it's a really expensive exercise. So, I mean, in these post-COVID times, probably more expensive, because there are more people that potentially are out there looking for a job. It's a big arena. Sorry for taking up so much time with this one, but it is a big arena. I think recruiters need help. So we'd be interested to hear what Kanchan might have seen in her side of life as to what's happening in recruitment.
So I'll discuss or I'll tell you that I agree with a few parts of your opinion. The thing is the classification of resume and meeting a candidate and talking to them is kind of a process, and then he goes from one boss to another boss and kind of getting an opinion about the candidate. But I have seen in whole this process, there are candidates who may be little percentage wise less in communication, but well in delivery. And sometimes and you can judge because you have an experience of interviewing and meeting so many candidates. So what classification is fine, but generally what I personally feel is that sometimes it doesn't work, because once you hire a particular person on a classification based process, but when he comes on the board, the delivery part sometimes is kind of 60-70% only. So I generally go with my gut feeling, and I am not being failed till now, because I can see that a person whom I've hired has delivered, is a productive person. And if there's some downside of that person, that can be corrected, because we organize a lot of training process, and then a person also needs some time to gel with the culture of organization and the core value of organization. So I do classification, and I think it is important part of hiring any candidate. But also I put my feeling, my gut feeling, and how long this candidate will helpful to in development of organization, and also a part of a team in the organization which is already existing.
I think that's a great way of putting it. It's a gut feel. And yeah, of course it's a gut feel. You're asking the questions and you're seeing the answers, and you can feel if that person is telling you the truth. And it's a funny thing, but you've got to experience it to actually feel it. And that means you're engaged in the conversation.
Right.
All too often, I find lots of recruiters out there are not really engaged in the discussion. They're going through, they've got a checklist of 10, 12 questions, and they just ask each question. And if they've got a satisfactory answer, there's a tick. But if they haven't got a satisfactory answer, or there's a question around the answer, they haven't got a second question. So they can't, in an interview situation, lots of young people in particular are so tense when they go into these interviews, and they're tense because they really want the job.
Correct.
And it's up to the interviewer to put that interviewee at ease, to get them relaxed, because then you get the truth. Then you get the real person.
Yeah.
So to be an interview is hard work, actually. It takes a lot of practice. And until you do that practice, you never really know where you're going. The other thing I'm also finding with recruitment is that they are over-reliant on what we would call tools, but they're not using them as tools. So, for instance, a psychometric,
Right.
there's lots of psychometrics out there. And the thing about a psychometric is it's just an opinion at a point in time. Some organizations believe in these psychometrics as the way to pick their leaders going forward. And I think the message I've got for all of them is stop doing that, because they're not that good. The purpose of a psychometric, of an assessment, is to get an opinion of somebody and then have a discussion so you can find out what they really mean, what this result really means. They're good in particular instances, perhaps when you're trawling through lots and lots of people, asking them 12 questions and trying to get a consensus of what they do, how they behave. When you've got thousands of people coming through, they're good in that way, because it starts to eliminate a few. Doesn't mean to say you're going to eliminate the ones that actually were probably best suited for the job, but when you've got 1,000 applicants and you've only got 5 jobs available, it's physically impossible to interview 1,000 people.
Yeah, but actually what happens that if you go with these kind of tools, sometimes the right candidate is also being eliminated. I'm not against these kind of tools to be incorporated in the interview and HR practices. But then again, the human mind and human machine is quite complex. You can't take all these parameters to really reach out to a right candidate. That's
yeah, you're absolutely
my
right.
take.
It is, in many respects, it's a little bit of a lottery. But
Right.
as you say, this is a gut feeling.
Right.
You can see something there, but the person isn't quite giving it, or they're really giving it, and you're not quite sure. Maybe this is just too well rehearsed. You can't do an AI on this. There is no sort of learning. What goes on up here is quite complicated. And of course, if you're going through lots and lots of interviews in a day or a week, you're constantly thinking of the other questions that you've given someone else, because you want to be fair to the person in front of you.
Right.
I know some organizations that literally do back-to-back interviews, no gaps. And I turned around to the head of HR and I said, that's fine for the candidate, because the candidate each time is coming in fresh. What about your interviewer? Why don't you give them like 10 minutes to recharge, because that last interview could have been really hard, very taxing. If it's really taxing, when you're trying to pull teeth out of the candidate, give me something that I can push you on to take the next step. That's really hard. It's draining. It's not physically draining, but it's mentally draining. And we all know that after 8 hours of mental exhaustion, you're exhausted. It's almost like running a marathon.
Yes, very much true.
So we all need, if we're into this interview arena, as I'm sure a lot of people will be, take 5-10 minutes out in between, just recharge the batteries, go for a walk, have a cup of tea or coffee, glass of water or something, and really focus on the next candidate. So it's almost like you wind down and then you wind up again. That takes time.
I remember my own experience. In one of my corporate career, I was promoted, and then I was asked to find my replacement before I move on to the next role. So I knew exactly what was a job, and I selected 25 candidates. So I spent so much time, making sure that the right candidates are on the table for taking over my role so that I can move forward in my life. And surprisingly, like anything else, even HR has their own jargons. So they come up with all these processes, systems, and all that different methodologies. And out of this 25 people, only two candidates cleared the qualification round, and the one guy who actually got selected left the job after 2 months because he didn't fit in. So, I'm very happy to handle this panel today, where both panelists, both CEOs, are agreeing to what we are discussing today. So it's a fun for me. So this brings me to the third question, and Naval, I would like to ask you that is, do you promote the team behavior, and as per your gut feel or your intuition, what is the ideal team player in your company?
That's a really good question. A team player is a leader that stands up when they need to. So if you've got a team of 10 people, you're in there for a reason. Sometimes you should be in thoughtful mode, listening, reacting, just generally contributing. On other occasions, you need to be out there saying things, inspiring the rest of the team, being encouraged to give your opinion, because that's how the team works. Like anything else, if they're my team, then in other people's language, then I'm the leader. But that doesn't mean that I lead all the time. It means that I want all of the others to contribute at the level that they feel comfortable at contributing. And then it's up to me and the rest of the team to push people into contributing at a slightly higher pace. Because next time, you want them to form the team. You want them to be proactive. That's how we all grow. That sounds like utopia, but actually in practice, it can be done very simply. When you've got a project, you just bring everyone in together and say, okay, this is what we've been asked to do. Have we got any experience of what we can bring in quickly? How are we going to approach this? Is this going to be a distraction from what we're doing? You just keep asking questions to each of the people in the team and getting them to come forward. So I look for people that are going to contribute. It's as simple as that, really. And feel confident in the contribution, and know that if they say something that sounds a bit stupid, perhaps, no one criticizes them. It's all constructive. We might have a laugh and a joke. There might be a bit of banter. So you do need people that have got some resilience. There's a level of business banter that always goes on. If it gets into anywhere close to bullying, then you stop it. You nip that in the bud. But some banter is very healthy. It creates a good team adhesion. So the simple answer is I'd like people to want to grow. Personally, is fine. As a potential leader, well, that's ideal. But not everybody wants to grow and move up the ladder, and you just have to acknowledge that and accept it.
So I think the second part of this question is you have identified a very nice person to lead a team, and you are thoroughly convinced that now this is the person, a male or a female is going to lead the team. But in your experience, do you always see the team leader connected with the team or behaving like a team leader all the time?
It's varied experience, really. Sometimes I haven't been connected with the team. You know, my mind hasn't quite been there, and then I've had to readjust, and reset, and apologise and say, guys, sorry, I wasn't there. You know, I will be there now. So the simple fact is, if you're not engaged with the team, you know, commitment is 100% really. So if you're in a team room, if you brought the team together, no mobiles, nothing, unless there's someone, you know, a family member that's critically ill or something like that, something's catastrophic happened in your life, that time is now for the team. My focused energy needs to be in that team room, not what am I having for dinner, who am I playing golf with this weekend. You know, that's not being a team player. That's thinking about other things. You just need to be focused. And once teams are engaged and focused, then I always see great results. So the key to leadership really is to make sure that cohesion happens. So a chairman of a boardroom, you know, the chairman's got one role: making sure everyone is contributing, following the agenda, keeping to time. Is the chairman's role to make decisions? No. That's the chairperson's role. They still call it chairman over here, despite the fact it's chairperson these days, politically correct. But their role is literally just to keep cohesion, make sure things happen. They may not agree with the decisions that have been made around the table, but in that arena, the chairperson has only got one vote. If you're a team leader and you feel that the team isn't making the right decision, voice your opinion and just say, we seem to be going down a track that I wasn't expecting here. You know, can we consider this and this and this? And maybe, you know, maybe they're so far ahead, you're on the wrong track. You know, you have to recognize that, you know, the team might just grab hold of something and start running in a completely different direction. And that's the right direction. In which case, you've asked the question, go with it. Because this is, you know, this is like a consensus. This isn't a dictatorship. So yeah, I've seen good and I've seen bad. But when they all come together, when they really actively, positively working together, boy, do you get some great results.
I think what you're saying is really speaking from the heart, and you know, it's a great learning for our viewers and for me. You know, how to handle a team, how to inculcate the leadership quality, keep changing the leader, have a rotation, because every time each person cannot behave like a leader. So there are a whole lot of discussions and the good points came out from this discussion from the panel. And we're quite honored to have Naval and Kanchan on the panel today. We learned a lot from both of you, and you know, we will, you know, welcome you in other CEO roundtable in future again. But thank you so much for joining us, Naval from London and Kanchan from India. Thank you so much for joining today.
Thanks.
Cheerio.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Last week, a very remarkable, outstanding judgment given by Supreme Court of India, and they allowed women soldiers to hold a command. That means they have been legally now given right to become a commanding officer. So essentially, there are two things. One is command, and that command will lead to combat. So women soldiers have not been given combat right now. They have been given command. But after 70 years of independence, the women were inducted in army or defense forces, but they were not given command for whatever reasons. So I don't want to go back into the history of last 70 years. But prior to that, we had women soldiers. We had many examples. Even during British era, when during the independence struggle, there were a lot of women who were fighting as a soldiers. And and even in the mythology, if you go back into Indian history, there are examples of women in combat, not only in command. So right now, I think it's a step-by-step process. The command has been given to the women, and that has a far-reaching impact on the configuration of the army. So far, the women who goes and work for defense forces in India, they had a short service commission, which is valid for 7.5 years. After 7 years, there is no extension if you are a woman soldier. But now, with the command being given, that means they can work as long as they are male counterparts in the army, and they can hold a command. They can command a platoon, they can command a regiment, they can command a brigade. So the possibilities are endless. And so the short service commission for women will get nullified, and they will have a long term career path in defense of the country, which is, I think it should have been done earlier. It should have been done when we got independence from British, but I think it is done now, and it has come from Supreme Court. I think I totally have faith in the women of my country. They can very well defend our country. They can contribute. They can plan things, and they can certainly command. So I welcome this move from Supreme Court, and we are actually uh, waiting to see some valor from the women forces, which is still awaited in the independent India. With this, I will see you tomorrow. Please do leave your comments, and I will reply as quickly as possible. As usual, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye. The third issue is with regard to the promises made by this government that they highlighted all the scams of the UPA government, and that's how this government is here. So it's a major issue with regard to how they save their face, because if they say that, hey, I want to enforce collection of 1.76, millions of people will lose their jobs. A lot of CEOs will go behind bars for not paying this, and although the blame also lies with them, because they signed something which is written in fine print, they didn't see it, but still a lot of people will lose their job, which will be very bad for economy, and a booming sector will get a hit, because it's a globally recognized booming sector from India, which is asking for a lot of contracts, and a lot of people are working for it. It will get a bad name. Third thing is, it will look like that 1.76 lakh crore rupees were a notional figure. So they cannot afford that. So even though the government has changed, in fact, this government has been elected twice already, but nobody is going to collect this money. Government will not collect the money. Now the Supreme Court has got into this, and they are saying, hey, why don't you pay up? As rightly said, because the Supreme Court is following the law, and what has been signed by these companies, between the companies and the Indian government. So that has to be collected. So it's like a catch 22. I think this will continue. My opinion, Vodafone and Idea will continue. They will not file for bankruptcy. Airtel and Reliance will pay part of it to remain afloat, and the matter will continue for some more time before it basically dies its own natural death, or basically in future it will not have any relevance
maybe a few years down the line. Until then, we will keep hearing some headlines every 5 to 6 months or during elections that there is a money which is owed by the telecom sector to Indian government. As usual, I will meet you again tomorrow. Bye bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Akulmach Multiverse. Today we have Sitesh Srivastav in our show and we'll be discussing great interesting topic in today and in also in coming episodes. So welcome to the show Sitesh, how are you doing today? And before I start the show, Happy New Year.
Thank you, Kanchan. Allow me to say, let the new year be nice to us at the least. I will tell you happy maybe few months later when the things become really happy. So I'm well, I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. I can understand your feelings and all of us, whatever we are facing currently, because due to social distancing. And I must say that one wonderful thing which has occurred here is because now we have vaccine, and we think that now we have a cure of COVID. And at the same time, I feel this is one of the fastest discovery or a kind of experiment which is being done in last in human history, because I think this all research on this vaccine started maybe a year back, and now we have a vaccine. So I think we are happy. We should be happy.
Yeah, we should be happy. And one another thing, if I think like a corporate manager, I was reading somewhere that generally a vaccine search takes at least 5 to 10 years of time. But given the seriousness of this one, the COVID-19, the way the vaccines have been researched and brought in public, and also millions of doses have been given of various of them, I now realize that next time when a scientist would go and ask for a funding for a next vaccine research, the government or the companies would say, now that you have proven you can get a vaccine in 1 year, so please don't take the grants for 5 or 10 years now. There cannot be a vaccine for which you must be doing 10 years of research. So that way, I think we have learned, the humanity has learned that if everyone puts in equal amount of research together, a vaccine can be found in 1 year or at least 2 years timeline, which is potent enough for probably 85% of the population, given the trials, what they are happening. But, Kanchan, because of this research in this, there are a lot of science, other news that has been actually under the wraps. And there have been multiple findings, discoveries,
Yes,
and that's
you're
is
right.
our conversation today.
Yes, you are very right, Sitesh. This year has been a tough one. No matter where we live in the world, and the discovery beyond our planet and dazzling images of cosmos provide a bright spot in 2020. Now, we know we had been talking about Earth and earthly matters, you see. But Sitesh, we hardly know about our own oceans. We have knowledge only 10% of. But today I will be discussing or sharing a few things about our space. 3 missions of Mars was launched in 2020, including 2 rovers, 2 orbiters, and 1 lander. NASA has launched a Mars 2020 mission, which include a rover and Mars helicopter. And I think that is a great news. I think some of you missed it.
Yes, of course. And we did not realize in this whole pandemic time that we are just a speck of a dust in this vast universe. and probably even in our own solar system. And the different discoveries which caught my eye was the first one when I realized that some scientists or astronomers are talking about a science of life on Venus.
Yes.
I said, oh gosh, we know in this planet that women are from Venus and men are from Mars. Is that going to be another feminist movement, finding life on Venus? And I think that was an interesting journey where I looked into closely, and there was a kind of a phosphine bubbles found, though Venus is very inhospitable in our solar system, but in its clouds there was this material or metal or element phosphine which was found, which was kind of having some traces of the life could have the traces over there. But I think there are many other discoveries in the space, and the space remains is still the same puzzle despite seeing so much in last 100 200 years. It is still remains largely an unknown terrain. And I think the progress made by Elon Musk's company SpaceX and Virgin Galactic and others, I think we are gearing up to take ourselves into the realms of Mars and the moon. But I think somebody needs to consolidate the information coming in from beyond our galaxy as well, isn't it?
Yes, we had been too much indulged in our worldly affairs, and we somehow neglected the space happening and this space research which are being done by astronauts. There are 100 million new galaxies has been identified in 2020, and they are full of the Australian Square Kilometre Area Pathfinder. Relies on 36 antennas to record the skies, and this is how we come to know about these galaxies. A part of this, we also found ghostly radio circles, which is again is a bulb kind of thing, and which is seen in space. And research are going on this. So there are so many things which are happening in space. In fact, in India also we have a space program which is gearing up, because we have what the Prime Minister of India has said, that we have a timeline. One is a manned space shuttle, and one is orbiter, which has to be launched before, I think, 2024, I guess.
Yeah, I think ISRO has got some very ambitious plans for Mars and for other kind of exploration. And it is commendable that India, despite having such a massive population in the world and our GDP and the pandemic situation, is still we are committed towards the space exploration, and that speaks volumes about Indians as the people on this planet who truly believe that we need to search for other worlds beyond our planet. And I think around this, I'm sure there is a lot of collaboration that happens between the space agencies of the world. And earlier in this year, earlier in 2020, I was planning to go to Square Kilometre Array in South Africa, which is near Cape Town, on the way from Johannesburg to Cape Town. And there are telescopes which are looking into our galaxy and the other galaxy. And South Africa, the location that is chosen, is one of the great locations to look into the dark nights of the skies. And people go there from all over the world, and there are some telescopes through which one can actually look into the galaxies and far beyond. And I wanted to do that. But again, thanks to COVID, that the time that was people suggested, at that time it was closed, the square kilometer array, and I couldn't visit it myself. The whole town where this telescope is there, the whole town is in, remains in the dark, so that it is not impacting the telescopes. So there are these kind of discoveries. Something, the best part is now the science news is available in such a lucid manner, Kanchan, so that even a school student can understand if they read it continuously. On Instagram, lot of space related handles are there where they depict these information in a very, very pictorial manner, whether it is determining the amount of matter in our universe, or a new approach to gene therapy, or it is eradicating mosquito-borne disease. I mean, there it was found that this 2020, that dengue can be, eradicated completely from the planet if a mosquito can be given some bacteria, which is Wolbachia, and it can reduce 77% of challenges that we face from the mosquitoes, dengue. This also helps in eradicating Zika and yellow fever.
Yes, that is a great news, I guess. And because we in this side of the world, we really suffer by these mosquitoes. So coming back to this space research, I also read something about X-ray blobs busting from the Milky Way. Millions of years ago, an explosion in the center of the Milky Way blasted energized material above and below the gangetic disk. It's a big disk. So these material is still visible. Have you seen that somehow you got any chance to view space from telescope? Are you able to see a couple of these galaxies?
So that was my hobby many years back when I used to stay in houses in North India which had roofs. Now we live in apartments where the roof is not ours, and it is very hard to see the galaxies, and given the pollution levels and the fog or the smog. And now the trend in especially in the African region, in the South Africa, I see people buy telescopes. They buy very expensive telescopes, and many of the resorts they keep telescopes where people can go and watch while they have a stay. The skies are clear in South Africa. The moon looks bigger in the full moon night, and I have heard the conjunction that happened in December, the Saturn and the Jupiter coming closest in 800 years, that was visible so clearly from the South African soil. So I myself want to buy a good telescope, but the challenge, Kanchan, is that buying a telescope in India makes no sense if in the large, these structures, the buildings that we have, I will have to go to a village or a forest to make, set up my telescope and then look into the skies.
Okay, no worries. So I'll tell you what we missed. I mean, you and I missed about these X-ray spectrum. Now, I was talking about there's a galactic disk of Milky Way, and it is visible, the material, it's visible still. And in that, there's a glowing in the gamma ray spectrum in two clumps discovered in 2010, known as Fermi bulbs. In 2020, researchers have found another pair of blobs in the same region and visible in an X-ray spectrum. So it is another very important discovery is being done, research being done, and studies will be done ahead on this. So I think we are I think we will be saying that the space is a smaller word after some time, I guess.
Yeah, Kanchan, I'm very intrigued by a couple of other news that came around these in 2020. It says that the aliens that might see us. There was another news which said that there are aliens, but they basically progressed so much that they annihilated themselves. They destroyed themselves. So then some news which also said we humans are the aliens that is searching for someone else. And so Alien is definitely a great story or a narrative. And then in last December, end of December, we saw the strange monolith coming out of many cities in USA, and I heard it is now also appearing in India in some places.
Yes, I heard it is in Gujarat, I guess, somewhere. So that.
Yes. So it is. So I think if the science, the people who really study this seriously, if they put it across in a factual way, but they put it into a nice stories around it, not the science fiction kind of a story, but more about the usefulness about it, I think it will become a mass movement. I'm very much intrigued by the source of fast radio bursts that the scientists are seeing coming out of the space, and for a few seconds it appears on the telescope, and then it goes away. No, they speculate that some alien civilization is throwing out a radio signal, and it is trying to reach us, but we are not able to capture it for a longer time. In 1972 or 75, NASA sent out some Voyager, where if I'm correct, and there were all the planet's languages were written on a gold disc, which was sent out, and it is now beyond our solar system. There are so many things that are happening in this, like you said, million new galaxies. If you remember, Kanchan, when we were small, in a full moon night, we could have seen a galaxy ourselves. But now probably we will have to go to Grand Canyon in America to see it.
Okay, so Ben, I'm here to tell you more. See, there's researchers have detected a bright kilonova, a light show the aftermath of two neutron stars merging together. Kilonova is rare in space, but researchers have seen them before. This one is special, though weird signal in the kilonova light indicates the presence of something new. So actually, every day we are coming near to new findings, especially in space. But yet we have to really research and we have to know more about the space, because every time and again there are new things which has come up and which sometimes really intrigue me, and I want to know more about them.
Let's secure a funding from National Geographic or Discovery Channel, and then let's go, Kanchan, and to visit all the square telescopic areas in the planet. In fact, one of them actually destroyed itself near US, which was also showcased in some movie, a Hollywood movie, and it fell from its own burden, and it is said that it was the third eye of this planet which was looking into the distant galaxies, but now that is destroyed. So me and you should secure some funding, and we must go and visit all these telescopes and see the galaxies and come back and tell our listeners.
Yeah, I think like us, there are many people who would like to go and visit and see by their own eyes how wonderful the space is. So I think 2020 was not that bad year, but I also want to share my thought processes that 2021, which has one, W on one in the, is a suffix of 20. So I think that will also be good. and we are hopeful, and we should be hopeful, and I think it all will be well in this year.
Yes, Kanchan, 2021 has come, and 2024 is when Mr. Elon Musk has said that the first humans will go to Mars. So it is 3 years from now, and I would like to see who is in the first flight or in the first few flights. Let's see if I get a chance.
Yeah, it was wonderful talking to you, Sitesh, and we look forward to have more episode of space-related subjects. It was lovely talking to Sitesh. Till tomorrow, bye bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you.
Bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Good morning, Neville.
Good morning, CK. Another bright and sunny day in London after a full moon, beautiful full moon. And yourself?
Yes, it is bright and sunny and hot. Today is day 15.
Day 15 of lockdown. And we're on that letter L today, but we're not going to talk about lockdown. We're going to talk about how to get out of lockdown, unlocking lockdown, because there's a great opportunity here. And we're going to look at the word leverage, which
Certainly.
not many people understand, really, mainly because they don't understand how they can leverage what they're doing. And we're talking on a perfect platform, the Top Brass platform, which in itself is opportunity to leverage. But there are elements of leveraging, using your organization and the levers that are out there. And obviously, you need to be a good leader. So leadership comes into it. And we were talking, you and I were talking about the elements of leadership a little while ago. And one of the biggest elements of leadership is you need to know what's going on. You need to be that Sherlock Holmes. Be the investigator. Find out exactly what's going on. And I think you were saying that you've got kids that were doing that very thing, during lockdown. Isn't that right?
Yes, Neville. Actually, kids have tried everything because they are in total lockdown. They have tried to play carom. They've tried to play chess. They've tried to play anything that is all the games available. The only thing is that they are not allowed to go out. And kids want to run. They want to go to park. They want to play cricket. They want to play whatever team games. So since the kids are stuck, and yesterday I was surprised, as you can see in this picture, they started their binoculars and they started observing things from our penthouse.
But that's brilliant, because they're doing what we would say is the very first form of leadership. They're becoming aware of what's going on, and we call that being an investigator. What do I see? Why am I seeing that? What's happening over there? And that is a fundamental part of leverage, because if you don't know what's currently happening, you're not going to be able to leverage what you're doing into what's happening, if that makes sense. So the classic is utilizing LinkedIn platforms, Facebook platforms. Again, these are digital platforms, and they're really the only place at the moment, apart from picking up the phone and calling people, that you can really start to leverage your business and get your team to leverage it as well. which allows you to have communication with other people. So you can collaborate through leveraging what you do, what they do, make that introduction. So leverage is one of these words that people really have never really understood because they're so deep involved in what they're currently doing. But just take a step back. Be that investigator. Like your kids yesterday. Put the binoculars on. Have a good look what's going on out there. And it's the first element of being a good leader. You might call it being aware in its simple form. But how aware are we? Do we really know what's happening in our organization, in our business? How people are thinking when we communicate with them? Are we clear with our communication? So all of these things get wrapped up. But if we're into our leverage mode, we need to investigate what's happening and really find out the nuts and bolts of not just what makes the business work, but what makes me work, and more importantly, what makes our customers work. Because in the past, we've talked about from contact to contract is one letter, R, relationships. And it comes back to the first thing. What relationships have I got? How can I leverage those relationships? Are they important to me? Now's the time to make all those actions. And you've got hundreds of people that you've been relating to and calling over the last few weeks while you've been on lockdown. And you've been leveraging those conversations, I'm sure. You know, anyone in particular that comes out, what problems they're facing or what issues that they're looking at?
Yes, Deval. In fact, let me summarize my discussions with a lot of people. See, there was a time where, we all thought, you, me, and my colleagues, that any sales or any business cannot be generated without the person getting on the street, getting into the car, and going physically have a face-to-face meeting with a client. In fact, there are companies like Levers and some of these large companies, they have invested heavily in developing van salesmen. That means the sales guys used to live in van and then do business out of van. For the last 100 years, I think what we are seeing is going to rewrite the whole concept. And from B2B business, I think the new model will evolve, that is consumer to consumer. And most of the people are having difficulty understanding this thing which is visible right on our face. And a lot of leaders are saying, hey, the B2B is going out of the window, and the business model which will evolve now will be consumer to consumer. And I think that is a summary of what, to answer your question, that is the summary that I got from my experience.
Well, it's an interesting concept because the bottom line is you're a consumer. I'm a consumer. We happen to be business owners. So if we can put ourselves in the position of us as a consumer, we will make not just the C2C work and the B2C work, we will really make the B2B work. So whether or not new business models come out of this is perhaps a little too early to understand. I mean, I've heard people have said this year we're going to lose 2 quarters. So half the year will disappear. But they're positioning themselves to come back, to leverage where they currently are and come back and get triple the sales, because not just the competition may have disappeared for whatever reason, but the competition may not have got up to speed as fast as they have. So they're really taking advantage of the digital arena. And we've only got to look at history here. A lot of people thought Amazon were mad when they started to go into the book world. Because Amazon literally was, oh, you bought this book, would you like to buy this other one? And then all of a sudden, they become the biggest retailer in the world from absolutely nowhere. You know, I mean, it took a number of years, obviously, but they took the leap. They took that leap early. They saw an opportunity in the marketplace and they took the leap. And now, if you look at what Amazon is, they've completely leveraged their model. What they've got is they've got lots of people that know Amazon. And we all know the picture of Amazon, you know, the A to Z, that little arrow that goes underneath. And in the back of our mind, we know from A to Z, I can get anything. If it's in the alphabet, they will supply me and they'll deliver anywhere. And as we now know, drone delivery is either there or will be a big feature in the next 2 to 3 years. And of course, that'll be digital too, because they'll be able to deliver it to your penthouse. They won't have to climb the stairs. They won't have to ring the bell and say, come down and get it, you know, as they're currently doing here now, you know, they're delivering to the curbside. So again, just think of where your business is currently, but you've really got to, it's self-reflection. Have a good look at where you are, what you can do, and then leverage out of it. And what you will find is that a lot of your leverage opportunities will come from you being a good leader and being able to collaborate more with other people. And we know how to collaborate. It's just that we haven't really worked out what we're doing. So that's part of thinking and introspection of what you're currently doing in a business. But like anything else, day 15, and we've got a few more days to go. But I believe your cabinet's meeting today, so your lockdown may well extend. So, and could even get worse. So, tighter restrictions. But again, you're not in control of that. Someone else is going to make those decisions. So it needs to be in the mix, you know, in your planning, but come out the other side much, much stronger. And you can if you really look.
So, Neville, in fact, we are totally geared up for a few days ahead or few months ahead, or, you know, counting our quarters. And we have built this platform called Top Brass, which allows consumer to consumer interactions. So, and it is available. I mean, I welcome people to collaborate with you and me to reach out to the client, find new ways to address the clients and customers, or even existing clients. So our platform can be leveraged. And while everybody is on lockdown, because we don't know how long the lockdown will continue, and even after the lockdown is lifted in a phased manner, it is not going to be walk in the park.
No.
So I think we are locked in for some more time. So leverage.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. And as you say, it over time, I mean, it may be, and we've heard from Paris today, that actually it's going to get very tight. It's going to get tighter. So they're narrowing their opportunities currently. There will be an unlocking period. So the dogs will be let out. The point is they're not going to be let out, as you say, straight into the park. There'll be a phased unlocking. So we need to position ourselves for all elements of that unlocking process. So we do have time now, but make the most of time. Don't say, I'll do it tomorrow. Because as you know, that's behavioral waste. That's knowing what you really need to achieve today to do it tomorrow. Because guess what? When you wake up in the morning and the sun's shining, you say, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. Because your habit is now forming. And you do not want to form that habit of, I'll do it tomorrow, I'll do it tomorrow, I'll do it tomorrow.
And tomorrow never.
That's not, well, exactly. The The words and the phrases are out there. Tomorrow never comes. And so do what you can today as though tomorrow will never come. And then you know you can feel confident and accomplished of what you've done today. That's not to say you won't have a huge list of things to do. You know, I've got loads of lists that I have to get on with. But achieve them. Leverage what you're doing. That's the message today. Get an opportunity. The digital arena is definitely here. We're evidence of it, being several thousand miles away, still talking to each other. So now the message for you today is use the platform, this platform, any other platform, but understand your business needs, what it's capable of doing, what your customers want, and get out there and keep telling them, this is what you do, this is how you do it. Keep the message flowing.
Thank you.
Because day 16 is coming.
Absolutely. I hope people are listening to you. You are such a great voice from our industry. You are literally a leader and corporate mentor. I hope people listen to you and they get prepared for days to come.
Well, I hope so. And like anything else, give us your feedback. We're here. These sessions are here to help you. You know, and you'll struggle. We all struggle, but you'll struggle even more if you don't ask. So send us what problems you're having. Send us the difficulties perhaps that you're facing. There's always an answer. We may not have the answer, but we probably know someone that has. So good luck. Day 16 tomorrow. You're halfway through your day. I'm sort of a bit through my day. So be safe, stay home, and enjoy it. It will never be like this again.
You too, Neville, and we'll again speak tomorrow.
Cheers, CK.
Bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
हेलो फ्रेंड्स, मैं कंचन हूँ अकुलमच टेक्नोलॉजी से एंड यू आर वेलकम टू अवर शो। और जैसे कि आप जानते हैं कि आज 2 अक्टूबर है, एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट दिन है और इस विषय में हम बात करेंगे। विषय है हमारा स्वदेशी मूवमेंट जो कि हमारे प्रिय गांधी जी ने शुरू किया था। और इस विषय पे बात करने के लिए हमारे बीच है सितेश श्रीवास्तव, जो कि बहुत कॉर्पोरेट ट्रेनिंग में बहुत इंटरेस्ट रखते हैं और वाइडली ट्रेवल्ड पर्सनालिटी हैं। तो वेलकम टू द शो सितेश, हाउ आर यू टुडे?
धन्यवाद कंचन, बहुत ही बेहतरीन और बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण दिन है आज। एंड आई एम वेरी वेरी फाइन, इट्स अ ग्रेट डे ऑन माय साइड। एंड हाउ आर यू डूइंग?
Yeah, I am fine and since morning हम लोग टीवी देख रहे हैं and I'm also discussing about Gandhi ji with my children. तो मैंने सोचा क्यों ना आज अपने जो हमारे दर्शक हैं उनको एक मूवमेंट जो बहुत ही सक्सेसफुल रहा ब्रिटिश रूल के समय, उसके फार रीचिंग इफेक्ट रहे, तो उसके बारे में डिस्कस करते हैं। वो है स्वदेशी मूवमेंट।
इससे अच्छा कोई डिस्कशन का विषय नहीं हो सकता आज के दिन। और ये इम्पोर्टेंट है कि महात्मा गांधी को आज के परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखा जाए, ना कि एक आइडियल किताब के तरीके से जैसा कि हम उन्हें देखते आए हैं। और जो हमारा सब्जेक्ट है स्वदेशी, वो स्वदेशी आंदोलन गांधी जी का बहुत ही प्रिय विषय रहा है। और न सिर्फ हिंदुस्तान में, बल्कि जब उन्होंने अफ्रीका में, साउथ अफ्रीका में जब उन्होंने इसकी शुरुआत की सत्याग्रह के जब उन्होंने कॉन्सेप्ट्स बनाए, वहां से उन्होंने ये जो शुरुआत की बहिष्कार की, टू डू अवे विद द वर्ल्डली पोजीशंस एज मच एज पॉसिबल इज ऑल्सो अ वे ऑफ रेजिस्टेंस। वहां से शुरुआत होती है स्वदेश की और स्वदेशी की। सो कंचन, स्वदेशी एज वी नो इज मेड बाय टू, स्व और देश। सो गांधी जी ने इसको साउथ अफ्रीका में पॉपुलराइज किया, उसको उन्होंने समझा और उसके बाद उन्होंने स्वराज थ्रू स्वदेशी वो उन्होंने हिंदुस्तान में प्रैक्टिस करने की शुरुआत करी। एंड टू टेल everyone on our listenership, 1906 में it actually a clarion call was given by महात्मा गांधी कि वो बहिष्कार करें और अंग्रेजों की के सामान का जो हिंदुस्तान से ही कच्चा माल ले जाते थे और वहां से उसको प्रोसेस्ड गुड्स बनाकर लाकर हिंदुस्तान में वो प्रॉफिट कमाते थे, उसके अगेंस्ट में बापू ने देश की जनता को ब्रिटेन से बने सामान, कपड़े और मसालों का बहिष्कार करने का आह्वान किया। एंड आई एम ग्लैड, आई मीन 1906 में भी we had some great visionaries who understood the idea behind Gandhi's Swadeshi movement, and we find some early stage entrepreneurs of India and industrialists of India in those days. What do you say?
Yes, ये बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट मूवमेंट रहा हमारी पूरे फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल में। जैसे कि आपने बताया कि 1906 में ये मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ था। एक्चुअली ये मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ था विद द पार्टीशन ऑफ बंगाल, जो कि लॉर्ड कर्जन ने किया था। और ये जो मूवमेंट, इसका शुरुआत जो की थी वो बाल गंगाधर तिलक जैसे लोगों ने की थी, बिपिन चंद्र, लाला लाजपत राय। बट जो एक शेप दी स्वदेशी की गांधी जी ने, वो बहुत, उसके फार रीचिंग इफेक्ट। अब थोड़ा सा पीछे जाते हैं हिस्ट्री में, तो आपको तो पता है कि भारत सोने की चिड़िया के नाम से जाना जाता था। तो सोने की चिड़िया के नाम से जाने का मतलब ये नहीं है कि सिर्फ सोना चांदी है, बट यहाँ पे मसाले हुआ करते थे, यहाँ पर बहुत ही उम्दा टेक्सटाइल हुआ करते थे। और हालांकि ऋग्वेद में भी टेक्सटाइल का जिक्र आया है और वहाँ उस समय ये बताया कि कितना फाइन कॉटन से फाइन कपड़ा बनाया जाता था। तो इसकी जो पॉपुलैरिटी है इंडिया के क्लोथ की, इंडिया के टेक्सटाइल की, इंडिया के रहन सहन की, इंडिया के मसालों की, वो बहुत समय से पूरे दुनिया में इसका चर्चा रही है। और आपको मैं बताऊं बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग पार्ट कि 1700 में इंग्लैंड में एक लॉ पास किया गया था कि वहाँ पे एक्चुअली उस समय या तो वुलन क्लोथ पहने जाते थे जो ब्रिटिशर्स थे, या लेदर के क्लोथ पहनते थे। और जब समर्स होती थी तो थोड़े हल्के फुल्के कपड़े पहनते थे। तो उस समय बहुत डिमांड बढ़ गई थी इंडियन के बुने हुए क्लोथ्स की। तो 1700 में एक लॉ पास किया गया था कि कोई भी इंपोर्ट नहीं किया जाएगा चाइना से, पर्शिया से और इंडिया से। अब जब ये लॉ पास हुआ तो कई सारे लोग थे वो नाराज भी हो गए कि आफ्टर ऑल एक जो मलमल होता है, कॉटन से बुना हुआ मलमल होता है, वो बहुत ही फाइन कपड़ा था जो पहन के तो अच्छा लगता था। तो जब ये लोग, जब ब्रिटिशर्स यहाँ पर उन्होंने ये चीज को पहचाना, तो उन्होंने बहुत ज्यादा टैक्सेस, जो हमारे वीवर्स थे उन पे इतने सारे टैक्सेस कर दिए कि वो लोग अल्टीमेटली कुछ कर ही नहीं पाए, रॉ मटेरियल ले नहीं पाए। और धीरे धीरे करके ये जो इंडियन टेक्सटाइल इंडस्ट्री थी वो उसका पूरा सर्वनाश हो गया। और इट्स वेरी ट्रेजिक।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल कंचन। और गांधी जी ने जब इस बात को समझा और हिंदुस्तान में उन्होंने बिहार में, जो आज का बिहार है, वहां जाकर उन्होंने नील की खेती के उसमें प्रोटेस्ट किया और वहां से शुरुआत की। मोतिहारी, मुजफ्फरपुर से उन्होंने शुरुआत की इस चीज की और वहां से स्वदेशी की शुरुआत होती है, मॉडर्न स्वदेशी की शुरुआत होती है। जैसा तुमने कहा कि 1700 के आसपास या प्राचीन काल से ही हिंदुस्तान जाना जाता था अपने ट्रेड की वजह से, और इसीलिए तो यहाँ पर इतने सारे नवाब और सुल्तान्स आए 1000 सालों से, और सिल्क रूट जो हुआ करता था उसमें हमारा बहुत बड़ा बोलबाला था। वी वेर अ ट्रेडिंग नेशन। 1700 के समय में किसी फाइनेंशियल स्टडी के हिसाब से कहते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान इकोनॉमिकली दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश भी हुआ करता था। खैर, स्वदेशी मूवमेंट की जब बात करते हैं तो गांधी जी ने साउथ अफ्रीका में इस पूरे कॉन्सेप्ट को शार्पन किया, और उन्होंने वहां पर जो 21 साल रहे, वहां पर उन्होंने उन 21 सालों में सत्याग्रह और स्वदेशी, जिसको हम स्वदेशी कहते हैं, वो उन्होंने वहां पर प्रैक्टिस किया, लोगों को सिखाया। और जब वो इंडिया आए तो गांधी जी ने तब अब 11 ऐसी कसमें खाई, जिसे हम कह सकते हैं 11 वाउज ऑफ गांधी। और उन कसमों में, उन वाउज में सत्याग्रह और स्वदेशी was one of the big thing। और वो स्वदेशी को लेकर हिंदुस्तान में समय pre-partition India। Known shipping companies of those days, Swadeshi Steam Navigation Company by Mr. V.O. Chidambaram. I mean, these were the trendsetters of those days, and over the period after independence, ये चीजें बहुत बातें की गई हैं, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि पिछले 15-20 सालों में, 25 सालों में, somewhere जो स्वदेशी है, that has been taken a backseat in the face of globalization, in the face of global supply chain systems, and dependence on a lot of Chinese manufactured products like everywhere else in the world. And I'm happy, Kanchan, कि ये जो Make in India movement अब चलाया जा रहा है, if we really have a good intention and a great support system of the government and our own people's national pride, it will happen again, Kanchan। तुम क्या कहती हो?
हाँ, मैं इसके, जैसे कि आजकल हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं, हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने भी कहा है कि वोकल फॉर लोकल, ये बहुत ही अच्छी बात है। और आपको ये भी बताऊं कि जिस दिन ये स्वदेशी मूवमेंट शुरू हुआ था, दैट वाज August 7, 1905, between 1905 and 6। तो 2015 में इस दिन को, 7 अगस्त को, इन्होंने हैंडलूम डे डिक्लेयर किया है। और आजकल हम खादी को भी बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं। बट मैं आपको एक जो सिनारियो में आपको बताना चाहती हूँ, जैसे कि मैं बात कर रही थी कि पूरी जो हैंडलूम इंडस्ट्री उस समय बिल्कुल बर्बाद हो गई थी। मतलब अब कुछ किसानों के पास जो उगा रहे थे कपास, उनके पास भी एक राइट नहीं था कि कपास कहाँ बेचें और किस तरह से अपना जीविका चलाएं। उसी समय आपको याद होगा कि 1961-65 में अमेरिका में सिविल वॉर हुई थी, which was against ब्रिटिशर्स। और उस समय वहां पर सप्लाई ऑफ रॉ मटेरियल, जो से कपास की, बहुत ज्यादा हो गई थी। तो इधर ब्रिटिशर्स ने क्या किया कि सिर्फ कपास उगाने के लिए भारत की धरती, भारत के किसानों को यूज किया। और जहां तक मैंने पढ़ा है कि यहाँ से कपास उगाई जाती थी, फिर वो उस कपास को ले जाकर मैनचेस्टर में धागा बना के, और वहां पर हमारे ही कपास, जो हमारा ही रॉ मटेरियल है, उसके कपड़े बना के इंडिया में बहुत हाई दामों पर बेचे जाते थे। तो इस तरह से वो पूरा जो सिस्टम था, विच इज ए विशियस सिस्टम, जो पूरा बैकबोन था इंडिया के कल्टीवेशन का, इंडिया के ट्रेड का, इंडिया के टेक्सटाइल का, पूरा तोड़ दिया गया था। और जब यहाँ पे गांधी जी ने स्वदेशी मूवमेंट शुरू किया, ये एक बहुत बड़ी बात है। एंड दैट्स व्हाई ही इज महात्मा, ही इज सो ग्रेट, वी फॉलो हिज फुटस्टेप्स टिल नाउ, क्योंकि ये जो मूवमेंट था बहुत ज्यादा आवश्यकता थी। जब हमने मूवमेंट किया, हमने मसाले अपने बनाने शुरू किया, हमने कपड़े जो भी हम पहनते थे कपड़े, इवन महात्मा जी जो कि एक अफ्लुएंट फैमिली से बिलोंग करते थे, बट उन्होंने सारे कपड़े जो फॉरेन के कपड़े थे सारे कपड़े का त्याग किया, उनको जला दिया। उनको देख के सारे जो लोग थे, इंडियन लोग थे, उन्होंने भी जला दिया और चरखा लिया, चरखे से अपना कपड़ा बुना और वो शॉल है दुशाला जो पहनते थे अपनी ही बुनी हुई पहनते थे। एंड दैट इज
बिल्कुल
वेरी ग्रेटनेस।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल कंचन, एकदम you are so right, and I always go back to South Africa to see how Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, who was a young barrister, got transformed into Mahatma. And that's what Nelson Mandela has also said. South Africa received a young MK Gandhi and transformed and gave India the gift of a Mahatma. So ये जो स्वदेशी है, इसका साउथ अफ्रीका में करंट जो उसका वो दिखता है, that is called local is lekker. That means whatever is closer to home is beautiful, and that is more or less seen as to buy South African products and to support the South African economy. And that is the same thing, similar thing that today India needs to practice in the name of Swadeshi or in the name of Make in India. This pandemic, COVID, has shown us that we cannot depend on just one manufacturing trade partner. We have to develop it, otherwise we are doomed in the economic situation. And therefore, this is the best time. I request entrepreneurs of this country to come out and again make this movement possible, successful, at least to a significant level. It is so good to see Kanchan, a Tata product in South Africa and other parts of the world. It is so good to see Mahindra in South Africa. And therefore, it is important for us to showcase our skills from the services to the solutions, to the products, to the manufacturing. और इससे अच्छा आज का दिन नहीं हो सकता जब हम इस बात का प्रण लें कि हम ऐसा कुछ करेंगे और अपने आसपास के जो एबल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं या गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम्स हैं उनको भी हम इन्फ्लुएंस करेंगे ताकि मेक इन इंडिया को सफल बनाया जा सके।
हाँ, तो मैं ये भी बता रही थी कि देखिए हम भारतवासी कितने लकी हैं कि हमारे पास एक महात्मा है जिन्होंने हमेशा हमको गाइड किया है, और आज भी उनके जो प्रिंसिपल्स हैं, उनकी जो सोच है कितनी रेलेवेंट है। और इसीलिए हम बार वोकल फॉर लोकल की बात, ये कॉन्सेप्ट महात्मा का है और हमें इसको फॉलो करना चाहिए। एवरीबडी शुड फॉलो few finer points which Mahatma have given to us, जैसे कि non-violence, स्वदेशी, do something, आपने कुछ प्रण लिया है तो उसको प्रण को पूरा कीजिए, बीच में छोड़ मत दीजिए। तो all these are finer points, बहुत मायने रखते हैं आज भी।
Correct, Kanchan, and I think it is not yet too late for all this to start again, and Swadeshi movement has shown us that without any government support, some industrialists and entrepreneurs were able to achieve this dream of Swadeshi or Make in India before partition, before independence. Then why it cannot be done in the independent India? And therefore, I would think कि जिस तरह से हमने ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी को तोड़ दिया था स्वदेशी मूवमेंट को स्टार्ट करके, हमने उनके रेवेन्यूज को तोड़ दिया था, हमने उनकी नुकसान कराया था, और उसी समय उसकी वजह से ये एक बहुत बड़ा रीजन था एक इंडियन यूथ के जागरण का, when they realize that they can do things on their own terms, they can generate revenues, they can generate employment. So abhi we have made a very great name in IT, Kanchan, And I think IT से manufacturing में जाते बहुत वक्त नहीं लगेगा. Yes, we need lot of investments and lot of waiting period, patience, and regulations needs to change. But at the same time, if it is our own youngsters' will, we will do it again. So let us celebrate. आज महात्मा गांधी के जन्मदिन पर स्वदेशी needs to be celebrated, propagated, and promoted.
हाँ, और इसके साथ मैं एक और चीज ऐड करना चाहूंगी कि वी शुड बी प्राउड ऑफ आवर रिच heritage, rich culture, and what we can offer to whole of the world, whole of most of the country. तो इस गुड आइडिया के साथ मैं अब आज की बातचीत खत्म करती हूँ और with a thought we will think about our dear Mahatma Gandhi and try to follow his footsteps, the good things which he has propagated among us. We should rekindle it and follow and teach our young people.
साबरमती के संत तूने कर दिया कमाल.
Okay, namaste.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to this edition of our tip section. And I would like to draw your attention to major news which arose this morning, the whole of England, and because we are all connected with social media, so the entire world has seen it. But before we start discussion on this news item, let me invite my friend from London, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And yeah, it's international news. It was a highlight on BBC Breakfast News, and I'm sure it'll be on the World Service later on today. And what is it? I sent you the link. What is it? What is the news, do you think?
Well, I don't want to spill the beans, but since you asked me this question, I can tell you that there is a photograph of a person standing in a busy area, sort of a railway station or a bus station, and he's got something written on a placard which is hanging from his neck. So, but I leave it to you to explain it.
Well, it's really simple. What we hear today is there are no jobs. And even if there are jobs, what's the point of applying? Because there are so many people applying for jobs. And I go online and I put my CV through and I'd never get a response. When they do a recruitment fair, I turn up and I never get a response. We hear this all the time, and everyone says, oh, it's COVID, why bother? The point is, if you want a job, you need to go and get a job. It will not come and land in your lap. You need to network with people. You need to do something that other people perhaps aren't doing. So the common thing that people do today is they go online and they're trawling through all of the job sites and they're just applying, adding their CV that they've spent perhaps a couple of hours working on, and they just send it. Is there any reason, is there any wonder why you're not getting a response? Because you're just a Me Too. You and I talk about Me Too businesses all the time. You need to be different. You need to be doing something different to get someone to think, actually, this is a person I want to interview. Not give a job to, this is a person I want to interview. And this person you mentioned that's got this placard, he was dressed up in his normal livery that he wears. He was a cruise ship on a cruise ship for many years, very senior position. And because of COVID, all cruise ships have literally, the cruise ship arena has condensed somewhat, contracted, perhaps even non-existent. His job was no longer available. Very senior guy, 63 years old, okay? Not 36, 63 years old. So he dressed himself up in his suit and tie, and he stood on Leeds City Station with a placard. Doesn't matter what it said on the placard, because he was handing out his CV. He was doing what they call this a stunt. Why is it a stunt? Because not many people are doing it. He wanted a job. He wanted someone to take notice. And the really good news is, not only did he land a job, not only did he get onto the local newspaper, because it's a stunt, it's something different, but he landed a dream job. He's now head of training for a chain of restaurants. So he's imparting his 63 years of knowledge, a lot of it gained in the cruise ship arena, so he knows about customer service, and he's working in a chain of restaurants. Well, what better? You know, and this person hasn't got a plum in his mouth. You know, he doesn't speak the Queen's English, if you like, and jolly good. You know, he was a royal butler. You know, that's his history. So he was really properly trained to a whole new arena of not just the restaurant chain, but young and old people. This is how we do it. Copy me. Copy me, you'll get it right. Well, it's a fantastic story, okay? But it all started with someone doing something different. And how many times do you and I talk about do something different?
Well, the inspiration that I'm getting from this story, Naval, is that you have to shorten the curve. You know, when you're trying for a job, you are, as you said, me too, and you are lost in the ocean of thousands of applications. You know, many years back when we used to advertise, like 20 years back, and there used to be fax machines, and we say that, hey, we need this kind of person to be employed with our company. The fax machine used to fail, you know, after 50,000 CVs. And there is a human limit to how many CVs you can see, because the fax keeps coming and get piling up in a trash box. So you pick up the first maybe 200 CVs, and rest 48,200 will go to trash. So that was a thumb rule. So only the first 100 or 500 CVs will be reviewed by the company, and rest of them will go in the trash box. So I think that is a thumb rule. You are actually doing it faster, better. So this person who's a well-trained, well-traveled, Victorian English speaking from nice pedigree, he's 63 years old and he has shortened the curve. He has taken his message directly to the HR director of the company who has hired him.
Absolutely, he's shortened the curve. And the thing is, right, there is this phrase, right, the early bird catches the worm. I'm not quite sure whether it translates in India, but in other words, if you get up early and you do things early, then the worms are there. You know, your food is available. Breakfast is there. Go and get it. And the point is, go and get it. So the advice we can give to people today, okay, your fax machine, the first 500, and that's it, blocked off. So the early bird caught the worm. The one that literally took action early may not have been the best candidate, but it was the one with the right attitude. And I bet the first 10 you looked at more closely than the 490 that followed, because they were the first. That's the type of person you want to employ. And hopefully they've got the right technical ability that you can mold to be that great employee. So what advice can we give to people today? So based upon that inspirational story, what would you say, CK, to someone else that's looking for a job today?
Well, I think you need to differentiate yourself from the rest, and there are different techniques of differentiating. Maybe you should present yourself. Maybe you should go meet the person face to face. Maybe you should write a letter. There are many things. You know, there are various ways of thinking out of the box and shortening the curve.
Yeah, there are various ways, and I think what we need to do is give people one way that we know works, one way that I know works, and it's a way that I suggested for over 15 years since speaking in universities and schools and in the education system around the world. Get your CV. Put a covering letter to it. Don't type the covering letter. Handwrite it. Make it very personal. Find out the person in the organisation that you need to be sending that letter to. Don't apply online. Frankly, everyone's applying online. Keep doing it because you never know. If you're not in it, you won't win it. But do something different. Send a personal letter to the head of HR, the head of the department, someone who's influential in the organisation. Tell them why you've seen the advert, or you haven't even seen the advert. This guy did not see an advert. There was no advert. He was the advert. He prompted a conversation. Were they looking for a head of recruitment or a head of marketing or a head of training? I don't know. I can't answer that question. But I know they weren't advertising. So that's the issue. Some jobs never get advertised. Here's an opportunity. Write to the people involved. Be personal. Be unique. Because I guarantee that is the early bird that will catch the worm, because you will spark something in the other person's thought process. They will respond to you because you've taken time out of the ordinary. You haven't applied online. You've taken personal time. You've looked at the organisation. You've told them why you want to join them. You've given them your experience. They will respond to you. And the issue is here, if they don't respond to you, you don't want to work for them because they don't value people. So there's two wins here. The first win is if they respond to you, result. I can't guarantee you'll get an interview, but I think you're going to have a better chance of getting an interview than anybody else. The second thing is if they don't respond to you, bing, bing, big X. Do not approach that company. Alternatively, it gives you an opportunity to write to the chief exec and say, I wrote this very personal letter. I'm disappointed that this person couldn't even respond to me. And see what the chief exec says. Because they will not like that, I can assure you. If they're a leader, they will not like it. And the other thing is, if you don't get a response from the chief exec, it's not the first cross, it's not the second cross, it's 3 crosses. 3 strikes, you are out. And then you can go publicly, and say, these people don't even respond to personal letters. Why are you buying things from them? The world needs organizations that believe in people and they believe in you as customers. So you're going to be doing a great job for these customers that are out there. So there was a great phrase many years ago that was unfortunately a spitting image character. For those that don't know spitting image, I suggest you look it on YouTube because it's very funny. They take the mickey out of politicians, they make a puppet out of the politicians, and I can assure you it's not a very flattering puppet. It accentuates the negative side in individuals. And there was a person called Norman Tebbit in the UK government, in the cabinet, and he said, get on your bike. In other words, it's your responsibility. Go and do it. Don't just wait for something to land in your lap. It had a different connotation then, but get on your bike. Do what this guy did. Put a placard there. You can't stand in Leeds City Station if you're in India because it's a long flight, but you can do something similar.
Well, in fact, this has given me ideas, our discussion today. And the key here is to create a differentiation for yourself. And if you send your CVs, you will be lost in the thousands and thousands of oceans of CVs, and there's a chance that you may not be able to differentiate. So there is a method of building a presentation, sharing it about you to the person of the company that you want to get hired, or we can help you actually get interviewed with us And that will be a great differentiation because you will stand out, send this video to the company where you want to get employed. And that will be a clincher because now you're differentiating yourself.
Well, the interesting thing is we are doing that with in a competition, as you well know, in the SOTI Awards. It happens to be Wednesday, I think. Yes. So normally we would have done a SOTI Wednesday, but this is the SOTI Wednesday. It's the Speaker of the Year Awards. And the thing is, here's an opportunity. Get involved. Your video will be in front of thousands of employers around the world. And someone will employ you, just like this guy stood on Leeds city centre, right in the middle of the railway station with a placard. We're doing the equivalent for you. We're not making it hugely easy because you've still got to do all the work, but we're giving you a platform where it can go. So rather than stand on platform 9 of Leeds City Railway Station, you can sit on our platform. There's a bit of a plug that we didn't even think there was coming out of today, but it is about uniqueness. It is about you selling yourself. And a lot of people don't know how to do that. But frankly, this person at 63 years old did something different. Why don't you?
Absolutely.
Don't give us excuses.
Absolutely, Neville. I think this is a very good message that, or a tip we are giving to a lot of people in the industry. They have to differentiate themselves. They have to find out the ways of doing it. Thank you very much for giving your time to us today. I think this tip will be very useful for a lot of people.
I hope so. Early bird catches a worm. Don't have an excuse. Get out there and do something.
Thank you so much, Neville. You have a nice day. We will catch up tomorrow.
Yep. See you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our series, The Great Kings of India. As you know, we are discussing about Maurya dynasty and today we will be discussing about Chandragupta Maurya's administration. We have already done overview about Chandragupta Maurya. Now when we talk about Chandragupta Maurya, he is one of the greatest king. He was a great general, he was an empire builder, and he was the greatest administrator. To discuss more about his personality, his administration, I'm joined by eminent historian, Professor Meeta Joshi, who is the head of the department of one of the prestigious college, St. Anne's College for Women in Hyderabad. So welcome to the show, Meeta ji. How are you doing? How's life in COVID era? Since we are discussing about a golden era of our history. So how's life today?
Namaskar, Kanchan. Life is good. COVID era is a bit disturbing, but then it is your perception, how you take it. So life has to go on.
Yes, true. So let's discuss the golden era of India in the times of Chandragupta Maurya. So it is said that I've read that in Kautilya used 3 legs of administration or 3 legs of law. One is custom and I think it's missing out maybe custom and you have to tell me the four legs of
okay. Yeah. Before we discuss that, let me give you a backdrop of India before Chandragupta Maurya established his empire. That time, the ancient India was, there were 16 Mahajanpads, and those 16 Mahajanpads, they were like separate provinces. The Greek influence was very much that time, because 326 BC, Alexander has come, and when he left India, he left his satrapies. Satrapies, you can say governors, to take care of the Indo-Greek area which he has invaded. Now, one of the person was Seleucus Nicator I, who was the ruler of Babylonia also. So he entered into a matrimonial alliance with Chandragupta Maurya, because he understood that if he takes or undergoes any type of dispute with him, then it won't be good for the Greeks. Now, these 16 Mahajanpads which were there, the first thing Chandragupta Maurya did was, he united those 16 Mahajanpads and created a centralized administration. Then, because Chanakya was there, Chanakya was his mentor, he was his guide, he was his minister. So Chanakya started working very, very meticulously to consolidate the power and make kingdom free of insurgents. This was Chanakya's strategy. And then Chandragupta Maurya, he entered into a series of alliances with the kingdoms or the provinces and the kings. For example, there was a Himalayan king known as Parvataka, with whom Chandragupta Maurya entered into an alliance. Then now, if you see the administration of Chandragupta Maurya, it was very, very well organized. There was the king at the top, at the hierarchy. Then he had a council of ministers. Those ministers, for example, Nagarika, Purohit, Amatya, Sumant, then Mantri, different ministers to manage different aspects of administration, like revenue, civil, justice. Everything was taken care of by Chandragupta Maurya.
Yeah, so
And
Kautilya used to stress on 4 things. First is dharma, then custom, and then I think royal decree. So all these are more powerful pillars of his administration, I guess.
Yes, see, Chanakya said that first of all, you should have loyal people who are in your council of ministers. Then he said the justice system, the judiciary, who were, taking care of the problems, solving the disputes, that should be sound. Then you should have an efficient army to support the empire. Okay, these 3. And one was the civil administration. Because if the civil administration is good, the empire will function nicely automatically. So this was these 4 pillars. Then, because army was very, very crucial and is crucial for any kingdom or empire, so Chandragupta maintained a huge army with 6 lakh foot soldiers, 30,000 horses, and 9,000 war elephants. Those war elephants were groomed and trained for warfare, even the horses. And the discipline of army was such that whether there is war or no war, regular training happened. Regular training. They were trained. It was well equipped with the arms which were available that time: bows, arrows, and shields, and fireballs. Many things were used to wage the war. So that all Chandragupta Maurya's army possessed. And as I told you, the administration was very, very well organized. And see, why people were happy in Chandragupta Maurya's rule was that before Chandragupta Maurya, the Nanda dynasty was there, and before Nanda dynasty, Shishunag dynasty was there. So the Nanda dynasty's rule was very brutal. Where Dhanananda was known for his, brutality, and the taxes were enormous. So the common public was suffering a lot in his reign. So when Chandragupta Maurya came into power, and one more factor is there, that the humble background of Chandragupta Maurya, because as I told you yesterday, he is said to be a Shudra, because that time Varna system was very, very prominent. So being a Shudra, coming from, a very, very humble background, and rising to such a stature of a king, but still, after becoming a king also, understanding the problems of the common people. That was the greatness of Chandragupta Maurya. And see, the extent of empire was so huge. Almost he ruled the entire Indian subcontinent, apart from Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Odisha. Otherwise, the entire Indian subcontinent was under Mauryan Empire, and probably that was the biggest empire ever. If you see the boundaries of the empire, it extended up to our modern Pakistan, and more than that, Nepal was under Mauryan Empire. So the extent of the empire was huge. So managing such a huge empire, sitting at Magadha, sitting at Patliputra, it must have been a very, very Herculean task. But because he was supported by a very good team, the Council of Ministers, supported by Chanakya, supported by a network of spies, because those spies would give them the entire information about what is happening in nook and corner of the entire kingdom. So everything was so organized, very, very organized. And one more thing which I want to highlight about his administration is that he was a great road builder. Chandragupta Maurya was a great road builder. He improved the infrastructure. He developed the infrastructure. So, and see why these means of communication are important, because when you are doing trade and commerce, then if you have good roads, if you have a good network of roads, the navy was also very strong. The Chandragupta Maurya's navy, because all the important ports they had, so the trade and commerce happened from there. So not only one aspect, each and every aspect of administration was covered by him, each and every aspect.
Yeah, so actually, I always get impressed by one point is that Chandragupta Maurya, after Nanda dynasty, he enjoyed the absolute power. But in spite of that, he was not, he didn't acted like a pharaoh of Egypt or somebody like, even like Roman also. He was different. I think he's very benevolent. He understands, he's sharp, he knows what his subject is looking for, how can he help his subject. So he never attained a divinity position, but he remained a king in spite of having a absolute power. That is one. And second, I feel is that I have read somewhere that whenever somebody comes to his royal palace or royal place, all his walls and pillars used to covered with gold and silver. Lot of birds pictures used to be there, and whoever comes and visit that royal area, he's so impressed, and he feels so good about what he's watching at that point of time. And then again, I also read that there used to be apartment according to the hierarchy of people who are working in royal families. Like king had an apartment, then the prime minister will be having an apartment. Then royal people who used to work in the palaces, according to their position, they were given a specific position, a specific place to live. So I think then when this all royalty is so organized, I think that also a message or a feeling of organization must be there in the general public also. So I think this also affect the general public to cooperate the king, I guess. What is your idea in this?
See, why Chandragupta Maurya united those 16 Mahajanpads? These 16 Mahajanpads had oligarchies, and Chandragupta Maurya was a monarch.
Right.
Okay, he understood that if he wants to rule for a longer period of time, then he should have a consolidated power, number one. Number two, a centralized administration. So these two things were in his mind. And probably his model of administration and this integration of 16 Mahajanpads, what Chandragupta Maurya did, Julius Caesar did the same thing in the Roman Empire. And then the Greek influence was there. Megasthenes was in his court for 4 long years as an ambassador. He was there as a Greek ambassador. So Megasthenes, in his book which he authored known as Indica, he has mentioned about the goodness of Chandragupta Maurya's administration, that the common people, the subjects, were very, very happy and they lived up. And as I told you yesterday, economic prosperity was there in his empire.
Right.
Why economic prosperity comes? When your administration is sound,
right,
all your the revenue part is taken care of. Because see, when Nanda rule was there, then taxes were very high. So Chandragupta Maurya kept this in his mind, that he is not there to torture his subjects. He is there to take care of his subjects. So the taxes were also implemented accordingly. So it's a very meticulous thing to do, but he did that. And Chanakya was there at the backdrop, managing everything. He took care of this fact that the kingdom should be free of insurgents. So all these things made him a great king. All these aspects of his administration, his personality, made him a great king. And then in later years of his life, it is said that he took up Jainism, and one Jain monk, Bhadrabahu, he took him as his disciple. And it is said that he left his body. He died starving, because in Jaina tradition, this tradition is followed. So he starved himself to death in one of the caves at Chandragiri hills near Shravan Belgola in Karnataka. So again, this aspect of his personality, when he renounced his entire huge kingdom, it was a huge kingdom that time, and he gave it to Bindusara before he left. So if whenever you are powerful, Kanchan, when you achieve power, when you acquire power, you tend to develop some pride. You tend to develop some ego. But that time what happened, there was a bad famine in his empire. And then the Jain monk told him it was because of his, wrong deeds. Because he killed so many people in order to expand his kingdom. So that's why he wanted to pacify that. That's why he took up to Jainism. That was the reason that he adopted Jainism. And then in the later years of his life, he lived and learned Jainism in a cave, and finally he starved himself to death. And for a king to do that is, you read the histories of all the kings, you will come to know no one has done it. Who will leave a huge kingdom and go just like that? Only if you were a Buddha, because Gautam Buddha was also born in a royal family, but his journey was totally different. But Chandragupta Maurya, coming from a humble background, becoming a king of such a vast empire, and then leaving everything just like that and adopting Buddhism.
I think that shows the greatness. That shows the greatness of a personality and a king, because it needs a lot of courage to leave.
I know, lot of courage. You have to kill your ego.
Yeah.
No. First of all, yes, you leaving the power is a big thing. Abandoning, what you have already. So it's because see, human is greedy by nature. We human beings are greedy by nature. We crave for more. We crave for more. But when he has everything, he had everything what a person can ask for, and you leave everything just like that and become a Jain monk.
Yes.
How great it is.
Yeah, it's very great. He ruled with greatness. He left the empire with greatness. That shows that he is one of the greatest king of Indian subcontinent. Of course, of the world, I guess. Because the way he has ruled, the way he has carried himself, and the way he looked after his subject, that makes him...
And a long rule, 24 years.
Right.
24 years he ruled. So it's a long time period.
So it's lovely talking to you, Professor Joshi. I would be discussing more about this particular era in terms of economic and the position of women in those times in our next episode. So till then, we'll just take a leave for now today. We'll meet tomorrow, maybe with other new subject on this era. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, we have been joined by very eminent leader of the industry, DCF Ventures CEO Lakshmi Putluri. She has been well known in the industry. She is also well known as an angel investor and also former co-founder of Jabong. Welcome to the show, Lakshmi.
Hi CK, thank you for having me on the show.
It is our pleasure, Lakshmi. In fact, today is day 15 and the entire India is under lockdown. In fact, many countries globally are under lockdown. What is the kind of impact you see in your neighborhood and your community that might have caused some sort of problems or issues with the people?
Okay, I wouldn't say necessarily problems or issues, but obviously there is, complete silence. You can, I mean, imagine, it almost seems like, the place has come to a standstill. So that is, for a city like Bombay especially, it's never happened. So that's something which is unusual, although I'm sure, the communities are all, making the best of, the situation in terms of adhering to all the guidelines, making sure, social and physical distancing is practiced. And also, engaging actively and making sure you spend quality time with your family members. That's one. So from a community perspective, of course, this is something unavoidable. But the good thing is, of course, I think, and we've been seeing a lot of these posts, like Bombay has seen dolphins emerge near the sea and the parks, are seeing a lot of the wildlife that's enjoying this, I think, change. So that's a good thing. And we just have to keep our fingers crossed that slowly we will, find a good balance between keeping in mind, the environment, as well as bringing our lives back onto track before this isolation and lockdown.
Lakshmi, I think Indians are by and large very innovative, and almost like 99.99% Indians are following the government guidelines. And they have been very innovative in order to follow the guidelines and also solve the problems. But having said that, that's on the personal side. There has been a little bit of a standstill situation where there are certain businesses which are not able to take any further decisions. So do you see from your point of view any adverse sentiment which is creeping up into the business?
See, I feel like the more positive conversations are always going to be good. Absolutely. I'm sure at the back of everyone's mind, this is an ongoing thought process. There are probably, every business is going to be impacted. There is no doubt. We're talking about, 1 month of complete lockdown, and then post 1 month of lockdown, there's going to be things that have to come to normalcy. And it's a full life cycle, right? Like it's going to have ripple effect across from top to bottom. Businesses are going to be impacted, thereby people are going to have different environment in the whole job scenario. Although I hate to use the word downsizing and layoffs, businesses have to do certain things to survive, and that plays over at all levels, right from a restaurant that's hiring housekeeping staff. There's going to be changes, and so that is going to play on people's sentiment. And I'm sure people are trying to be very positive. Businesses are being, for a month right now, I think everyone is mentally prepared, like, we'll take this and we'll try to support, ensure that no one faces any serious impact. That said, no guarantees for anyone. And so, yes, there is a little bit of sentiment change, and I hope that we'll be able to bring that back as soon as we can. And I think the government has done a phenomenal job already in terms of ensuring, the lockdown is well adhered to, and we do, have hope of coming out of this very quickly, even compared to some of the more so-called developed nations, as we see, are struggling dealing with COVID. So I'm waiting for things to kickstart as soon as we can, and as we, hopefully all our positive sentiments together can, help kickstart along with the support from the government as well.
Lakshmi, you are such an experienced person. You are having 2 decades of career behind you. You're well known in the industry. From your point of view, do you have an opinion about what a government of any country, any nation should do after the lockdown is lifted in order to improve the sentiment, in order to improve the business?
So I can't speak from perspective of all nations, because every nation has a very different DNA, different kind of setup and all that. But given that right now we can talk perhaps a little bit about India as from ensuring containment. I think we are doing a phenomenal job as a country. Every citizen is playing a role. And likewise, while we do expect the government to bring in a lot more stimulus, because we've seen like the US has announced a $3 trillion stimulus, and we are 4 times larger than US. So the stimulus has to reflect that kind of a boost and a positive sentiment. And I do hope that we'll start seeing more positive stimulus and positive some policy support that we will get from the government, that will also naturally play into the business sentiment and boost the business sentiment, boost the people's emotional quotient and on the mind space and mindset. So that's something that I cannot put a number as to what is that number that India should bring forward as a stimulus, but I am sure that they are working on something bigger and larger that is going to be announced shortly and announced soon. Apart from that, I do believe that as citizens, we all will also play a certain role. For example, encouraging a lot of the small businesses in and around. So, for example, like Singapore right now, and of course, the kind of sanitization levels there and the kind of adherence will probably be different. But Singapore is actually encouraging people to order outside and asking people to order outside and support restaurants and other businesses there, right? So that's something like maybe we may not choose to order outside, but there are small businesses in and around us where we should support, and right from staff in each of our immediate ecosystems, how can we support them? I think that's a small role as citizens we all can play. And then the government will come in, and I'm very positive that they will come in and play a role which will be very positive to business, positive to small and medium enterprises, which are going to be a little bit, far more hit than maybe the larger organizations.
Lakshmi, you have raised a very profound question here. So, do you see the change in business process after this lockdown situation is lifted? Do you see a new way of doing business which will emerge after this lockdown is lifted?
So the first part of question was, can you just repeat the first part? Second part I got.
So it is just one question. Will the business process will change after this lockdown?
Oh, absolutely. We've already seen it change. In fact, I'm part of a few other business, groups where, it's mixed background. Like I come from a digital background. I've seen even when I worked at IBM between 2002 to 2006, IBM was already 50% work from home at that time, right? But a lot of the businesses that don't come maybe from a tech background or come from more traditional businesses, think agri, think, energy companies, even government employees. A lot of them are just experiencing the digital transformation. They're understanding that work from home can be possible. So I think that shift both from a transformation on the digital front, which is happening in sectors like education. Clearly, we've just seen, all the institutions are quickly ramping up to be more digitally ready. And we are also seeing many of the traditional businesses who've suddenly been dislodged and, now having meetings online. They're actually starting some of the more essential service businesses functioning at higher productivity levels as well. And these learnings, I think, will play into how businesses will revisit what they do post-COVID. This will also help them, enhance their bottom line, some of these learnings, going digital, and optimizing this. Hopefully that will be a very positive shift, helping businesses with some of the cash flow crunch that they might have thought they would face.
Excellent words of wisdom, Lakshmi. In fact, I personally get a lot of value after talking to you. I think there is a clarity you as a leader, you're giving to our audience and our viewers that, there's going to be a bit of a change in the way we do things, in the way we do business. I think that is going to change forever. So I just want to tell you is that, Lakshmi Putluri, you have been a great inspiration. It was wonderful talking to you today. And I think we will find another opportunity very soon before the lockdown is lifted to talk to you again, to see or to take your advice on how things are in the neighborhood, any new things that are happening in the industry. It was wonderful talking to you, Lakshmi.
Thank you, CK. Very nice talking to you as well. And thank you for the opportunity. Hope all the viewers of your videos and series enjoy the series. And stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, I am Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today we have an interesting topic to discuss. As you know that US elections are around the corner, it is in November. Now, US election is a very important incident because it has some impact on India and US-India ties. As you know, Trump and Biden has different approach towards the ties towards the foreign policy, but both the candidate needs India to push back China. So that is very important aspect of this election. Apart of this, there are new changes which is being done in US Indian students who are going to US, because now they have fixed a time limit of 4 years for education of students. So if you say in few years back, if 2 lakh students are going from India, they contributed around 8 billion US dollars to US economy. A part of this, US is a top trading partner. So all this will have a major impact on the economy and on the US-India ties. To discuss this further, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has worked in different continent. He has a deep interest in politics and corporate trainings. So I would like to welcome Sitesh Srivastava and know more about this upcoming US election and its impact on India.
Thank you.
Welcome to the show, Sitesh.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you so much. It's a wonderful discussion. It's a wonderful day ahead. Though I hear there are some flooding challenges in your city, but it is amazing. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine. It is quite rainy atmosphere here since all night it was raining. So we have few challenges, but yes, life has to go on. So we are here to discuss this topic.
This is a very interesting topic, Kanchan, and this is actually one of the most important international trending topic for the whole world. One, because it is not only about the America, it is also about the world and how the world economy would change after the 3rd November. And most of the international policy related decisions are now hinging on 3rd of November, and which is less than a month. Now, of course, Kanchan, that is going to impact India as well. While United States accounts only for 5% of the world population, but it generates 20% of the world income. And that makes it a very important political ally any country would like to have. Given the situation on our India, economy, pandemic, borders issues with China, and there are a couple of situations with the IT, how it is getting affected, the visas and all those things. It is important to discuss how things would move if Mr. Trump does not return to White House. And it is interesting to see the relationship that our Prime Minister has developed with Mr. Trump over the years. There was a Howdy Modi event in Texas several months back, and we saw a great camaraderie between Mr. Modi and Mr. Trump. At the same time, Mr. Biden and his vice presidential nominee Kamala Harris, their party have a great relationship. We had a great relationship when Mr. Obama was the president, and there, though more or less, any country's elections depend on the national issues, more or less national, and the provincial or state-wise issues. In America's case, it is different. In the United States case, it is different because United States is made of mostly of immigrants. That is the country is mostly made of immigrants who actually proclaimed in 1776 in modern America that we know about. And you sit in a city which has a very, very close relationship with America. What do you say, Kanchan?
Yes, I really feel about all people, especially in southern part of India. They go to US, but I think there's around 50% decline as a preferred destination. If we say US, no more a preferred destination. So people are also checking out other approaches, other destination, other important places where they can grow. But then here, that is one part of it. But second part is that since US ties are important to India, as India as a partner is important to US, and both the presidential candidate somehow they have to come to have a shake hand with India to really have impact on this area of this world. But then US is moving out of Afghanistan. So, and then we have problem of Pakistan. So how, and then we have a problem with China also, territorial issues which are there, as you know. So now how the new president will be tackling this, that is also one of the important aspect. Now, as you mentioned, Trump, we had a very strong and very cordial relationship with Trump. But when the other presidential candidate will suppose being elected, how this will turn into a good relationship?
So, Kanchan, traditionally, after Pandit Nehru, India has slowly tilted towards a United States-centric relationship. And before that, it was more about a Russia-centric relationship.
Right.
Russia was part of the same side of the world, and America happens to be really far. But in the given situation, the India-America relationship, it has always been very cordial, very interesting, and very intense relationship, where we have also seen sanctions during the Pokhran time, and we have also seen a sweetening of the relationship under different presidential administrations of United States. I mean, comes to my mind the relationship during Barack Obama's time, or Mr. Bill Clinton's time, or George Bush time, and recently Mr. Trump's time. I mean, I feel, Kanchan, whether it is Mr. Trump or Mr. Biden, India is nothing to lose with this relationship, which is very strong, not only in the trading partnership. India's dependence on United States, Kanchan, if I can quote FY 1920, the bilateral trade between USA and India stood around $88.75 billion. That positions United States as the top trading partner for India. And therefore, the influence of American presidential election has a connotations from the trading point. I would think it is at this pandemic time, we have all been locked for more than 250 days around the world. So the economy has to rebound. People have to go to work. There has to be export. There has to be import. And if that starts happening in not like a pre-COVID era, but at least in the new normal, I think the other tensions that we spoke about, the border issue with China, Pakistan, they all will, find their right fitment into the scenario. And given this situation, whether it is Mr. Biden or Mr. Trump, India will have a small changes in the policy from the United States side, but more or less, if we have seen in last few months, Trump has been really vocal about China. He has imposed sanctions and the policies around the TikTok, Huawei, and all these issues. But Biden seems to be more inclusive in his approach, and I think we as India, we are the neighbors of China, and therefore any escalation between us is something that we need to deal first at hand, and then we need to look at our allies. And that's what our government policy people, our lawmakers should ensure. What do you say?
I feel if Trump wins, that will be music to ears of Indians, especially the economic and stock market. But we yet to see the policies of Biden, how his approach. Few have very bad report about his relations with China. He wants to tie up with China more. These are few people who are just saying. But then I think Trump has more individualistic approach when it comes to India and US relationship. As far as Biden is concerned, he will. I think he believes building a strong coalition and approach China and push China back. So that is one point. A part of this, I think. What your opinion? Who you vote in case if you are in US?
So Kanchan, I'm interested in the world dynamics, world politics, and keen interest in the political system. At the same time, very keen interest in public administration and the way things are shaping up. So around a month back, Joe Biden had a 75.7% chance of winning, according to some kind of a poll that was by some kind of a forecasting model. And I think what we and the world has seen, that's in this pandemic, suddenly the lid has been taken over by the infallibility or the greatness of the American health system. And despite so many of the collaborations with all the world countries and the World Health Organization and cross collaborations in the field of epidemiology, still the USA could not control it. And it was unbelievable for many people that how could this be so much. I was in South Africa, and people used to ask me, Kanchan, how come Africa or South Africa is less affected than Americas? And that was the most surprising and the analytical point in my thinking. And therefore, suddenly, as you say, a lot of people are not willing to travel at this point of time to America. Many people have returned from America during those Vande Bharat missions and other rescue missions. But I think it is, but I must respect the American electorate. I must respect the American people's choice, and they know the best. We can only speculate from the India's relationship point, which I said that I think India has nothing to lose, a few policy things here and there. And we have always welcomed any American president or the presidential delegation with very warm welcome given, whether it is Mr. Obama, Mr. Trump, or Bill Clinton, or anybody else for that matter. And I'm sure, Kanchan, the amount of Indians who are there in America, whether they are the first generation, second generation Indians, or the first time Indians who are working there, they know the best, and they will choose the best candidate. Whoever is the candidate, India is a dependable partner. We all know it. We are transparent. We are clear in our thought process. Kanchan, there is nothing, I'm not shy to admit that probably
from a policy perspective, we might be a little slow. But given our trade between USA and India, that is going to grow and it is going to be strengthened. I think our IT guys will have their visas, opened again. They would be able to freely travel, and that's how it would be.
Okay, I feel irrespective of the outcome of the election, India is a unique and integrated partner of US. And one more point is that India will anyone who comes on as a president, but in any circumstances, India will be the biggest market for the world. Will remain like that.
That's true. That's true. And it is important to see the swing states in American elections, such as California, New York, Massachusetts, Minnesota, or New Hampshire, North Carolina. These are the swing states. In the last minute of the election in progress, there could be a surprise, and that surprise can tilt on any side. And I am waiting to see that interesting minute by minute coverage by the international and the national media. And that would be very, very interesting to see. And the small silver lining is, if Biden wins, Kamala Harris is there, though comes as a vice presidential nominee.
Right.
And she has an Indian connection, but I would like to believe that she is an American first, and Indian American is a better term. And therefore, but it always feels good to know that she's a first generation senator, and she has been selected as a running mate for Joe Biden. And it would be good to see for America a first lady vice president.
From
you
India.
say?
Yeah, from India. I mean, Indian connection.
From India, yeah.
So I think I'll look forward towards 3rd of November when all this will be decided and all speculation will be put at ease. So we'll be discussing more about this in our coming series. Till then, bye-bye, take care.
Yes, Kanchan, and I would like to just invite all the listeners and viewers of this conversation to maybe think and post a slogan between India and US relationship, something that becomes as catchy as a phrase.
Yes, we look forward to get more comments and what our viewers thinks about this particular discussion which we have done. So look forward to you, Sitesh, in our next series. Till then, bye-bye.
Thank you.